See that what we see.
Get ready to turn that shit up.
Yeah.
Turn it up, follow me.
Talk to Bishop bend over, let me see if it clap. Talk to Bishop bend over, let me see if it clap. Talk to Bishop bend over, let me see if it clap. Touch your toes, little baby, know I like that. Bend over, make it clap. Throw that ass back, baby, for some stacks.
All right, y'all. So boom, man. I'm up at the Motel Bix, man. I'm up at the Motel Bix, man. Hold on, let's push it back a little bit. See me on the left. right, y'all. I guess I'm just gonna have to set it up like this, man. But yeah, it was tripping on me, man. I ain't got no chair, man. I'm over here doing this, literally like kneeling down and shit. Yeah, what got to sit on? I ain't been no bucket or nothing. It's good. I want y'all to hear this though. It's good, y'all. This is the new slap right here, man. Me and Flame are waking. Me and Flame are working on. So yeah, I want y'all to hear this, man. Go ahead and hear it, y'all. Welcome, 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 everybody that tapped in. We on YouTube, kicking Twitch right now. Shout out to my YouTube kicking Twitch family. Flame over there at Amazon right now. I'm over here at the telly down the street. Get it, man. Come on.
Whatever happens, just know I'll always ride for you.
King True.
Long as you stay by my
Baby,
side,
if I ride for you.
Can't depend on love or peace in these cold and empty streets. You can count on me, then you can count on me.
Baby, if I ride for you, is you gon' ride for me? Sit down, do that time with me. Pull up, is he gon' slide with me? Do you got that loyalty? Cause that's really all I need. Up late night, always chasing green. Shit, you only see in your dreams. Baby, if I ride for you, is you gon' ride for me? Sit down, do that time with me. Pull up, is he gon' slide with me? Do you have that loyalty? Cause that's really all I need. Yeah, late night just chasing green. Up late night just chasing green. Shit you only see in your dreams. Pop out, it's a movie scene. When we pull them red beans, now they laying 6 feet. Baby, if I ride for you, baby, if I die for you, baby, if I ride for you, baby, if I die for you. Is it gon' keep it stitched, lip, keep it 100? Is you gon' keep them bands, keep them coming? Run it up till it ain't nothing. Run it up till it ain't nothing. Run it up till my fingers really feeling numb. And baby, yeah, you know you really got me feeling gone. Every day, you know I'm really tryna get this dough. Baby, if you hit me, yeah, you know you got the choke. Yeah, I'm checking trap every day, you already know. Up late night, top of the Hilton on the floor. Smoking on this gas, and you know I need more. Smoking on this gas, and you know I need more. Top of the Hilton, yeah, we on the top floor. It's 5-star. Really what we living, pushing limit, baby, really give it a check, and yeah, she get it on my mama. Baby finna run up all this check. If you talking and you getting wet, yeah, she do it right for the say. Baby, if I ride for you, if you gon' ride for me? Sit down, do that time with me. Pull up, is he gon' slide with me? Do you have that loyalty? Cause that's really all I need. Up late night, always chasing green. Shit, you only see in your dreams. Shit feel like a movie scene when we hop out on the scene. Pull Gen 5 with that red beam. Now they laying 6 feet. Baby, if I ride for you, with you gon' ride with me. Oh, love you, that time with me. Is you, baby, if
It's
I ride
Phantom.
for you, is you gon' ride for me. Sit down, do that time with me. Pull up, if you gon' slide with me. Do you have that loyalty? Cause that's really all I need. Late night, always chasing green. Shit, you only see your dream. When we pop up on the screen, shit feels like a movie scene. Or Gen 5 with that red beam. Now they laying 60. Baby, if I ride for you, with you gon' ride with me. Sit down, do that time with me. Hold up, bitch, you gon' slide with me.
It's Phantom.
Okay. What y'all want to see, man? What y'all trying to see, man? Let's see what it do, man. Mm,
Hey, 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 brother, hey, hey, hey,
look,
hey, hey, my niggas snakes and gorillas. Hey, my niggas gorillas. Hey, my niggas ace and gorillas. Hey,
my niggas ice and gorillas. Good fuck, how you feeling? All these bands finna hit the damn ceiling. Duck up that boat, you know me landing. I be really feeling this motherfucker. I be really feeling this motherfucker, but I ain't really gonna do it. If you talking like I'm finna shoot it. Y'all my stopping niggas. 209 up in this bitch, so what's poppin', nigga? Y'all really doing this bitch. I'm trying to get this color, nigga. There ain't no stopping it. All good. Finna get it. Talking all that shit that you know you finna get it. Hey, bro, I'm finna spit it. I be in this bitch every day. I'm trying to get it. Hey, but hold up, running back. I'm trying to spit it. And all these bands that I'm getting on the spit. All these bands that I'm getting on the spitter. You know what I mean? Now you gotta put it in the blender. This shit away, you gotta spittle. Every day, yeah, this shit ain't no riddle. Hey, and this shit getting vertical. And we never move civil. And this shit getting vertical. And we never move civil. And never move civil. You'll never move civil. Gotta pull out the dribble. If you talking all that shit, hey, put my head on the swivel. You never move civil. Gotta keep it on the. Hold up. And we never move civil. Gotta pull out the dribble. Let's say, hold up. And we never move civil. Gotta keep my head on the
Too
swivel.
raw.
And never move civil. Gotta run out the dribble. Gotta run out the dribble. I'm researching the film.
Too raw.
boy, second. Hold up. Knock, 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 knock. Nobody was home. Knock, 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 knock. Nobody was home. Hey, bitch, give me a choke.
No.
Knock, 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 knock. Nobody was home. Knock, 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 knock. Nobody was home.
Nobody was home.
Knock, 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 knock. Nobody was home. Give me a choke.
Give me the choke.
Knock, knock, nobody was home. The bitch getting knocked. And you know that she giving the choke. Talking all that shit, then you know that we finna blow. I be balling this bitch. I ain't never needed a coat. Hey, put her right deep in her throat. And I ain't proud of you. Tell the code, man. When we riding first class, never in coach. See, I'm sitting here and bro like Daddy and Roach. I only let's go. All up on the bitch, and you know that she give a choke. In the PayPal, cash out of Zelle, like what you say, hey. Hey. Nobody was home. Nobody was home. Just for your show. Late night, she hitting the phone, she got the toe. Trap booming, and you know she's giving dough. I ain't really fucking with the bitch, she giving dough. I ain't fucking with the dough, bitch. I really want to know quick. Let me know quick. Cause we on that dope shit. We are on that fucking dope shit. Yeah, this shit getting spooky. Yeah, we are on that kicking dope shit. Shit like every other doses. I be getting this bitch and I be going up on that poster. Why you mad at me, bitch? Cause she kills. Now you lose. I be every day and I'm getting it. I don't really give a fuck what they talking. They ain't getting it. I don't really give a fuck what they talking. They ain't living it. And that shit is a gimmick, man. Going like from the veteran, like I said, man. Ooh, that shit pop, blood. Hold on, my bad, man. I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh, it's his what's his bottle, but it didn't spill it. It just hit the floor. It's good. It says right here. Mom, that there's a number right here, and it says that you can call the number and it's room service. And I called the number and it seemed real. You gotta press a certain button.
So, no, did they left from the kitchen here to get the food from Judge's?
Oh no. I might go back to Denny's in a little bit. Let's see what's up. You can't get me sitting up like that, man. We gotta put on something for y'all, man, so y'all can watch this, man. Come on, man. Watch this, man. We watch something, man. Something. Well, watch this motherfucker. Boom. I got that 12 thing, man. It's good though. We watch this little game.
World. And so after 2 appearances, one of which was actually distributed to the world on your podcast, which is the Bryce Crawford podcast.
Yeah, you got it.
The Bryce Crawford YouTube channel. Here we are. Now I've got you on No Jumper. Welcome to the table.
Dude, thanks for having me. And I gotta say, you were the man for coming on a second time when our footage got corrupted.
Yeah.
I appreciate that a ton. That was
my pleasure.
I appreciated that.
You're a very persistent guy, because I wasn't really trying to do it, or at least I was trying to push it back until the point where I couldn't really remember what we talked about the first time. But hit me up a couple times. I'm like, all right, I got to go back. So
thanks for doing that. It actually meant a lot. So thank you.
No, yeah, my pleasure, man. So how's everything going in your life? It's been a minute. I feel like I ended up getting on George Janko's podcast because of the fact that my appearance on your podcast did so well.
Oh, dude. Well, that's great. Yeah, I love George, man. I'm glad that you guys got to chat. And that was that in LA?
Yeah, like I don't know if it's his house, but he has like some apartment that I went to that he was filming out of. But that was cool because I never got a chance to meet him before.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I actually watched it. That was so encouraging. I loved y'all's conversation. It was great.
Oh yeah. I'm hyped to hear that, man. Thanks. So okay, our podcast was not a year ago, maybe 8 months ago.
Yeah,
like
yeah. Actually,
was it a year ago?
It was over a year ago.
It was?
Yeah.
Time flies. What's been going on in your life since then, before we get into your whole story and everything?
Well, I got married in January.
Oh, wow.
So thank you. I got married in January. We've been doing podcasts. So we've increased the number of podcasts, and, we're traveling, going in the street, talking to people about Jesus and stuff like that. So just increase in the impact, increase in volume and everything in between, and marriage and friendships and getting used to LA and all that stuff. So yeah, it's been great.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Wait, you're how old?
22.
22. Throughout my life, the vast majority of people who I've seen that got married in that sort of like 20, 21, 22 zone, historically, almost never works out. So, but my wishes are that your relationship is going to go the distance. What made you feel like you wanted to get married so young?
Well, I mean, I'm a Christian, so like I wanted to like have that commitment. I wanted to make a commitment to my wife, and so we dated for 2 years, and she's Christian as well. So I kind of watched like how she lived her life, how she dealt with hard things, like how she spent time with Jesus. Jesus was a priority to her and stuff like that. And so then just making that step of commitment was just one way I wanted to honor God, was just to commit myself to my wife. And then we got married in January, and dude, it's been the best thing ever.
Really? What changed with the marriage?
Well, the Bible says he who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord. So there, like the Bible just says that you get this grace from God when you get married. And I got to just see this new perspective of God's love for me because of getting married, because the Bible describes Christ as like the bridegroom and believers as the bride. And so that imagery kind of came to life for me when I got married.
I guess like the precautions or the reasons why I would kind of advise the average person not to get married so young is because I feel like when you're 21, 22, I know even for myself, like I changed so much between 22 and 32. And I feel like a lot of people are not even really started on their journey of discovering who they are when they're at that age. And I feel like the more life experience you have, the more likely it is for your relationship to work in the long run. Like for me personally, by the time I got married when I was 36, I believe it was, maybe 37, I felt like I was ready for it because I had lived so much. Partying was just like over for me at that point. I was just like completely done with it. The allure of more and more women, which obviously I'm aware of the irony that I do what I do for a living, but a lot of that had kind of gone away where I felt like much more like complacent or like ready to be in a long-term relationship. And I feel like a lot of people that I know when they're 22 just have so much living to do. They change so much after that. Like, but do you feel like you feel like the time that you could have spent hunting for the best possible option in a wife, it's better to just get into the relationship, and then any issues that you run into, if it's maybe not the perfect pairing, God is going to come in and sort of help you work through those things?
Well, I mean, I don't want people to rush into anything. I definitely think I like the idea of people getting married young and having kids. I like that idea because, number one, when you have Jesus in the center of everything, you're allowing, from the Christian perspective, the God that created everything to lead your life. I think it's a great leader to have. So you're allowing him to kind of dictate the decisions you make, the piece you move on, things like that. But number two, like as a Christian, I try to surround myself with people that aren't impressed by me, like not yes men. I would assume that you don't want to surround yourself with yes men either.
Maybe a few,
like he's like looking at everyone else in the room right? Like you want to surround yourself with people that aren't impressed by you. And so like I surrounded myself with a lot of good mentors and friends that would have been like, hey, you probably shouldn't be with her, or you should be with her, or she's great. And I brought her around my family and my friends and got their thoughts, and around my mentors, and everyone had nothing great things to say about her. And then we invited people into our life to be a part of our story, and the good and the bad. And so that helped making the decision, so if you find someone that you feel like you want to marry, I mean, obviously as a Christian, you got to test it with scripture, be equally yoked, make sure you guys are chasing the same goal, which is Jesus. If I married a non-Christian at 22, then my relationship wouldn't work out.
Given how Christian you are, yeah, definitely you wiping up a Muslim does not seem like the path forward. Yeah.
I mean, if I married anyone that wasn't Christian, it just wouldn't work out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Just going to debate it all the time?
Yeah,
but sometimes you do, like, especially with older couples. Like, I've known some couples over the years that are in their 40s or 50s and just completely on opposite sides of the fence, religion-wise, and they just doesn't seem to bother them, which is very strange to me. Or, but like, I could kind of understand like an atheist and like maybe like the other person's Christian, but doesn't take it that seriously or isn't talking about it 24/7, and maybe they can jive. But like Muslim and atheist, or Muslim and Christian, or Jew Christian, it's like you just like don't. If either party takes it in any way serious, you don't agree on all of, like, not all, but so many of like the most important facets of what life is. I don't see how that could really work.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like I you know, if I wasn't a believer and I was wanting to get married, I would only be getting married because, you know, maybe I thought someone was attractive, or maybe because I could benefit off them. But you know, like as you get older, it's not about how your body looks, you know, like you grow older, people adapt. You know, we get different hobbies, we do different things, we grow and we get old. And then, you know, by the time I'm 60, I know that my wife doesn't like me because I'm going to be bald and have gray hair and maybe a hunchback. You know, it's like she likes me for me and my personality, and we connect and we go deeper and we relate to Jesus. And so I think that was a big reason why it was easy for me to get married young, was because I knew like our priorities were not temporary. You know,
Right.
it was Jesus. That was the rock. And then everything has been built off that.
She's still in college, or she's
No, she wasn't in college. I graduated college.
Okay.
Yeah. So I did college and stuff like that, but she was not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. How much of the decision to get married is based on the fact that you were saving yourself for marriage, I believe, right?
It actually had not as much to, yeah, I was saving myself to marriage, and you know,
So you never let one sneak in before you got real into Christianity?
I never had actual legitimate sex until I became a Christian.
With some sin behavior?
Yeah, before I was a Christian, yeah, I struggled with watching pornography. I struggled with stuff like that. I made decisions with girls, but I'd never had actual sex.
Mm-hmm.
So when we were getting married, like, yeah, that's obviously like a great benefit, but that wasn't like my leading leg. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to get married because I'm like trying to get down in bed. And honestly, like that's why we dated for 2 years. You know, I feel like if that was like the ultimate decision, we would have dated for like less than a year. You know what I mean? And I think that's a very shallow reason for someone to get married, just because like if you're like, I think it's so cringe if you're a Christian and you're like, I want to get married because I want to have sex. I'm like, that is such a shallow, that's a really bad reason to want to get married. You're making like a lifelong commitment to someone just so you can have like, you know, sex. It's just kind of silly. But yeah, that was like a blessing and a benefit, but yeah, not the reason.
Definitely. Okay. Like you said that she's not a yes man, or that she questions you and stuff like that, but like you being at the forefront of being, you know, realistically probably one of the most popular Christian content creators, at least on YouTube and everything. I'm sure there's tons of people I don't know about, but to what extent do you feel like you need her to kind of be questioning your decisions and what you're choosing to do with your business and your career, versus just being fully in your corner, supporting you every step of the way? What's that balance like for you?
Yeah, like, so she's like my strong tower, biggest champion, loves the mission, loves Jesus, wants to see people know Jesus. So we're right there and she's about it. Now, when I mean like she'll challenge me and sharpen me, is like, she'll just keep it real. You know, she'll tell me if she thinks, because she's seeing the most vulnerable side of me because we're the closest to each other. Like, Lena sees a side of you that no one else is going to see. You know what I mean? So if she says something to you, it's going to have more gravity to you than if I like looked at you and was like, Adam, you should probably cut this out. You're like, Bryce, you don't even know what I'm doing 6 days out of the week.
Right.
So it's like that same idea with Maddie. But Maddie, as like from a biblical standpoint, she's trusting me as the man to listen to God to make decisions, not just with our marriage, but with career and stuff like that. So there's a trust factor there. We both pray, we lean into it. Maddie's obviously going to trust me to be the leader. But, you know, if I'm making a decision and she's like, well, I noticed this thing about you and I feel like that may play into why you want the decision, you should check that. Then I'm like, oh, wow, that's good. You know, sometimes it stings a little bit, but I'm grateful for it.
So you consider yourself the leader as the man in your marriage? Like, do you consider your marriage to be 50-50, or is that not really like what the Bible prescribes?
Well, what do you mean by 50-50? Like,
I mean, you know, I feel like, okay, almost nobody like starts a business and makes it 50-50 because of the fact that at some point you have to have a stipulation in the ownership agreement by which, like, if there's a really hard decision to make, that one person is going to be able to make the final call. Like, let's say you're both split on a decision. Do you feel like, as the man, the Bible prescribes that you should have a different level of authority in the relationship?
Well, yeah. So the Bible would say that men and women have different roles. And that doesn't mean like one's of greater or lesser moral value, but we just have like different gifts and different talents and different roles, right? So like for the man, when you're getting married, the book of Ephesians says that you, as a man, should be ready to love your wife the same way that Christ loves us, which is to death. Meaning, like, I got to be ready to die for my wife.
Yeah.
That's not my wife's responsibility to love me in there. And it's like, whoa, what is that? But we just have different roles. Like, men have different roles. We're hardwired differently. We're built differently. We do different things. But if I think that God's leading us to a decision, I'm not forcing Maddie, like bending, her arm to listen to the decision. I approach her with the decision, and then we continuously pray on it. If it's not like, God shines a ray beam down on something, and I'm like, oh, we're doing this no matter what. It's like, okay, if we feel like God's calling us to something, then we're going to keep praying into it and leaning into it and talking to mentors and wise counsel and stuff like that before we make a decision. But she's obviously going to trust me as the leader of the household, because men are typically hardwired more logically and women are typically hardwired more emotionally. And so that's why, like, when you look at making hard decisions, if there's emotions involved, like, yeah, I have emotions too, but from a logical standpoint, I can be able to say, hey, it probably makes sense for us to do this.
Right.
Kind of deal.
Definitely. Yeah. Cause I mean, just my sort of cautionary tale that I've seen throughout my life is, I remember in the BMX world when I was in my early 20s, when I was like 23, 24, tons of Christian pro BMX riders who are getting married around that time. And they're relatively young. A lot of these guys are like 24, 25. And I remember they're hardcore Christians. They're straight edge. They're in relationships, get married. Fast forward a couple years later, they all got divorced in the same year. They all started smoking and drinking and basically became atheists at a certain point. So I wonder if you worry about the idea that as time goes by, that religion could mean less to you, or are there safeguards in your world to prevent against that? Is that something that you've seen with any of your peers? I know you're like kind of on the younger side of things, so you might not have seen as much of that, but is that something that you've encountered, of seeing people sort of stray from the faith?
Well, I mean, I've actually seen a lot of it, a lot more than you would think. Like, really? When I became a Christian, I met like around like 100 people who were talking about Jesus on social media in some form or fashion in different ways. And like almost half of them don't follow Jesus anymore.
That's pretty serious.
Which is actually insane. Within 5 years, so from 17 to 22, sprinkled across. And I think there's a couple different reasons why. I think the biggest thing is, if I were to tell myself, oh, that's never going to happen, that would be a danger. If I understand at least anyone has the possibility to fall away from the faith, including myself, then that's a sobering reality to keep me dependent on Jesus. It's like, okay, this can happen to anyone. But I would say, out of confidence, not arrogance or pride, like, I'm confident in Jesus. And so as I spend more time with Jesus and reading my Bible, my faith just increases. Increases. And so, I can't speak on anyone else's that you've met or like their habits or stuff like that. But what I can say is, like, when I don't prioritize my relationship with Jesus, because yeah, Christianity is a religion. It is. But out of every religion, it's the only religion that offers an actual relationship with the God in the religion. Like, if you look at Islam, one name that Allah doesn't have, that the God of Christianity has, is Father. That's an interesting name title that the God of Christianity has, that like the God of Islam doesn't have. And a lot of other religions, it's just like the God's sitting on his high horse in heaven. It's like, work your way up to me. But the God of Christianity meets us where we're at. So like, spending time with him and building the relationship with God is what keeps my faith sustained. So, I would say, like, if people fall away that were once following Jesus, there was probably some sort of pitfall there, or maybe they made a mistake. Maybe they fell into sin and they got too scared and didn't want to say anything. So they hid, and then it built and built and built so much to a point where, like, then they got divorced, and then all their behavior started coming out. And then it's just like, oh, mate, you'd never know what was going on.
And this is the other thing, the other side of that is that those dudes that I'm talking about who sort of strayed from Christianity, whether it was probably in like their late 20s or their early 30s or whatever, a lot of those guys were the most hardcore Christians that you could have imagined. Some of them were like singers in Christian metal bands, and like they're out there, they got their cross on their bike. Or one of the guys I'm thinking of like had a whole controversy because at one point he said like, I'll grind the rail at a school or a government building, but I'm not grinding the rail at the church. And I remember that being like real controversial because it was basically like, well, if you can acknowledge that it's messed up to damage the metal railing in front of the church, how are you not going to apply that same logic to every other building? So just to put it in perspective, that like these are like some of the most hardcore Christians that I've known in my life, to the point where it was so shocking for us to see them turn away from it at some point. But sometimes I feel like the extreme nature of certain people's religious beliefs is kind of what pushes them away. Whereas like a huge percentage of the people that I do podcasts with on here are Christian, but I never hear them talk about it. And realistically, I think like the likelihood of them straying from being Christian is like extremely low because it doesn't really like have that much of an impact on their life. Whereas somebody who really devotes their life to it is quite often the person who just interrogates their beliefs so much that eventually they're able to kind of poke holes in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a difference between emotion and passion, right? Like emotion and zeal. I would call it zeal instead of passion, to give it a better word. Like, dude, I got saved 39 times in like 3 summers in middle school going to church camp.
Wait, define saved.
Like going to the altar and praying a prayer. Okay. I would go to church camp, and by the end of the week, we'd all be like malnourished and crying on the last night where they're preaching. And I'd be like, God, I want to follow you, and it's like
malnourished. What, they're not taking care of you at the church?
No, it's just, you're eating like bad food and you're like always like outside and running around and doing activities and stuff. But that sounds crazy, but it's just true. That's how it was. So I would be like, okay, that's just an emotional response. So again, like I'm making a broad assumption, not just about the people you're talking about, but I'm just in general. It's like when we're looking at people's lives, even Jesus, he doesn't care about noise. He just cares about fruits. There's a passage in scripture where Jesus just like curses this fig tree. And it's kind of like out of nowhere. And people are like, what is that? But the fig tree had all leaves, no fruit on it. And so he was saying like, that's like the Pharisees, the religious guys at the time. They looked holy, but the inside of their heart was dirty. They were wicked. And so, I don't know what walk of life people are on, but I would rather someone be inwardly passionate about Jesus and not like outwardly expressive than vice versa. But the problem is like, if you are inwardly expressive, you're gonna be outwardly expressive. You know what I mean? Because the greatest form of gratitude for Jesus is telling other people about him.
And I mean, most people's version of Christianity is evangelical in nature, where it's not good enough for it to just be a personal thing. You have to kind of want to spread it to people. Some people, varying degrees of forcefulness with that. Some people go knock on doors in other states because they're so intent on spreading their religion, whereas a lot of people might, only talk about it with their friends and family. I know that like I have a lot of, well, not a lot, but I have like, one side of my family is super Christian. Never said a word about it to me. They know I don't believe. They just don't bother to get involved. And, I even kind of noticed that they don't like even really like mention it around me in situations where they might mention it around somebody else. Or if anything, we'll make jokes about the fact that they're religious and I'm not. And I mean, that's one way of looking at it. It does stand out to me, though, that if they really thought that I was going to burn in hell for my religious beliefs, then they probably would be not joking about it. They probably take it a little bit more serious. I feel like you wouldn't really be joking about it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be joking about it. Like, unless like earlier, you made a joke about the irony of like some of the stuff you do. And like, I laughed about that because you made the joke. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to laugh. But right. I think eternity is a big deal.
I mean, us doing podcasts together is kind of elephant in the room. We believe that life is going to play out differently after we pass away. Yeah,
for sure. But yeah, I mean, I definitely would talk about it differently. But hey, you never know. Like a 2026 end of 2026 prediction, you could come to know Jesus.
I could. I think it's possible. Yeah.
I think it's possible too. I mean, from the conversation you had with George Janko, it looked like it was cool to see at least the progression of the conversation seemed, at least every time I see you talk about Jesus, you see a little bit more open-minded.
Internally, I wouldn't say that at all. Actually, I could say that the hardest things I've ever gone through in my entire life, maybe there was a moment where I sat there and thought, man, it would be nice to believe in God right now. And then I even allowed myself to think, like, could you do it? Could you be religious? Could you be convinced? And pretty quickly, I'm just like, hell no. No way. There's no way. I don't got it in me. I just don't believe.
Well, maybe one day it'll come. I mean, wait, I gotta ask, because the first time that you were supposed to come on the pod, you got sick. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah. Oh, that was bad. Yeah. That was like my worst sickness in like many years, that I was just laid up in bed for 4 or 5 days.
And that was like the first time we'd ever texted. Was you were like, dude, I'm sorry, I'm sick. And I was like, do you need me to bring you anything? Like, did that not throw you off? That like we had never met. That was our first text. And I had like offered to bring you soup.
No, I mean, I think you're like, that's kind of your code. You're like nice before anything. Like, and so was I a little surprised? Yeah. I mean, just because like the average person probably wouldn't do that. I guess just because, especially in this day and age, it's like, everybody's like one Postmates order away from having a big bowl of soup. But
Sure.
I mean, it was definitely thoughtful and nice. Yeah.
No, the reason I brought it up is because like, those, I guess those things are other people, or the conversation you had with George, or, maybe small things that you don't think is a God thing, but I would be like, that's a total God thing. Those things in your life, those seeds that are planted. I just don't think it's a coincidence. I think you will come to know Jesus at some point.
I would bet every last dollar I've ever made my entire life that I won't. But, and also, I feel like the more that I have conversations about Christianity, and even, I'm the kind of person, I still watch the Jubilee debates about Christianity and stuff like that, just because it's entertaining. And yeah, there's almost never even a flicker of a second in which I think like, oh, this religious person just made a really good point. For me, I could see when the non-religious person is floundering in the argument or whatever, but for the most part, I feel like you could put like a pretty like baseline intelligence atheist versus like a really, really intelligent religious person. And usually I still feel like the religious person gets whooped on by the atheist.
I think in some cases it does. I think in some cases it definitely doesn't. But that's why, it's just in general, Christians got to like read. Yeah. We got to like actually read the Bible.
Just in general, people hop into debates all the time that they're not qualified to be in. And it can be kind of astonishing on the internet. People think that they're going to win a debate when it's, a real structured debate. Like, this isn't a debate. We're just chatting. But in content that's like focused around debating, I see people all the time who think that they're going to win off like vibes or just making stuff off the top of their head. And it's like, if you want to debate serious topics, you're going to have to do a little bit of legwork, because especially as soon as you sit and start having a conversation with somebody who's got statistics for you. Oh yeah, here we go. This is usually pretty bad. Yeah.
I just saw a video the other day. It was like a Catholic guy debating an atheist guy, and the atheist guy quoted some verse from the Bible, and the Catholic guy's like, that's not what that verse says, and the atheist was like, yeah it is, and he read it out loud, and it was totally had nothing to do with the subject. And the atheist guy was like, well, can you look the verse up for me? And it was like super humiliating for that guy, because he's like, you want me to look up a verse for you that you quoted to try to go against me? So yeah, I agree.
It's also just pretty unrealistic to expect even a hardcore Christian to have, huge percentages of the Bible memorized, just because it's such a dense document.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like I went to a private Christian school. So like my senior year, we had to memorize like an entire chapter, like over the course of a semester. And that was a lot. I know some people that have an entire gospel memorized, which I'm just like, I don't know how you do that.
I don't have that kind of brain. I know people who are able to like memorize extremely dense documents, and like, you're even like, I'll watch Destiny, like spend an hour, a couple hours, like researching something online on stream, and then he'll just be able to sort of like recite it verbatim. And I'm just like, how do you do that? Like, that would never happen to me.
I want a brain like that. I want to be able to absorb information like that.
Definitely. So, okay, let's rewind the clock a little bit. Tell us about where you were at that got you into Christianity and how you found God, for the people out there who don't know too much about you.
Yeah, I grew up in Georgia. So I grew up Bible Belt in the South. I went to church on Sunday. I went to a private Christian school, but I saw a lot of hypocrisy. So I think that was like something, a part of your story too, if I remember from last time we spoke. Was
what kind of hypocrisy are we talking though?
Well, first of all, we had people in church environments and my school environment and in my hometown that would tell me to live my life one way, but then I would see them doing the total opposite of what they were telling me to do. And I was a little confused. And then we had a church that was in our city where the pastor at the time had stolen $1 million from the church, cheated on his wife, and ran.
Wow.
And I was like, if that's the mouthpiece of God, I don't want anything to do with God. And just like, the big hypocrisy was like that. And then people tell me how to live my life one way. And then I would like see them out at it. Like, they'd be like, hey, don't drink. It's bad for you. You shouldn't get near alcohol. And which I've actually never asked about alcohol, but that's not why. They would be like, hey, don't drink alcohol. And then I'd see them getting drunk at a restaurant on the weekend. I'm like, what is going on? So that was just like the contradictory hypocrisy. And then,
but Christianity kind of forces you into a weird box there, right? Because it's like drinking wine is part of the faith, but getting drunk is something that should be strictly avoided.
Yeah. But then again, like, alcohol is different. Like, I don't know if you drink, but
pretty much almost never, but I'll have a couple shots once in a while, like at a party or something, just to loosen up a little bit. But I basically stopped getting drunk in 2019.
So like sober-mindedness is different for everyone. Like I've never had a beer. So if I have a beer, like I'd probably be off the walls in here right now.
You'd be surprised. I think if you had a beer, you would understand at least a little bit of why alcohol is so popular, but it wouldn't give you a hangover the next day or anything like that. But then if you had 5 beers, now we're talking. Yeah, you're probably going to really get a vibe of why this is dangerous. Yeah. And if you have 15 beers, you're going to be puking on the street. That's not going to be good. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I want that. I don't even think I want one. So it's great. We're chilling.
If I could take back, I don't want to say if I could take back anything in my life, but for sure, drinking is probably one of the things I regret the most in my life, because I think it was so obvious to me in my early 20s that this was not my thing, and that I just really didn't have much of a reason to spend so much time drinking. And I just sort of went along with the crowd because it just became normalized to me over time of just seeing so many of my friends having a good time out drinking. And I just feel like I would be further along in life if I had the gumption to just say, all right, this isn't for me. I'm going to go to the bar. I'll hang out with you guys. I'll kick it, but I'm just not going to do it. Drinking.
No, yeah, for sure. Everyone's different. Some people, I know for me that if I did start drinking alcohol, I would probably have a bad time controlling it. So that's another reason why I don't drink. But also I just think I think it's wise. I don't want to be swayed in decision making. I want to be sharp and disciplined and stuff like that. And so, but yeah, alcohol isn't necessarily a problem. It's drunkenness in the Bible. But that was a big hypocrisy that I saw that rubbed me the wrong way. That was okay, we're talking about don't abuse any substances, but I'm watching you guys go crazy in the middle of the week or on the weekends.
Yeah.
What's going on. Then in the 8th grade, my granddad got pancreatic cancer and was in the hospital. And my family was like, you go to Christian school, so you need to go tell your grandfather about Jesus. So, he goes to heaven. And at the time, I'm like, I don't care about Jesus. So I didn't go. And he died in the hospital. And so that's when I started blaming God for killing my grandfather. So that was the big, where I'd already been having a hard time with a little bit of depression here and there. But then that moment took me into this pit of depression and anxiety where I had it every day. I was a big people pleaser. I was trying to find myself in things like porn, told you girls and stuff like that. And I'd never drank or did drugs, but I was doing a whole lot of different things, sports, trying to find identity, people please. And I would have been a different person to you than I would have been to him and him, so that, we could, maybe y'all's affirmation would make me feel good. Did that for about 4 years. And then at 17, I was going to take my life on Christmas of 2020.
And so before you even get into that, when I'm picturing a teenager having this sort of constant depression and stuff, what would you identify it as? What were the repeating thoughts that you were dealing with? Was it just the fact that you didn't feel like you knew who you were, or but that's not going to drive you to thinking about taking your own life, right?
So the depression anxiety would be so I would go to school, right? And I was a people pleaser. So I would try to get everyone to like me, but deep down, I'm always thinking about oh, I'm not doing enough, or I'm paranoid that I'm making people upset, or, oh, what are people going to think if they actually know the real me? Or, oh, I'm ashamed because I have this awful self-worth, or this deep sadness in my chest and in my body. So then when I would go home, I would lay in bed and I would just cry because I hated myself. I hated the way I looked. I hated the way I felt. I hated the way my brain thought. I hated my personality. I hated who I was trying to be by getting other people. And then I would look at myself in the mirror and I would just hate everything about my physical appearance. And so it was just this mentality. And then on top of that, a big part of it was when my grandfather died, I blamed myself, because even though I didn't care about Jesus, because of how I was raised in Christianity, I was He doesn't know Jesus. He's going to hell.
Mm.
So then I blamed myself because I was like, oh, I didn't go to the hospital when I was asked to, and he died.
Do you think that he would have been accepting of you arguing in favor of Christianity? I'm sure, like, as a grown man, he probably had plenty of people tell him about God, right?
Well, so my grandma that he was married to is an absolute saint. Like, she loves Jesus. She's still alive. She's the best. She visited the hospital instead and had a conversation with him, and he rounded the corner and put faith in Jesus. But I didn't find out until later on.
Oh, interesting.
So I found out after what happened on that Christmas day that that's what had happened, because I was too afraid to talk to my grandma. I felt bad. Like, I felt guilty that, like, I didn't go. And so, you know, I don't think he would, because we always had conversations and stuff like that. Like, I say we as in like my grandma or like my family, because we all went to church. So it'd be like, hey, do you want to come to church? And he wouldn't come to church unless it was like a major holiday, you know, like a Christmas or an Easter or something. But even then, like, sometimes he didn't show up. But it wasn't like he hated God. I don't think he would have identified himself as an atheist or anything. He was just kind of like,
yeah,
it was almost like he just existed and went through the motions kind of thing.
Right.
So that was kind of really what the depression was like, and anxiety was for me. And then, yeah, I just got to the point where the whole reason I wanted to end my life wasn't because I wanted to die. It was just because I wanted the depression and anxiety to go away. And nothing I was doing was working. Like, none of the escapism, none of the porn, none of the anything was working. So I went to Waffle House for my last meal, and I didn't have a hallucination. No one preached to me, and I'd never done drugs. So I had a supernatural encounter with Jesus where he revealed himself to me and stopped me from taking my life. And so I prayed a prayer. I just said, Jesus, if you're real, take away my anxiety and depression, because this is why I want to take my life. And he took away my crippling anxiety and depression. I haven't had it since that day. It's been over 5 years. And that was like my foot in the door with Jesus.
No, yeah, that's impressive for sure. So how do you get into content creation, and how do you get to the point you go from just being a regular kid to getting so much attention on you that you're doing podcasts that are getting millions of views? How do you transcend that?
Well, I was doing content before.
Was it the street interview type stuff?
Before Jesus?
Oh, okay. But well, that's some of your older content that I've seen is you sort of just talking to people on the street about God. But what were you doing before that?
No, I still do that. Yeah. So that's like one section. Yeah. So before I was a Christian, I was making prank videos.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So I would like make videos, and I would try to sell them to World Star, which is like, that's like some crazy lore. But I would like sell the videos to World Star. So
what kind of pranks though? Were you doing like deviant sort of stuff, or was it pretty tame?
It was like pretty tamed, but like I kind of knew how to make it go viral, I guess. So because it was weird. It's like I wanted to make a prank video, but I was like kind of a stickler for the rules. So I did this one where I saw, well, actually this was by accident, but this is the one that kind of like helped everything at the time. I was lighting a firework in my neighbor's yard, and it bent over and exploded in the yard and caught the neighbor's lawn on fire. And like I sold that to World Star, and I was doing like fake poop pranks, or like a COVID prank where I'd go to the mall and like fake sneeze on someone and stuff like that. Like I would try to do it as harmless as possible, or like I would call the pizza guy and get him to come deliver pizza. And then I'd be like, dude, I don't know who to talk to, but like I'm in love with my cousin. I don't know what to do. And like, you know, I would like do stuff like that.
Right. Which is not evil, but it's probably not godly either, right?
Yeah. It's just kind of like, it's just stupid.
Wasting a random person's time. You know?
Yeah. I would always feel really bad just like leaving and being like, man, I probably jacked up that person's day.
Well, because I always think about how interesting it is that I saw Gideon quickly rising to becoming like one of the biggest content creators, and a huge percentage of his stuff was prank oriented a couple of years ago, and I was watching all of it, and then he sort of had this moment where he was like, this stuff just doesn't align with my Christian faith, and he just fell back on it.
Yeah and like at least for me, I didn't really care about the pranks. It was just popular at the time. It was the meta. Like everyone, like Danny Duncan was huge.
So many people who don't do pranks anymore became huge because of pranks. Fousey, Nelk Boys, like just so many of these guys. That's just sort of the way in. Yeah. So that's what I was trying to ride the wave, really. But I was getting burned out because I like felt bad, and I really some pranks were hard. I didn't like for a lack of better terms, I just hated pissing people off for no reason, you know? So that kind of bothered me. So then when I became a Christian, I had no intention to necessarily make videos, but then I was so passionate about telling people about Jesus because he saved my life.
I just immediately started propping up my phone and talking and talking and talking. So sharing my faith has always been just a part of me on and off camera. And then in 2024, I started recording us traveling, going to tougher environments where like I would be the minority.
Okay.
And
where you're going to like the goth parade and stuff like that.
Yeah, like Pride Parade, Satanic Temple, stuff like that.
Right.
Burning Man. We went to Burning Man, which was actually insane. And stuff like that, and just like talking to people, because then like for a Christian who's scared to talk about Jesus, if they maybe see me navigate a hard conversation with a Satanist, they can invite their friend to 10 years to church.
Right.
So that's like the plus, and it teaches people skills on how to share their faith.
I feel like if I was Christian and I went to Burning Man, that it would probably be kind of tough not to be like, damn, everybody seems like they're having so much fun and enjoying this music so much that I just want to hang out and have a good time. Like it didn't tempt you to just not to do some wicked stuff, but just to kick it and dance and have fun.
Actually, no, that was like the hardest environment I've ever been in, probably.
Really? What? How come?
Dude, it was like, okay. I mean, you know, have you ever been to Burning Man?
I haven't, but I've watched a decent amount of stuff about it on YouTube.
I mean, bro, it's just like a big week-long drug tripped orgy.
Yeah, that probably stands out a lot in real life, that everybody's loaded beyond belief.
It literally is. Like, I had a guy come up to me and offer me LSD.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, sorry, I don't do drugs. And he's like, oh, then you won't enjoy Burning Man if you're not on drugs. And I was like, well, I'm not like necessarily here to enjoy it either. Like, I'm here like just kind of, I'm actually trying to talk to people like you.
Because it's in the middle of the desert and you have to get like bussed in, right? Like
we would have to drive 2 hours one way to the desert. And then the entrance is like 2 miles long.
Yeah.
Into it, and it becomes the second largest city in Nevada for a week.
Right.
It was insane.
I can enjoy a dance party or going to a club and dancing and drinking or whatever. That's fun. But like the idea of just being so isolated in this camping environment and everybody's just dancing and doing, I mean, that's too much for me.
Well, everyone's either drunk, high, or both. Yeah. And then not everyone, but a lot of people are just naked, running around naked. And just sort of like up to a bunch of crazy stuff. So that was the toughest environment I've ever been.
And that's the irony of that sort of thing that I've sort of realized over the years, is that you have these like DJs who are mega celebrities in this world from just going up there and playing their songs or playing other people's songs or whatever. But typically like they're sober or close to sober. And then meanwhile, the audience is loaded beyond belief. Or like you'll hear people talk about like EDM stuff, and they like people who take the music really serious don't want to acknowledge that like 90% of the fan base is loaded beyond belief in the crowd. You know, like they just want, like, because for me, I have really enjoyed electronic music at times, typically when I was fucked up, like when I was getting really messed up, you know, that really helps you enjoy that music a lot. I never really felt like that at like a rap show, like, wow, I need to be drunk as hell to enjoy this.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think like house music is like evil or anything, you know, like I don't think it's evil.
Yeah, but it feels kind of like designed to do drugs too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for sure.
Just repeating like, over and over, and the pounding of the bass is kind of like
it probably would be 10 times more enjoyable if you were on multiple substances at one time, for sure. You know, but yeah, that was like the darkest environment, because it would be like, you would have like a tent, someone sleeping in, next to an electrolyte station, next to a bus with blacked out windows with times on when to have group sex in there, next to, literally, it was called the orgy bus, next to like an 18-foot moving pirate ship.
Wow.
That was mobile, like moving in the desert, next to another electrolyte station, next to, you know, a museum of naked mannequins or whatever. Next up, it's just like odd.
Really hedonism, like personified right there. This is like people who are going to this place to just enjoy the most base sort of human pleasures of the flesh.
Yes. Yeah. 1000%. It was like a 21st century battle.
Yeah. Doesn't really like stand for anything else. It's just pure enjoyment of sin.
And people got so I said that, like I got to go on Sean Ryan's podcast, and I was like talking to him about that, and people that go to like the Burning Man diehards were so upset that I said that.
Really?
And I'm just like, if anyone went there, they would agree with me.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I don't care if you're upset. If anyone went there, you'd be like, yeah, he was right, you know?
And I know what you're talking about too, because now that I'm like mostly sober, I go to parties all the time, and maybe we'll take a shot or two, but for the most part, I'm like 90% sober. And the people that like, I see girls at these parties and they're off Molly and their jaws moving side to side, and their eyes are huge and they're grinding their teeth together and stuff. And I just am constantly struck by the fact that if you're on the same drugs or you're loaded like they are, this all seems totally normal. But being a sober person in that environment, it's just like, wow, this is hard to take. Like the idea that like this is how people are operating in this environment. And, I understand like, go have a good time, but as a sober person, you just see it through completely different eyes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm grateful that we can enjoy life sober.
Yeah.
And anyone that says that they can't enjoy things unless they're drunk or high is really concerning.
Yeah.
Those people that are like, I can't be social unless I drink, or like I can't be social unless I like smoke or something. It's just like, that just breaks my heart, because I'm like, oh, that's just not true, Yeah.
And especially like for me, I'm a person who I'll take like I used to smoke weed every single day, and now I've like really practiced and like forced myself to be able to just not do it for a month and just make sure that I feel fine. And I'm always kind of shocked by the way that it feels. It used to feel so essential to me, like I need to smoke to get through the day, and now I just really feel like I can take it or leave it. And if anything, it's probably better to leave it, just because as much as like weed is kind of like the one drug that is fun when you're doing it, and then you wake up the next day and you're not like in pain, like the way that when you drink, you just feel like you're dying the next day. But even that, just like the little hangover, just feeling a little foggy in the head is, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like worth it a lot of times.
I've heard of some people that I know that smoked weed said that like it made them slower.
For sure. That's why I like didn't mostly smoke like while
like do you feel sharper that you yeah
for sure.
Okay.
Like it definitely just thinking of the next best thing to say, thinking about like where I'm going to take this conversation next, etc. It feels like weed just doesn't really lend itself to that. And I know people like a Burner who wrote that book right there is the guy who created Cookies, which is kind of like the biggest weed strain of all time. He's telling me that everything he does, he'll smoke, get super, super high, and just go to business meetings with important people and all this stuff. And I'm just like, man, I feel like if I walk in front of a CEO and I just smoked a blunt to the face, I am a distinctly worse version of myself, at least for the purpose of having a coherent conversation with this guy. Like if I'm sitting in my room watching TV or working on my computer or whatever, I can smoke and I'm fine. But like in terms of doing like serious stuff where you need to interact with other people, I think that's demonstrably worse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to be on the side of the spectrum that's like, just don't do it, period.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think that it's interesting that when the Bible talks about alcohol, it says don't be drunk with wine, but be filled with the Spirit, for it is a waste. I think it's funny how you call it being wasted when we're, super drunk or, crossed or whatever it may be.
Right. I mean, one of the biggest changes about drugs, though, honestly, like throughout my life, is that when I was younger, if you wanted to do mushrooms, you would have to like get a bag of mushrooms from some guy. And then typically people would just take way too much and just freak out and just have this crazy experience where you're sort of paranoid and losing your mind, whatever. Same thing with acid. Same thing with, I know so many people that like would just eat, a huge weed brownie and just puke and just freak out or whatever. But now so many people do like small amounts of drugs, like in the sense that they have mushroom gummies, and I'll like see people like, oh, I did mushrooms last night, and I'll see the amount that they took, and I'll be like, that is so different than what doing mushrooms meant when I was a kid, because now people are able to like take much smaller increments of things and have experiences that are probably like much, much better because they're doing a lot less of that thing, which is kind of that's a huge change between generations, I think.
Yeah. I guess when you say the doing mushrooms, my mind goes to that first example that you did, but I would only hear that really like a decade ago.
Yeah,
that's like, and then that would be what's kind of going on there. But now I guess the accessibility to drugs has increased, which that scares me as a human being, because I'm just like, man, I want people to use critical thinking skills. I want them to turn to other things than drugs. I want them to turn to the gifts God's given them. I want them to turn to Jesus, and all the above.
But that's like a good direction from your perspective that the world has gone in, is that young people are just drinking so much less. You got nightclubs and bars shutting down all over the country because drinking is just not as essential a part of life as it seemed when I was a kid. But I guess the other side of that is that I think a lot of those same people that aren't as interested in going out and spending hundreds of dollars drinking alcohol at the bar are maybe smoking weed or doing, other drugs that are probably a lot less expensive and don't involve like going to this place to pay for it and stuff like that. But I mean, just alcohol use in general is just plummeted for the current generation.
Oh, well, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great thing. I mean, I think that has a lot to do with just people wanting truth, because like phones are such a gateway vice for everything. I mean, you can get anything from your phone. I mean, you just said it earlier, like when we talked about the soup thing, it's like you could have just DoorDashed soup to your house.
Right.
It's like you can get access to anything you want in large quantities in such a short amount of time on your phone. I think people are just tired of fake stuff. Like it's like beer doesn't do anything. It's like you wake up, you're hungover, and the only way to get it done is either thug it out or drink more to get over the hangover.
Yeah.
And then, you're back again. It's, well, if the beer would have worked, it would have only taken one beer. But like, why do we keep having to go to beer?
But also people are so much more health conscious now. And beer, realistically, if you were going to get messed up, is the only thing that you could get messed up doing that has a really large amount of calories associated with it. That if you want to get drunk,
does have a lot of calories.
You're talking like 1,000+ calories realistically, whereas like every other drug that you could think of is 0 calorie, or it might have the opposite effect, is going to make you really not eat for long periods of time.
The health movement's kind of growing right now. Are you on like a health kick, or?
I'm always, on the spectrum. It's like I work out every day, but then when it comes to eating, I'm not like as strict as I should be. I'm really tempted by these GLP ones, man. I was thinking about getting on one, but
what is that?
I was like Ozempic or whatever. It kind of just takes away your hunger.
Dude, you do not need Ozempic. You look great.
But I know so many people are on it and they love it.
Oh, that's my biggest pet peeve with the Ozempic. I'm just like, oh my gosh, go work out. Like that. Yeah. That's gonna get clipped and people are gonna get so upset. I do not care. If you actually, I love Ozempic for people that actually have legitimate health needs,
right,
that like can't get up, that can't work out. You need Ozempic. Great. But a lot of people that I know that are taking Ozempic do not need it, are pumping it in their body, and then they're just addicted to the looks. So they're like anorexic and super skinny. And then I'm like, okay, is it really healthy for you or is it not healthy? It's like, just go to the gym.
Yeah, but I mean, go to the gym has like always been kind of the easy prescription for people. But I feel like, to a lot of people, the idea that the amount that they would have to limit their calories in order to really lose weight is so dramatic and so difficult that it's pretty like understandable for me, like why a lot of people kind of can't do it on their own. And as a person who's like lost large amounts of weight multiple times in my life, it almost feels like it's harder now for me to restrict calories and actually like focus on getting in shape, because I know that there's this thing that exists out there that a lot of people that I know are on, that basically creates the scenario in which you're going to lose weight, which is basically like, hey, you take this stuff, you inject it into your stomach once a week or whatever, and it basically makes it so that you just don't want to eat, that you want to eat like a very small amount of calories that's super easy to lose weight on. Whereas like, throughout my life, like the amount of self-control it took to lose weight was always like something I was really proud of. But knowing that other people are able to do it by just taking this medication that realistically, from what I could tell, has like almost no negative side effects if you do like the proper dosage, that the knowledge that exists makes it harder, I think, for me to really restrict calories now, which is hard. I have to like figure out how to get around that if I want to really lose weight.
No, I kind of know what you're saying. Again, I don't have the problem with people who actually genuinely need Ozempic taking Ozempic.
Right, because I have friends who have lost hundreds of pounds, people who are like morbidly obese and probably will live 10, 20 years longer because of that medication, which yes, they could have worked out and gone to the gym and ate healthy, but realistically, a lot of these people were trying that for like 20 years and just couldn't pull it off. And then this basically magic trick.
Yeah, I am grateful for that. But most of the people that I know are taking it do not need it. And in my opinion, like a woman is not going to be attractive to the cheap route. A woman likes discipline. And so when they see a woman going to the gym, dialed on the diet, actually working out and not making excuses on being like, oh my gosh, I'm going to like, go, I'm going to go pop a needle and take Ozempic and get super skinny. A woman doesn't want some like super skinny guy. A woman wants a disciplined guy, one that's got hard discipline, because that discipline overflows outside of the gym into other areas.
Such a huge percentage of the people I know on Ozempic are women.
Oh, see, it's the opposite for me. I only know mostly dudes on Ozempic.
Interesting.
So, well, granted, you do work with a whole lot more women than I probably.
But not just the porn stars and stuff. I'm talking just like mom's world or whatever. We all go out to eat, and I'm noticing like she just ate half a hamburger and like 6 fries. Like for sure her appetite is probably bigger than that if left to its own devices.
Yeah. No, for sure. I'm just like, oh man, dude, I'm so glad you brought this up, because I've been having this conversation so many times with so many of my guy friends, because they're just like taking Ozempic as a cheap way out. And I'm like, dude, that's so unsustainable. Why? Like,
but what if it is sustainable? Because I know people who've been on years and years and don't seem to have any kind of negative health effects. And that is what kind of sells me on it, is that, like, granted, like the way I grew up, of if you want to get in shape, you got to work out and you got to do cardio and you got to eat strict, and like that's how you lose weight. And so it does seem kind of cheap, but when you see a medication that seems like it's able to help people so much with like no negative health consequences, which granted we don't know what they might discover about it 10 years from now, but based on everything I've seen, it's kind of like it's hard for me to find the negative side of it, because I think we're so used to so many drugs having this negative consequence. Like, yeah, if we were both on steroids, we'd be big and strong and that would be great. But it's super easy to figure out what the negative things associated with steroids are. I kind of feel like Ozempic and all the other GLP-1s are kind of not like that, where there isn't this negative thing associated with it.
Well, like, I mean, again, we don't have like a lot of study on Ozempic. Same with like peptides. Like right now, everyone's amped up on peptides.
Well, it is a peptide.
I just mean like peptides, other peptides in general. Like we don't have like a lot of research on it. But like the sign of taking the cheap way out to me is a sign of laziness, and laziness breeds a whole lot of problems more than just like taking a cheap way out. Like whenever if I am getting lazy, that is a sign that like sin will probably creep in my life. And so if I have friends that have an able body, that have bones, that have a body that they can actually be disciplined with, they have good social skills, and they have the capacity to go to the gym and work out, and they can be dialed on a diet, and then they're just like popping Ozempic as a magic trick because they're lazy. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, bro. Like go to the gym and work out and do something hard, because that's what men do. If you want to be a boy, you can go take the cheap way out if you have a good body and go pop Ozempic and be lazy or whatever. But if you want to be a man, someone that loves God and wants to honor God with your body, you're going to work hard, be disciplined, go to the gym and do those things.
But what if you do all those things and then you're also on a GLP-1?
All those things, but you wouldn't need to be on a GLP-1 again, unless you're like someone that's like morbidly obese, that's like has health issues, and then you're like losing all this weight. Your body's like trying to adjust to like the testosterone and you fluctuating things. Again, that's like we're talking about a nuance. I'm talking about a specifically targeted group of people that have able bodies, able souls. Like, cause then you're like seeing, like there's like some fitness influencer that has like no legs and he's like super jacked. And I'm like, that guy's not taking the cheap excuse out. And you're telling me like you're going to go like pop a needle while this guy's got no legs and he's going to go work out right now.
But I think that we have like an association with like drugs that need to be administered via needle, that they're like inherently more dangerous. Like, because we associate with using a needle on yourself with like heroin or steroids, which are like traditionally those are the kind of things that you would have to take. Pretty soon, they're going to have oral Ozempic that you're going to be able to just pop a pill once a day or every couple of days in the morning or whatever. And it's going to be, a lot easier. I think that that's one of the things that really sort of like alienates people and keeps them away from the Ozempic thing at this point, is the fact that you have to shoot it up, which to me is not really scary because I've taken so many medications over the years. You had to do that. But I don't think that there's anything special or different about GLP-1s except for the fact that they're extremely effective and useful to a huge percentage of people. Like I don't really think of it as like the easy way out. It feels like it's, if anything, it's kind of like the smart way out.
I think the net positive of, if you are able-bodied and don't actually medically need Ozempic, I think the net positive is just not copping out and actually working hard. Because like in my life, when I was doing this fitness program, and then I strayed off from it a little bit, and now I'm like dialed back on this fitness program. And that hard work and that discipline overflowed into other areas of my life. And so like, that's why I'm like, if someone is copping out for an easy way out when they don't need something, I'm just like, well, that laziness is going to breed into other areas of your life. Then you might cop it on like, what? Then you might think only success is achievable if you invest in some crazy meme coin on crypto, and then it hits big, and then that's how you're going to make all your money and get rich. It's like, well, that's not ideal. That just like doesn't make sense. So it's like, what's the net positive in?
I just think
life?
that normally when you say like a cop out, you're kind of like saying somebody doing something that is easy instead of doing the thing that is like more honorable or harder. And usually the thing that's easy would like come with some sort of negative consequence. Like for instance, if you are having problems in your marriage and so you cheat, or you go out and get drunk instead of going to couples therapy with your wife or whatever. I understand how that's a cop-out because you're doing something that's inherently bad for you. It might temporarily take your mind off it or whatever, but it's not really like a solution to the thing that you're facing. And meanwhile, like, I just don't really think that the GLP-1s are like that, because it feels like it makes people's lives a lot better, but then there's no real negative side consequence. And yeah, you can work out and you can, eat clean and everything like that. But like, these things kind of need to be done in tandem. Like, you could be on a GLP-1 and, shove cake down your throat. But when I talk to people, they tell me that it's the kind of thing where you don't even really want to eat because food doesn't really taste that good for you. I know, like, for me, the food addiction thing is pretty much like entirely about the fact that just food tastes good. And it's hard for me at 8 p.m. to convince myself, I don't have that extra piece of pizza, because that one piece of pizza is going to be the thing that pushes you into a calorie surplus. That is a hard thing that we all deal with, is like, my wife and my kid are eating ice cream when I get home from work, and I got to say, no, I'm not interested. The GLP-1 like just makes the decision for you. You're actually not interested. Whereas for all those years of me getting in shape or losing weight or whatever, it's like I had to actually have the self-control to say no to the bowl of ice cream, even though in that moment it feels like the most human thing possible to want to take part in that. But I see how it is with people in my life where they'll be in that situation. They'll eat 2 bites of the ice cream and they say, okay, good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm stuffed. It changes your appetite.
I think something having to make the decision for you is a big indicator that there's a bigger problem in someone's life in general, for the most part. Like, if something or someone else has to make a decision for you in an area out of a lack of self-control, that's a big deal. And I'm in the same boat with you. Like, I like the taste of food. So like, I love food too. Like, I'm right there with you. Like, I want to relate. I feel the same way. But when I'm talking about for the person that is able-bodied, has the capacity to go do this, doesn't need Ozempic, I think it is a cop-out because, number one, I mean, the discipline, the hard work, the effort, it overflows outside of just that. Secondly, like, I believe God's given us a body. And I believe we honor God by not being lazy. And so if I'm like just copping out and taking the hard way out, I mean, the easy way out, when like I could be honoring God with my body by going and working out, going on a walk, going on a run, hitting the gym, whatever it may be, doing that. Furthermore, going to the gym helps with testosterone. Where like some people are like, I can only blow off some steam by like hooking up with a girl or a guy. It's like, well, just go work out, go blow off some steam in the gym, go work out. So there's like a bunch of other net positives. So in my mind, and again, like, people are going to probably think like I'm like crapping on people that have like weight problems. Like, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not trying to do that.
You're talking about the people who are taking it to lose the last 20 pounds, not the guy who needs to lose 300 pounds, which I think for that guy, it's easy to accept that, like, this guy taking Ozempic is a way better outcome than him dying when he's 55 because he's so overweight.
Yes. Or the person that is taking Ozempic because they want to they just want to look skinny.
They already look good, but they want to look, shredded to the fucking bone, which to me is kind of like, that's sort of a strange thing for me to see.
It doesn't even like, at least from the people that I know, it hasn't made them shredded. It's just made them insanely skinny. And like, that person that only wants to take it to like look some type of way is the same person that I think has a problem if they want to get a tattoo because they want a girl to think they look sexy. I'm like, you guys both have the same problem. It's just manifesting in two different ways right now. You know what I mean?
I feel it.
It's like, so that's where I'm like, there's a actual root problem there, and we could solve by working hard.
But last thing I'll say, and I realize it's kind of weird for me to go so hard for a medication that I've never actually even tried, even though I plan on trying it at some point. But I feel like a lot of people in my space, like I definitely know a bunch of people who've lost a bunch of weight on GLP-1s that then they just act like they didn't ever do it. And you give them a hard time about it, you make fun of them about it, and they just sort of go quiet or whatever. So like, if I do it, I'm going to get on the podcast and talk about my experience with it, just because I feel like I'd rather live my life out in the open. But the one thing that really strikes me when I hear people talk about it is the number of people who are lifelong nail biters or lifelong cigarette smokers who start doing it, and then they don't feel the need to engage in those behaviors anymore, which is kind of insane to think that those receptors work on the same framework as the desire to eat the pizza is so similarly linked to the desire to smoke cigarettes or do drugs. I've just heard a lot of people talk about how they got on it and just a lot of their other bad behavior just sort of went out the window, which that to me is obviously there's a lot of honor in just quitting smoking cigarettes. We all know that that's probably pretty difficult, but the idea that it could like make people just not really even have interest in those things anymore is like super fascinating.
Yeah, I've actually never heard of that before. That is pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't know what I'd think about that. That's kind of cool. But you're like a fit guy, you know, like you're not overweight.
Yeah, like if I lost like 20 or 30 pounds, everybody would be like, oh, you're in immaculate shape. But that's kind of like the thing about it is that 20, 30 pounds is difficult. Like, man, like 4 years ago, I was in such better shape, and I'm just kind of slowly packing it on. And I know at some point I'm going to have to turn the corner and just go hardcore. And I've tried that a few times over the last couple of months, and it just doesn't feel like it's really kicking in the way that it used to. I mean, part of it is just the lifestyle of like doing podcasts all day. You're just like sitting in a chair all day. Like during my BMX days, oh my God, I was outside.
Oh, you were definitely ripped.
Yeah. I mean, just every single day, your thing is that you're just blasting through calories. And maybe I wasn't eating healthy really almost at all, but I'm blasting through calories just out riding every day. I mean, that like when I look back at photos of myself when I'm 22, 23, I was like, I wasn't going to the gym at all. And I looked amazing because like my work life was just out burning calories all day, every day. That's like you meet a construction guy and they're in like amazing shape.
Yeah.
And they don't have to try at all because their job necessitates them being out lifting heavy stuff all day. Yeah.
Yeah. That is pretty admiring. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So one thing that like really stood out to me about the audience that you're cultivating and the style of Christianity that you're pushing is the fact that when I look at your comment section, I feel like it kind of reminds me of the style of Christianity that I grew up around, which is very positive, very nice. A lot of times when I'm on social media in this day and age, it just feels like more often than not, the Christianity that I'm being exposed to is often taking the form of like extreme cruelty and negativity and sort of just like, they probably wouldn't describe it as hatred, but it seems pretty hateful to me of like the other, whether it's trans people or gay people or people or liberals just in general. I mean, it feels like you're cultivating a sort of different audience. You have an audience of people who are a lot more on like the chill, nice, friendly side of Christianity. Is that something that you're like consciously courting, or is that something that you notice about a lot of the people that present themselves as Christians in our discourse?
Well, I mean, we definitely get hate for sure. I mean, that's obviously there, but yeah, I want to push that because we love authenticity, and I think people like authenticity. So I think there's a part of it where like people are friendly when we have like a non-believer on the pod and they like love the conversation because of authenticity. They're just like, all right, this guy's honest. So it's like, we like it. You know what I mean? Whereas, someone going on there and blowing smoke and then they'd be like, all right, come on. But so yeah, like that's definitely like a conscious effort. I want that culture to be created because I think that's what it means to like love God and bless God. It's like when you are encouraging and loving isn't compromising. It's not like compromising and letting someone do something that you disagree with, but it's just pulling the gold out of someone while calling them higher. And that's honestly what we're trying to do. But like, yeah, I mean, I get hate. Like even we just had a podcast come out with Nicki Minaj.
Saw that.
And we on the wide angle, like I had shorts and they were like kind of like riding up on my leg. And we only had wide angle and my tight angle. So the wide angle was a lot. And people were like giving me a bunch of crap, like, yo, don't wear shorts next time. Don't wear shorts. Like they were like giving me a hard time, but
as if you might somehow expose yourself.
Well, they were like riding up on me because of how like low the couch was and I was sitting, but I tried to wear pants, just the dryer broke and we were traveling and my pants were sopping wet. So it's like, so like there was like a misunderstanding. So there's definitely like sometimes people get like upset about small things like that. It's whatever. But I would say for the most part, everyone's pretty positive and excited and stuff like that.
Well, I'll give you like an example is that like, I think it was Michael Knowles, who's from the Daily Wire, and he's like a big Christian thought leader at this point. And like he had, I think it was him, he had a quote, he went on stage at like, I think the Republican National Convention and said, transgenderism needs to be eradicated. And this caught a lot of attention because as much as we know that like the average Christian or Republican probably doesn't have the fondest feelings about people that choose to be trans, that just strikes me as the most distinctly unchristian possible phrasing of that. Whereas like any Christian who I'm going to respect is going to be somebody who, maybe wants to shape the world in a way that would flow against the propagation of transgenderism, sure, but to say that it must be eradicated is like the least compassionate possible phrasing I can imagine when it comes to like people whose behavior you don't necessarily agree with. I can't imagine that you agree with him phrasing it that way, but I mean this is one of the biggest thought leaders in the sort of Christian space, and I mean to me it just stands out that this is just like there's a version of Christianity that is extremely loud and prominent in our culture that I think is like directly flies in the face of what like any version of Christianity I grew up around looked like.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. Like, I think transgenderism is a danger to society. So, like, I like agree. I don't want it to exist either because I think it's a net negative. But I don't think I would necessarily phrase it that way. Now, I like Michael Knowles. I think he's got great thoughts. Like, I like some of his commentary and content and stuff like that. Like, I think he's got great stuff.
For the record, it might have been Matt Walsh. I can't really remember.
No, it was Michael Knowles because I know exactly what you're talking about, and I like him a lot. Like, I think his stuff is great, and I think that ideology, transgenderism, is a danger to society. But like the way that people just go about it different ways. People have different personalities, and like my personality is like I just like going into the environment and having one-on-one conversations with people and letting people know where we stand. Like, like yesterday we sat down with a gay pastor here in the Valley, and within the first like 2 minutes, I'm like, hey, look, I want you to know I disagree, but we're going to have a respectful conversation. And, I asked her a bunch of questions. I asked her questions about LGBTQ community. I asked her questions about homosexuality, about transgenderism and stuff. And I asked her the question, what is a woman? And it's been almost 24 hours. I looked at my wrist, like I had a watch. It's been almost 24 hours. I still don't know what her definition of a woman is, right. And so like, I think that is dangerous. I think that's extremely dangerous. But the way people go about phrasing it and stuff is definitely off of personality and stuff like that. So, I can't say like, for me personally, I'm just the kind of person that's like, yeah, I disagree with that. I disagree with transgenderism. So one way I'm going to solve the problem is I'm going to go to the people and like talk to them and explain to them why I disagree.
But so what would be your prescription for somebody who, believes in God and is gay and doesn't find that to be contradictory? Because I've known a lot of gay people throughout my life, and I don't really think that like almost any of them it was a choice. I think that almost all of them, they just were born that way. I have memories of knowing kids when I was in elementary school that ended up being gay, that when they were like 8 or 9 years old, and this is with my extremely primitive understanding of what homosexuality is, I knew they were gay when they were 8 or 9 years old. Like I could just tell. And then we get older and they're gay, and I just never thought twice about it. Like, yeah, that dude, I knew that dude was gay when he was in 3rd grade. But it was like, what should that person do? Like a person who, that's just their preference, and they knew that from their earliest memories. Like, what should they do?
If someone's Christian and they have attractions to the same sex, they would just deny those attractions. They just wouldn't act on them. And if someone thinks that behavior is okay, then I would say that they aren't reading the scripture honestly. Because we have to understand, anything that the scripture says is sinful, God's not being a buzzkill. We have to understand that he's not trying to be a buzzkill. And so like my biggest pushback on the homosexual argument that it's okay to be gay and Christian is in the book of Leviticus, the famous verse on homosexuality, Leviticus 18:22, it's don't lie with a man as a woman, and vice versa. People say, oh, well, that's just for temple prostitution and it'd be fine. Well, the whole chapter is about unlawful sexual relations. So if that verse was about temple prostitution, it would have said it. It doesn't say it. But furthermore, they like to cherry pick that verse and say, yeah, well, Leviticus says other stuff that we don't do today. Well, there's different types of laws. This is moral law. So the verse immediately after homosexuality is on bestiality. So I asked him, like, do you think bestiality is okay? And I actually had one guy say he did thought it was okay, which I thought was insane. But for the most part, people are like, no, it's not okay.
Right.
So I'm like, how are you going to cherry pick when it's right after?
Well, I mean, I'd say the obvious difference between bestiality and homosexuality is that homosexuality is taking place between two consenting adults, and that an animal can't consent to sex.
Yes, but the scriptural context of the passage is about sexual relations, period. Like if you read further up, it's like, don't look at your daughter nakedly. Like, you know, it's like, don't unclothe your daughter and look at her nakedly in a sexual way. It's like, okay, it's giving descriptions for every nuance possible. And so,
but that kind of really tells you a lot about who was writing this book, is that they needed somebody to tell them, hey, don't look at your daughter in a sexual way, which is like, you know, in modern times, you wouldn't really have to tell somebody that.
Or it shows you that the same problems, perversions that are in the 21st century existed back then too, which is kind of crazy.
But the fact that it needed to be said kind of tells you a lot about the people that were existing at that time, is that they were, the reason why the Bible needed to exist is because so many of these people just had no clue. I feel like without religion, people are able to arrive at like a pretty logical moral framework at this point in time.
Well, I believe that God's written a moral code on everyone's heart. So I think everyone has like some general moral compass, but we have to have some sort of standard, right? So if we don't have a standard, if there is no God, then if, you know, the person that says bestiality is okay and you and I that say it isn't okay, we can't tell that guy that he's wrong because there's no standard. You know what I mean? So like that's the biggest pushback and complaint. Or again, you know, the lady looked at me and she's like, how many times did Jesus talk about homosexuality in the Bible? He didn't talk about homosexuality 0 times, but he didn't talk specifically about bestiality either. You know, so is it wrong? It's like a bad argument. Jesus talks about sexual immorality. That's an umbrella that encompasses everything talked about in that chapter that we were pressing her about. Right. The same way that like he talks about theft being a sin. He doesn't specifically go, yeah, if you commit grand theft auto, it's a sin. He doesn't explicitly say grand theft auto is a sin, but he says theft is a sin. So that would encompass theft. You know what I mean? So, you know, again, God's not trying to be a buzzkill. So if someone claimed to be Christian and had homosexual attractions, I would just say deny the attractions. You know, I know people who were in gay relationships and that have left that lifestyle and are either abstaining from relationships. I know some of them that are married to the opposite sex and have children. And it's a beautiful thing because you're trusting that God's way is better. And so if you think God's way is better, then you're willing to deny a feeling, right? Short-term gratification for something eternal, long-term.
I guess like for me, I just can't really find the negativity inherent in consenting adults choosing to sleep with the people that they're in love with. Like I've known plenty of gay couples seem like they're perfectly happy together. And I think that the vast majority of them, if they were to deny themselves their sexual interest in other men, it would probably result in some sort of like twisted, perverse behavior, which is why I think that you end up with like the Catholic Church having this huge issue with child molestation, which from what I understand is not really an issue anymore because it's sort of been rooted out, or they hopefully have like safeguards in place to basically assure that that kind of behavior is not taking place or not possible, that nobody has like the opportunity to really do that sort of thing. But I think that stuff comes from people denying their most basic urges. Like if you're a guy who's like strictly attracted to men and you get into a relationship with a woman, you have to deny your attraction to men for life. I think it just comes out in weird ways that are dramatically worse than them just sleeping with other men.
Well, you know, like we got to think, if there's diseases that people contract that are more prominent in homosexual relationships than they are in heterosexual relationships. Like a heterosexual relationship can contract HIV, but it's very dominant in homosexual environments.
This is true.
And so, you know, the lady yesterday was like, yeah, we just need to pass out equipment that makes it safe if they're going to do it. And I'm like, or they could just stop having gay sex and then it will decrease in those environments. You know what I mean? So it's like he's protecting us spiritually and physically. The way God designed human beings is for a man and a woman to come together. That's why the body parts function a certain way. That's why the male body parts and the female body parts function a certain way.
Well, to be fair, gay sex seems like it's working for a lot of people.
Yeah, maybe working in an emotional high area, but then, you know, they can't hold in their poop 20 years later and they've got issues going on. So I think there's a lot
does
more
that happen?
problems.
I haven't really looked into that. Do you think that does that happen?
I'm not trying to be too crude, but yes, that does happen.
I gotta look into
and
that.
So it's like, you know, I think what we define, what the ultimate, like in my mind, again, and this isn't even, I'm not even taking a shot. I'll even say this for heterosexual relationships. Like if sex with the same sex or opposite sex is your standard for satisfaction, that is a low standard for satisfaction. Like that is such a temporary, hollow way of satisfaction. Like if my 401k is the feeling I get when I get to be intimate with my significant other, that is just an awful satisfaction and way to find significance. You know what I mean? There's got to be something greater than some dopamine rush you get by having sexual relations with someone, just period. And you know, like I gotta say, because we're talking about the homosexual thing, like there's a lot of heterosexual sin that happens within Christianity as well. So like, I'm not denying that. And there have been many times where people, a part of the LGBTQ community, have been treated as of lesser moral value. And I think that's wrong. So I do have to clarify that because I don't want people to think I'm like going ham. But like my stance comes from scripture and believing that God has designed us a certain way, made us a certain way. He's protecting us physically and spiritually. And so like when someone is denying their flesh, their desires, they are just trusting that God's way is better. And whatever he has in store is far greater than what we think is better for our life.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree that the Christian minister who's gay that there is an inherent contradiction in his belief, but from my perspective, they should smarten up and realize this cult don't want you, buddy. You got to get the hell out of there. But I mean, hey, if it's bringing them happiness, I guess it is what it is, right?
Yeah. Again, like Jesus welcomes everyone. He just doesn't want them to stay in their lifestyle of sin. You know, he doesn't want you to stay there. Every time Jesus confronts a sinner, he forgives them. He says, you know, let your sins be forgiven and then go sin no more. You know. Okay,
but so let's say you're walking on the street and you see a church and you hear all these people singing and they're having a great time, everything's positive, and briefly you're like, wow, that's amazing, I didn't know about this church, they love God, that's incredible. And then you go and you look into the door and you see a little placard there and it basically says that this is a church that's consisting entirely of homosexuals. Does the positivity of them believing in Jesus and loving Jesus, does that outweigh the negativity from your perspective that this is a Christian gathering that is full of people who are comfortable with their sinful lifestyle?
Well, I think people are worth more than just whether they're gay or straight. So, you know, it's like if people are, again, living in active sin, so if people are actively living in homosexual lifestyles and this church is affirming active homosexual lifestyles and not, it'd be different if there was a church congregation and there were people who are trying to learn about Jesus or don't know Jesus that are in homosexual relationships, and the church and the community is trying to help them grow and get out of that, versus a church that's affirming their sin. The church that's affirming their sin, I have a problem with, and I would say they're probably worshiping a different Jesus than I am. Like the church I went to yesterday. She's like, yeah, Jesus loves all people. And I'm like, yeah, he does love all people. But the way you mean that is by allowing people to do whatever they want. The way that I mean that is like, no, he doesn't allow people to do whatever they want. And it's like my dad, like I wanted to eat ice cream every morning for breakfast. And if my dad let me do that, I'd probably have diabetes by this age right now.
True.
But like, he wasn't being a buzzkill when he was telling me not to eat ice cream every morning for breakfast. And so it's like, if the Bible says this and that about certain topics or certain issues, we just have to, again, trust that his way is better.
I feel it. I mean, okay, this is one of my primary issues with Christians in this day and age, is that I feel like it's kind of a cheap move to be relentlessly critical of people outside of your tent, meaning, talking down about gay people and trans people and people who do porn and all these sort of things, groups of people that for the most part are largely not Christian. But then there's like so much stuff going on within their own house that it feels like gets completely ignored. Like, for instance, elephant in the room is that our president presents as a Christian. He's possibly like the least serious Christian you could ever think of. He's mean, he's petty, he's cruel. He like embodies so much of things that Christians should speak out against. And yet I never hear that. In fact, he's like a hero to them. I mean, I don't know how much of a Trumper you are. And I understand that he's useful to Christians because he does kind of push through a lot of things that they probably want for society. Just recently I heard Sam Harris and Ben Shapiro do a debate, and Ben Shapiro, who's Jewish, but he's, very, very religious, and he's speaking about Trump. And he's basically telling Sam Harris that, like, yes, I can agree that this, and this that he's done are abhorrent. These are horrible things. But this ultimately is the guy who's pushing through things that I think are beneficial for religious people, for people on the right, etc. And, I get that. Like, there's a certain extent to which, I would vote for somebody who was a crappy overall person if I felt like they were, really working on behalf of things that I thought were important on a legislative level. I don't know. Like, how do you square the whole Trump issue?
I mean, when the AI picture came out, I don't know if you saw that. It was like,
yes, that was a huge thing. Yeah, it was him like kind of looking like they took his head and put it on Jesus's body.
Yeah. I mean,
he claimed he was a doctor.
Yeah, I'm just like, really, there's no way that was a doctor. Like, I had a problem with that. And if you're a Christian that supports Trump or not, you should have a problem with that photo. Like, point blank, period. Like, that was odd. And so
that might be the most I've ever seen Christians speak out against him.
But here's the thing about leadership in general we have to understand is leadership is, and from any degree, whether a principal or a president, we're humans, we're flawed. We're going to make good decisions and bad decisions. But with the president, we have to pray and hope that he's going to make good decisions, no matter who's in office. So we just have to trust and pray. We get the opportunity to vote in this country, but whoever gets elected, we just have to go, all right, well, that's who God knew was going to be in office. So we're just going to trust.
Although Trump took a very different role once the people had voted than almost anybody, which is that he threw a fit and claimed that there was interference with the election, which was basically completely debunked.
Yeah, I don't know like a lot about politics. Like, I'm not like super deep into politics, but like what I do know is that God cares about our country. God cares about every other country. God cares about the world. And so when people are in positions of power, we don't have to agree with everything that they do, but we just have to, number one, we should be praying for our leaders. Absolutely, we should be praying for our leaders. Number two, we should trust God that he's going to give them wisdom to make the right decisions because we're praying for our leaders. And then number three, we just got to stand up for truth. So like the AI picture, like I have a problem with that. Like you can't tell me that you thought you were a doctor. You're in a white cloth and a red sash.
Did you speak out about that?
I was going to make a podcast about it. And then and then I had a bunch of like Christian friends already make videos about it that I agreed with. And I was just like, I'm not going to like throw my opinion in the pot kind of vibe. You know what I mean? But like, I'm not afraid to talk about it. We're talking about it right now.
Right.
It's just like when it became so many people were talking about it and I was like, I'm going to give my 2 cents. And I just agreed with my buddy Ryan and he made a great video. So it's just like, I'm just going to,
it just kind of feels like the easy way out to be a Christian content creator and to make episodes about how porn is bad and adultery is bad. And then not to take aim and say, hey, the president is basically on record having slept with a porn star / prostitute while his wife was pregnant. Who I interviewed the porn star Stormy Daniels, and and then to lie about it publicly. It's like just so many sins being ticked off here, and for like Christian content creators to not be like loudly vocal about all of the terrible things that Trump does while speaking out against people who have no institutional power, who are just living lifestyles that they might consider sinful. I mean, that just feels kind of shady.
Yeah, again, like I don't know like a lot about the political state of the world details and stuff like that. Like I don't keep up with a lot of politics. So like on these details, like I wouldn't be able to go bar for bar with you and say like I can confirm or deny that's true, so I'm just saying in general, any sort of sin should be discussed. You know what I mean? Like we interviewed Marina Lacerda. She's a Jeffrey Epstein victim.
Oh, really?
We interviewed her, like 2.5 hour interview, I believe. And we're just like letting her lay it all on the table. And she has her own opinions politically and just socially. And then other people have political and social opinions. We've interviewed Hebrew Israelite. We've interviewed tons of different people. They have tons of different opinions, and that's fine. You know what I mean? So I wish I knew more about like political stuff. And I'm actually trying to learn more about like wars and stuff like that, especially it's going on in the Middle East, because there's like a lot of buzz about different sides of different things. That's something I'm trying to dive in a lot more on, because I know a lot more Bible and topical stuff. But yeah, Christians should stand up for injustice. Period.
Yeah, I mean, like, just to throw one more example out there, is that it really struck me when they did the huge funeral for Charlie Kirk after he was killed. And Erica Kirk comes out, and she's a Christian, and she basically says, like, hey, to the guy who killed my husband, I forgive you. Like, I'm a Christian, and I believe that, you know, as much as you've committed this horrific act and you've done this terrible thing, I forgive you. And that to me was like a really beautiful speech, and really something that was indicative of her being a real deal Christian. And then right after her, Trump gets on stage and he says, hey, she forgives you. I don't. I hate the left. I hate the liberals. I hate the Democrats, and I want to destroy you. And to me, it's just like, this is just untenable to have a person who speaks like this in charge of our country. Like, it's just so evil and wicked. And I feel like more Christians need to speak out against that kind of stuff.
Yeah, again, like I don't know like too much about politics. Like, right. I genuinely don't know a lot. I've never seen that. I've only ever seen the video clip of her of Erica Kirk saying, I forgive.
Right, that was a beautiful speech.
Incredibly beautiful. And that's like the heart of God, you know. Anytime you see anyone, like someone's kid murdered or something and on trial, and, you know, the family stands up there and it's like, I forgive you. You know, it's powerful. But even like today, like the whole, like, you know, Carmelo Anthony situation going on, like, I don't know anything about it. And it's like this big, it's blown up into this big, more than just a trial. It's become like a political issue now.
Yeah.
And like,
really
if someone,
a racial issue.
A racial issue, you know, and if someone asked me 10 questions about it, I wouldn't know what to say. And I tried to look into it, but there's so many different opinions. I'm like, I don't even know what's true. And so, yeah. You know, again, I think injustice needs to be stood up for, period, you know, and I think the one way we stand up for it, the Bible says the goodness of God brings man to repentance. And that's why when Erica Kirk's like, I forgive the shooter, it's powerful. It's extremely powerful, because it's like love wins at the end of the day. It really does.
Yeah, you would have thought that the powerful nature of her speech would have maybe given Trump pause to not go out and basically send out a war cry, which is what he did afterwards. But I think that's the problem that Christians run into when they allow a charlatan to essentially become the face of their movement. Because, I mean, his Christianity is so front-facedly bullshit. You know, it's just like, it's unbelievably clear. It's never been this clear. Like, there's been a lot of politicians over the years, like with Obama, I always kind of suspected that, like, I don't think this guy really believes in God. He might be paying lip service to it, but I don't think he's really, you know, I think people have written books about like the narrative that like Obama is a sneaky atheist. But with Trump, I mean, it is just right out there for you. I'm sure everybody's seen the viral clip where they ask him to name his favorite Bible verse, and he's just blatantly has absolutely no clue. You know, and this is a guy who I don't think has ever, you know, admittedly like read a book in his life. You know, even his books that he wrote, he didn't really write. Which,
you know, I think when it comes to any sort of Christianity and leadership, like, we should want Christians in politics. If you're a Christian, you should want them, because then they're going to fight for Christian values, rightfully so, in like a political sphere as well. But the only person's salvation we can really be sure of is our own. You know, like the Bible says God looks at the heart, you know? So like, yeah, sure, you can look at actions of people in general, but I am always like very cautious to be like, oh, this person is or isn't something, me personally, because I genuinely don't know what they're doing behind closed doors. I only see videos online. I only see this, or vice versa, whatever it may be. But the Bible says in Philippians chapter 1, Paul wrote about how if people preach the gospel for selfish gain, or they preach the gospel in sincerity, we should just praise Jesus that the gospel's being preached, because people are hearing about him regardless, no matter the person's motive. And so our heart should be, whether anyone in any sort of position of power is preaching Jesus out of sincerity or out of, you know, selfish gain, at least people are hearing about Jesus. Because someone could be doing it for selfish gain and say something about Jesus, and someone with a sincere heart comes to know Jesus in a sincere way, or, you know, anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too cynical or anything, but I feel like it's almost like convenient for you to not be super familiar with the Trump thing, because you know that if you were to take aim at Trump and speak out against some of the things that he does, that it would probably be a bad thing for your career overall, because probably like 90% plus of your fans are people who are Trump supporters, I would think. Might not be quite that much, but
I gotta shut that down really quick, because it's just genuinely, I don't know anything about it. Like,
right.
I don't want to say something that I'm not confident on, you know? So like, it's just like, if I don't know something, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I don't know. But like, I know about the AI photo. So I'm like, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with talking about that.
That was
like,
kind of right in everybody's face.
Yeah, I saw that. That's fine. But like with all the other stuff, like I don't watch the news. I don't watch a lot of stuff. I read a lot of books. I study a lot of commentary. I'm in a lot of like biblical sources. I'm not looking at political stuff. So that's like why, like, we talk about it all the time. Like, we'll go on a college campus and debate kids about stuff and the Bible all day. But if someone brings up something that's like slightly political, I can't go bar for bar because I just don't know anything. I don't know statistics. I don't know the sides. You could say something and I'm like, yeah, maybe that's right. I don't know, you know? So like, it's not necessarily that I'm like trying to shy down from truth. Like if even when Biden was in office, like I didn't know anything that was going on. I genuinely didn't know anything that was going on other than like, I know that he fell off his bike, you know, like I saw that video, like that was it. And it was like kind of funny. So yeah, no.
And you are very young also. So I'm going to give you a lot of grace in that regard, because I know that when I was 22, my knowledge of politics was pretty weak. And I do feel like in this day and age, it's like much more common for people in their early 20s to be very, very well versed in politics, because politics is basically pop culture at this point. And I mean, especially with the rise of Trump, it's in your face every day.
It's become a meta now. Politics has become really popular. But I one of the reasons there is a slightly intentional part of me that stays away from politics, not that being educated on it, but
it's going to divide your audience.
Well, no, not necessarily dividing your audience. People are dividing themselves just because you support a certain political party or not. And I'm like, okay, so I didn't know that we could just start hating each other because we disagree on a topic. Like, is that really where we like draw the line? Is like you hate someone because they like disagree with what political parties are? Like, that is just absolutely absurd to me.
Yeah.
That we're going to hate people just because we disagree. Like, disagreeing with people is fine. Like, who cares? Like, that's fine. That's like a part of human nature. We're all hardwired differently. We all have different perspectives. We all have different ideologies, philosophies, the way that we think. Of course, we're going to disagree on things. Even amongst my Christian friends, some of them are a part of different denominations. Some of our theological differences are there. But like, that doesn't mean I hate them. Right. We disagree on stuff, but like we're here talking and I love you to death. I've texted you a ton of times. Like I don't hate you. You know what I mean? So that's like why I'm like, I don't hyper fixate on the politics from that side, is because I'm like, why would we hate each other for something stupid like that?
It's just that a lot of the people who are spreading the most hate are doing so under the guise of Christianity. And I'm not saying at all that like the left is innocent in this, because obviously there's tons of terrible behavior that comes from the left as well. But when you have somebody like Trump who presents and claims to be a Christian, and then when Rob Reiner dies, he hops on social media and basically does a little dance and celebrates his death, it just stands out to me that like we should have way more outcry about that from Christians.
Was that the thing that just happened last week?
It was probably a couple months ago, but he was basically like a huge movie director, and he had spoken out against Trump and been pretty vocally against him. But personally, you know, and I'm a non-Christian, but if my biggest critic died, I think I would have the grace to maybe not say anything, or maybe find, if you do have to say something, you know, say something that shows some grace and shows that, like, as much as you might have disagreed during your life, that this is still somebody who, you know, in their passing, you want to be respectful of their friends and their children and everything like that, by not absolutely just massacring them. And with Trump, I mean, like, I've just never seen anything like that in my life in American politics. Somebody who's like really celebrating the death of their enemy like that. And it stands out to me that the person who's doing that, who's normalizing that kind of behavior, is the most powerful Christian in the world. And I just feel like the Christian community needs to speak out about that.
Well, hypothetically, the most powerful Christian in the world is the Pope.
True. Well, I would say Trump's probably Trump can drop a nuke tomorrow if he wants.
He could click a button, but then the Diet Coke might come.
Yeah,
you know how I know he has
both of the ones are really close together. Yeah,
that's so funny.
Okay, wait. This is my last topic that I wanted to hit. how did you get a Nicki Minaj interview? Everybody in hip hop wants a Nicki Minaj interview. The vast majority of hip hop platforms have never got a chance to have a conversation with her. How did you line that up?
Well, so I have a friend, and I don't know if he wants me to say his name, so I'm not going to say his name, but I have a friend, and I knew that he had a relationship with Nicki. And so I just reached out to him and I said, hey, like, would it be possible to get Nicki on the pod? And he said, yeah, I'll ask her. And apparently she had seen some of our videos before, and she liked our voice and liked the stuff that we stood for. And so she agreed to come on. And I was nervous because we've never interviewed anyone with that kind of like status or level or anything.
She's famous beyond belief.
So I didn't know like what would happen. And I absolutely love Nicki Minaj. Like, she's the best. I had so much fun hanging out with her and talking with her. And yeah, it was actually like nothing really crazy. I just reached out to a buddy that knew her, and I was like, hey, do you want to like come on the pod? And he was like, yeah, I can talk to her, because she doesn't do a lot of pods. Like, she's done a lot of press and stuff like that. And we got the gracious opportunity to interview her, and I was extremely encouraged. She had a lot of wisdom. She was very well spoken, and she was super fun to be around, fun to talk to. Yeah, we had a great time. So that was a blast. Nicki Minaj is the best. I love her. She's awesome.
Yeah, because like if she were to do an interview with me, I would probably ask questions that would make it so that I couldn't get an interview with her, because I mean, she is someone who's had kind of a wild path of career development over the last few years, where I feel like she's kind of another example of somebody who's like come over to Christianity. And well, I mean, I guess she's always been Christian, but like she's become a lot more vocal about it. But then meanwhile, I feel like I just see so much really like deeply anti-Christian behavior coming from her in the public realm.
Well, again, like that's where I would say, right? Like you've only ever seen like an outward thing of something for Nicki. So like this is where I can like vouch from her from spending time with her on camera, off camera, in person. It's like she's someone that deeply cares about Jesus, someone that cares about herself, wants to grow in a new, wants to step in a new space. Furthermore, I will say in the interview, if you watch the interview, she randomly brought up how she like wishes she didn't write certain songs or didn't promote certain things. And I didn't insinuate that. She brought that up. And I was like, wow, that's like actually really admirable that you would just randomly bring that up and say that. And so the hard thing about social media is like you can only get a glimpse of someone's life. That would be like someone making up every opinion about you based on every video they've seen of you on social media. And like that wouldn't be fair to you either.
Right.
But she genuinely loves Jesus, and she's passionate about Jesus. And she was just so fun to be around. And people grow and people adapt and people change. People realize that Jesus is all they need. And especially if you are someone that has had everything you want, it's pretty easy to make a decision going, wow, I think Jesus is just the answer to my life.
Right.
You know?
And I give her forgiveness for a lot of the wild stuff that she's done over the years. But I mean, the thing that really sticks with me, and I think it meant a lot to a lot of people in general too, was that when she went on Twitter and basically said that Cardi B's children, who are extremely young, were monkeys and roaches. That just struck me. I was like, how could you possibly expect us to take you serious in a conversation about your faith while you're on Twitter? Like, this is like a year ago. This is like a couple years ago at most. And you're out here saying like the worst, most offensive thing I could possibly think about a child. Like, I forget how old her kid would have been at the time, maybe like 4 or something. I mean, to me, that's just like, she's got the same problem as Donald Trump, which is that she's one of the loudest voices in favor of Christianity. And she's out here doing and saying things that are like deeply evil, like way more evil than like any like high-powered Democrat or like, you know, atheist that I can think of.
Well, you know, it's easy to hold it against her because she's in the spotlight a lot. But you know, and I'm not saying that necessarily that comment was right, but that goes to show the beauty and the grace and the love of Jesus, how it can transform and change people's hearts and minds.
But she was a Christian when she said that.
And well, here's the thing that we have to understand, right? Is what does it mean to be a Christian? What does it mean to follow a Christian? I would have told you before I actually started following Jesus that I was a Christian up until about the 8th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized, wow, I wasn't a Christian. So I can't speak for her. But what I do know is of the recent time, she's become bold about Jesus. She's become on fire about Jesus. She loves God. She's passionate about it. She wants to step into a new realm and space. And so what we have to hope and trust is the work of Jesus in her life, and believe, thank you for the grace of Jesus. Thank you from where God has taken us from then to now. and just trust that and hope for forgiveness on mistakes we've made. Because I've said a bunch of crazy stuff before. I've done a bunch of wicked stuff that isn't documented online. Praise Jesus. I've done bad stuff, and that might make me unqualified.
Right.
And that's the point. I'm not even qualified to sit here across from you and talk about what it's like to be a Christian. And I talk about Jesus for a living every day. It's like, I'm deeply not qualified because I've made mistakes too. But the grace of God is what has allowed me and transformed me from different mistakes. And yeah, some of my mistakes may be on my digital footprint for the rest of my life. But Jesus has changed my life. And if I've run into people I've burned before, I would be able to love them hard.
Give me an example of something that you feel like you messed up as far as in recent memory, like maybe like the last year, a sin that you committed or something that you did that you ended up really looking at yourself like that. I regret that was outside the realm of things that should be permissible in my lifestyle.
I had a gluttony problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I failed in like I was on a big fitness journey last year, and then in about like October or November, I like gave up and I just started eating like crazy again and gained a bunch of weight and just was like really down on myself. And then like my wife had made like a couple comments that was like, hey, you know, like I think you're like gaining a little weight back.
That's always a tricky thing for them to navigate, right? Because they don't want to fully body shame you, but they want to say something. I'm like,
it's like,
I don't know if you're healthy right now, you know?
I remember it hit. She was like, you look skinny fat. And that's like the worst kind of fat is when you're skinny fat, you know? And then I was like, what? And then I looked at myself in the mirror one day and I realized I'd like lost myself and the gluttony had overflowed in a lot of different stuff. Like, dude, I went to Crumble Cookie and ate 12 Crumble Cookies by myself.
Aren't they like 1,000 calories
without leaving the parking lot? Yes, without leaving the parking lot. I'm not exaggerating.
Wow.
I ate 6 of the big ones and 6 of the small ones. So the small ones definitely had less, but 12 Crumble Cookies.
I keep seeing articles about how Crumble Cookies like really kind of push the envelope of how much calories and sugar you can cram into a product.
They have a soda, like a dirty soda lineup, and their sodas have 186 grams of sugar in it. Wow. One of them. It's insane.
They're like the one startup that like figured out, hey, like we could just take this way further than anybody has ever taken it before. Shout out to them for figuring that out because I wouldn't have known that.
Yeah, I would not have known that either. But I had a bad gluttony problem, man. And like
but gluttony's not damaging to anybody besides yourself.
Yes, but it was overflowing into other behaviors. Like gluttony is like an excessive overload of stuff in general, often associated with food. So mine was, I'm like talking specifically about food, but I noticed I was like becoming lazier, less sharp. I was procrastinating. So it was like overflowing into other areas of my life. And I'm sitting there looking at myself in the mirror going like, how can I tell people to get right with God if I'm like not even taking care of myself right now? Physically, I'm just like not taking care of myself. I was slapping God in the face by saying, yeah, I'm not grateful for my body. I'm just going to eat whatever I want, do whatever I want.
Yeah, because that's the irony of like getting fat feels like you're betraying yourself because you obviously know that you want to live a good life, but you also want to live a long life. And that if you gain 100 pounds, then you're chopping a few years off the end of your life on average, you know? And so it's kind of, it is weird how much we conflate being physically fit with being like happy or a good person or anything like that. I have like a BMX hero that I looked up to when I was in my young teenage years. And I just recently saw a video of him and he had blatantly gained like, I don't know, like 80 pounds or something like that. Got a big old tire around his waist now. And I just found myself like thinking like, what's wrong? Like, I know something's got to be wrong that you ended up like this, which I don't hold myself to the same standard, I guess. So it's kind of hypocritical, but definitely, you know, it's interesting how much we entrust that somebody's body fat is basically telling you the story of how well they're doing in life in general.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Yeah. So that was a big mistake I had been making. And that was something I had felt ashamed of, but changed, you know?
Yeah.
So here we are now, healthy, living a life, working out, eating cleaner, that kind of deal.
Who's your other like dream guest that you'd like to have on the podcast? I'm sure Nikki was up there for a while before you got her.
Ye's up there. I definitely want to talk to him. Obviously we'd talk to any world leaders, not just like President Trump or the vice president. Like I'd literally talk to anyone. I really want to interview an Islamic terrorist. Wow. That's like a big guest I want to interview.
Usually they end up in prison for life once they're captured. So that would be interesting. I'm not sure how you'd be able to pull that off.
But my ultimate guess is Diddy.
Wow. Yeah.
I want to interview Diddy really bad.
If I'm Diddy, I'm probably not letting you interview me.
Why is that?
Well, actually, okay, no, I take that back. Actually, I probably would, because I feel like, you're somebody who you're not going to start rattling off a list of all the most heinous things that he's done or whatever. You're going to be nice. You're going to be sort of vague about it. You're going to, acknowledge that he's sinned. You're not going to go into extreme detail about it, but
he's one of
he's got a lot to atone for.
He's one of the few people that I know a little bit more about, I guess whatever you call pop culture or whatever's going on in society, that I would be able to maybe ask harder questions and press on more. But I definitely want to talk to P. Diddy really bad.
Yeah, I mean, he will be free in a year or two, so definitely there's a possibility, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk to him. I think that would be a dream.
Yeah, I mean, he lived, from what I could tell, the vast majority of his life doing very extreme amounts of drugs while also having extreme amounts of sex with very large numbers of people. So, I mean, probably if I'm him, I'm not really lining up to do a lot of interviews with Christian influencers, but at some point he's going to have a pivot in all this, he's going to make his way. I believe he's essentially a genius. At some point, I hope that when he gets out, he leaves the orgies and the huge amounts of drugs behind, which I think is
so too.
I think it's pretty likely that he will do so, because if anything is going to scare you straight, it's probably all the stuff that he's been through over the last couple of years.
I mean, I just don't know how you can ignore the amount of baby oil they found at his house.
I do sometimes think that probably was overstated, but also
the pictures though,
right? But if you're going to use baby oil when having sex, which I don't, but I mean, I guess I film baby oil scenes or whatever, so I get it. But if you're going to buy one bottle, might as well order 500 bottles just to have it on deck. You probably get a better price. You're not paying $8 a bottle. You're paying $7.49.
Dude, for a
quantity discount,
50-cent discount for 500 compared to not worth
it's just a guess. But also he's a billionaire, so yeah, if he was stressing that,
yeah, I don't care. That's a questionable amount of baby oil.
If you get to interview him though, number one question that's not allowed is going to be bruh, what's with all the baby oil?
That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
I know, but if I'm him, that's the number one question I do not want somebody to ask, because that's the ultimate easy gotcha moment. Wait, did Nicki Minaj ask you to edit anything out of that podcast?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
No,
good.
Nothing. It was raw. If there's any jump cuts in the episode, it's we'll cut a or a pause or something, just keep the flow. But
I noticed that there were a few little cuts, but I also could tell that it wasn't anything significant.
Yeah. People that do podcasts, you would be able to tell it was some significant.
If the conversation just immediately jumps to some completely different thing, yeah.
Yeah, but nothing was cut.
For sure. Okay, so to the No Jumper audience who might have somehow accidentally landed on this, there's probably a decent number of people watching this who are not sworn Christians or people who are, nominally religious, or they say that they're Christians, but realistically don't probably spend a ton of time thinking about it or talking about it. What would be your message for them in terms of what you would like to see them do going forward? If they wanted to get more serious about their Christianity or just become Christian in the first place, here's your time. Tell them what they should do.
I would say pray and ask Jesus to reveal yourself. Honestly, go into your room, pray and ask Jesus to reveal yourself. And then number 2, actually take 30 days to live like a Christian. Read your Bible, pray, go to church, spend time in community, live 30 days following Jesus. And I just give it 30 days. Just try it from a practical sense. But Jesus welcomes everyone with open arms, and he doesn't take your personality away. He gives you your personality back. He gives you purpose. He gives you design. He gives you everything. And so everything that you're looking for that you haven't found everywhere else, you'll find in Jesus. So you just got to give him a shot.
So for anybody who watched this, if you want more, he's got a great YouTube channel. Our interview, I think is one of the most highly viewed ones that you've done.
Dude, they love it. If I go to a conference and stuff, the hype video, that, a church conference will play, they'll play one of our video clips in it a lot of the times. Yeah, that our conversation still to this day is one of my favorite conversations I've ever had.
Oh, I appreciate it. That's why we got to do it twice.
That's right. Come on, let's go.
So if anybody watches this wants to, they could dive into that and probably pick up a little bit more of what's going on with our dynamic or anything. But I appreciate you coming on, man, and I'm glad that we can have some mutual respect, even though we're definitely operating on different sides of the coin.
Yeah, absolutely. I love you a lot, man.
Yeah, love you too, bro.
Dude, thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
My guy. Everybody go check out his YouTube channel. No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. Like, comment, and subscribe. And shout out to our members who got to watch. Because it was before 2020. Back then, that was when you first came on the scene. And my boy Eli from APG, he basically was the one hyping you up to me, being like, bro, you got to get this interview right now. And I remember that I think your flight got pushed back or something. So when you came to the interview, it ended up being like really late at night. Like we stayed like way later.
We was like here till like 2 a.m. or some shit. Like,
and
that was crazy.
And then he actually signed you, which he was so fucking geeked on at the time. Like I think he was still like really trying to earn his stripes as an A&R at that time.
I mean, he did good though.
Yeah,
I did well, bro.
He's got a lot
Shout out Eli.
I mean, the A&Rs love to be anonymous. They don't, but like he's done big things. You know,
one of them ones
for sure. Everybody loves Eli. But yeah, so that was like this crazy like come up around that time, and then I guess like from your perspective, do you feel like you got what you wanted from the label during those early days, or where do you feel like your career kind of went from there?
I can't lie, because I didn't know the business, I didn't feel that I was getting everything from them. But since I know the business, I was getting everything from APG. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Usually when the artists don't know the knowledge, is most of the time they fault, bro. When the artists start complaining about labels, it's some shit that they doing.
Right.
You know what you signed up for. You know you gotta recoup this shit over. You know, once you sign a dotted line and you got $1 million, you automatically $1 million negative. Like people be thinking, oh, it's starting when you use the budget. Like I used to think, but nah, fuck no.
I mean, I see that reaction all the time where like an artist signs, gets the advance, and then all of a sudden they realize that they're not getting all of their royalties off of streaming anymore. And they're just baffled or angry or threatening the label. And it's kind of like, no, that the advance is being paid back through your streaming revenue now. And it is kind of wild that people sign contracts and like then figured that out.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't lie. Even with taxes and shit like that, like labels don't tell you nothing, bro. But now that I know the business, being in a deal, anybody who signed a deal, you gotta wiggle your way out of it because you start in negative. So the money that you get, use it to invest into your music. Don't be a dumbass trying, you know what I'm saying? Like go here or go there, like, or spend this here, spend that there. Like good thing that I got all of the chains and jewelry and did all of that shit back then. So now when I get my money, it's focus on the music. Yeah, might upgrade the whip a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Do something chill. Like, but I'm not spending more than a 10 or 20 out of my advance or anything dumb.
Damn, so you got a big ass advance at that time. You really got $1 million?
Nah, nope. I got like 750.
Still, that's pretty fire.
So
yeah,
I got 750. So it was like the 350 up front and the 350, you know what I'm saying, the other half. So I completed all of that shit though.
Did you? Okay, but so you're still signed to APG?
No.
You're not? Oh, because the reason why we're even doing this interview is because I saw you at like APG, I think 10-year anniversary.
Right. I'm still with APG for pub.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So, and plus I got a close relationship with the whole team because I didn't have no representation or no manager at the time. So I had to talk to all of these guys myself. I'm on the email thread learning like about the numbers and all of that shit. So I had a close relationship with down there, all of the A&Rs I locked in with.
For sure. Do you think you would ever sign to a label again?
It's like, yeah and no, because if it makes sense, because you got to think about it like this. The money that I'm making now, I'm not stagnant. You know what I'm saying? I'm well, you feel me? I'm good. So it's just like, if it makes sense, because nowadays the labels, what they want to do, right? they want leverage. Especially if they making a $500,000 investment, they want to be making money immediately before you even drop the album. So I got catalog for leverage. I got like 30 singles, 4 albums, you know what I'm saying? That's recurring that I'm getting, you feel me? Every first of the month, first and the 15th. So, but besides that though, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like trying to think of like what the circumstances would have to be for me to like really tell a young artist to sign to a label. And it's kind of weird because it's like you haven't been through that process. You haven't been through that process. It's kind of like, you know, you get to see what having that marketing muscle, that streaming, playlisting, algorithmic support looks like. And I'm sure it's not nothing, you know, it's like, it's definitely something.
Right.
But is it enough to justify taking on a deal that realistically makes it so that, you know, things are not so great?
Not to brag or boast, right? But the money that I'm getting right now off of streaming, they would have to give me the type of money that I wouldn't even be thinking about my monthly money. You feel me? Like it would have to be, the advance is good, but also I don't think about the money or the advance. It's about what the label can do as well, because a lot of people will sign you because they see you hiding doing the numbers, but who wouldn't jump in a situation when it's good? You know what I'm saying? So you got to find a team who will be there for you or still push you or still put you on a blog like all of the blogs and the DSP pitching the playlist, and bro, they'll shelf you too, bro. You know what I'm saying? But again, it's most of the time the artist's fault.
Did you feel like they shelved you?
Nah,
or did you feel like they stayed pretty consistent?
No. I'm not going. I can't blame nothing on the label, bro, because I made every bad move myself for me not to be here right now, and I had to kick every door down in this shit. So I didn't have no shortcut, bro. I didn't have no shortcut at all.
But did you feel like they really participated in artist development with you, like that they actually did things for you in your career that you would not have been able to have ever done yourself, like especially during those early years?
Because
like they're supposed to put you with dope producers. They're supposed to put you with songwriters. They're supposed okay.
So I never used a songwriter. They ain't never put me with a songwriter, but I know my man Derek Milano, you know what I'm saying? So he's a writer at APG, locked in with him, connecting me with Earl on a beat, you know what I'm saying? Connecting me with No Cap, Quando Rondo, YB, you feel me? So it's like yeah, facts. Like all of that shit, I feel like that they did do their thing, but it was me. I didn't know the business. So if I would have known, I don't know. And then you gotta get a lawyer too, bro. You gotta get your lawyers too, because
did you use a lawyer that they gave you? Because that's what I did with APG.
No, fuck no.
They recommended a lawyer, and I was like, oh, this guy seems sick. And in retrospect, like, oh, he definitely was not trying that hard.
I'm so glad that I had somebody on the outside, bro, for this shit, because
that's good, yeah.
That's like going to a murder trial with a public defender.
Yeah. No, it's like, worse. It's like you going there with a lawyer who was hired by the murderer or by the family.
Nah, for real. Like that's crazy. So you gotta watch out for your lawyer too. But to answer your question, no, I don't feel like that I was shelf. I feel like every bad move that I made was on me. From signing so many deals in the past, and my catalog was spread out. So when other people came to me for deals, they couldn't find shit. I'm like, oh shit, this is what Foundation, this is what Warner, this is what APG, this is what Hitmaker, you know what I'm saying? This is what 1 RPM with the, you know what I'm saying? So I had so much going on, and that's because back then, even when I never been fucked up or never like seen a drought, but people don't know me for having money. When anybody that was first introduced to me seen me as an artist first, you know what I'm saying? So that's what they know me as, and the music started to sound different. Like it wasn't structured, you know? So I got the representation that I got now. Bro, I never connected you with no manager. I DM you or text you myself. Facts. So I don't be fucking with that shit though. But after that, I was independent. And then I was at Rolling Loud 2021. Or 2021.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I had my own set and everything. So then I signed you know what I'm saying? TSF.
TSF.
Yeah.
With Sauce.
Yeah, with Sauce.
How did that connection happen? I had no idea.
You know what I'm saying?
That's so
Like,
interesting.
yeah, bro. Real man. He the one that helped to teach me the business how to really make money in the music besides the streams.
Really?
So, yeah.
Like what kind of stuff besides streams? Features?
Nah. Like, I've been doing the features before him, but just shit outside the streams where you can take the streams and told me about the publishing.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
That shit, yeah.
I ain't know too much about the publishing. Like, I didn't know it was Sound Exchange and all of that other shit, but that's what my manager Prez told me, who, you know what I'm saying, representing me now. But yeah, definitely though with Saul's child to walk.
But so you were working with him, and then how far did that relationship go? Did it end at a certain point?
Nah, it never ended though. I talked to Walk yesterday. You know what I'm saying? It's just everything don't need to be front line for a nigga to know. No, he not involved in my, you know what I'm saying, career anymore. But if I tell him, hey bro, throw this up, it's without a question. Support without a question. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say nothing bad about that.
I feel like I never seen him really sign anybody who wasn't from like Texas or maybe like Memphis or I don't know. Like, I mean, I think of Maryland as like the East Coast.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever thought about him signing an East Coast rapper. You feel like you're the first one? At least that I know of.
I feel like I was the first one from my area. You know what I'm saying?
And you just have a way different style and vibe.
Yeah.
A lot of his artists kind of rap like him, right?
I mean, it's something different though.
That family of rap, whereas you're kind of in your own lane.
Yeah, that's true. I can't lie that I can't say that I didn't stick out, but it's not like somebody who can't rap like a, you know what I'm saying, like a peso too. You know what I'm saying? He don't sound like Walk. He don't use the same mistake. We ain't gonna do that on Sauce though. You know what I'm saying?
Not even dissing him. I'm just saying, like, you know, I feel like I never really seen him sign somebody that would be like as outside of his usual category.
Yeah, like a lot of videos from 2022, like 2023, moving on up. Like I was with him in a lot of my videos and shit like that though. But yeah, that's my dog. He a solid one.
Definitely. So do you feel like that opened you up more to like a different audience and shit?
Yeah, it definitely gave me a different fan base till when I took it out my bio, niggas thought that shit split up. You know what I'm saying? So, but nah, it's not. Still strong. Still a, you know what I'm saying, family and everything.
Right.
Real nigga.
That's interesting. But did you ever like formally announce? Was there like an Instagram video announcing that you signed with him?
Yeah, when I went into Johnny Dang with him, and you know what I'm saying, cashed out. He got me a Cardi, and I got a ring. You know what I'm saying? I got some little slight shit too, and he got me a Cardi, and he announced it. You know what I'm saying? This a while ago, but yeah, he announced it.
Interesting. Yeah. That's what's up. But okay, what made you want to sign with him? Like, what did you think that he would be potentially bringing to the operation at that time?
It was no advance involved or nothing like that. It was just locking in. Nigga showed me that he is a, you know what I'm saying, a real stand-up guy. Like, I can't say nothing flaw about him, bro, honestly. So what made me want to sign with bro, it wasn't no advance involved, but it's paperwork involved. So he gave me a light and an image, and even when it came to popping it, I never seen, you know what I'm saying, I got money, been to steakhouses, do all of that other shit, but it's just like on a level that is, you know what I'm saying, see an account 500,000 in Louis, you know what I'm saying, like shit like that. I'm like, damn, it's like levels to this shit. But that didn't make me like sign to a person though. It's just because what we had going on musically, and he brought something to the table for me musically. If I'm technically speaking, damn near, besides my old manager Keek, Miss Megan was damn near my first manager that I started to learn this shit from.
Yeah, because
she helped out a lot.
I feel like that's kind of the decision for a lot of rappers. Like when they're first getting in the game, is to like sign with a regular label or sign with a rapper. And they both have the pros and cons where like the labels probably got more of a serious infrastructure in place. They're kind of ready to take on like a lot of the duties that you would kind of have to do on your own. Whereas then like signing with the rapper is a huge cosign, you know, like every rapper who's ever signed to Gucci, even if it didn't work out and they were on their own a year later, is like, you always will just put them in this category with Gucci and think of that Gucci cosign as validating them. And, you know, there's something to be said for that. But then a lot of rappers, like younger rappers now, are very unimpressed by the idea of signing to a rapper. You know, like I've had rappers talk to me about turning down Future, that I'm kind of looking at them like, who the fuck you think you are turning down Future? But they got it in their head that it's kind of not a good idea to sign to an artist, and they might be right, you know, because realistically, a lot of artists are really focused on themselves.
But it's a difference, I feel, between like signing to an artist and signing with an artist. You know what I'm saying? I became a part rather than, you know what I'm saying, it's my artist. And every room that he went in, for the people who didn't know me, he, you know what I'm saying, say my name, you feel me, introduce me to a lot of people that had, you know, business ventures, all type of shit, you know, people that I can invest with in the future. And bruh told me independency, you feel me, how important independence was. Like, that's the start, that was the start of it. That's like the tip of the iceberg, for real, like the beginning of that shit.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, okay, I feel like the weird thing about you is that your name is Zan Man, and I know you've like had plenty of experience with drugs, but I think people like kind of almost expected you to be like crashing out, doing some crazy Xanax oriented shit. And I don't really feel like I've ever seen that side of you.
Yeah,
I've never seen you plastered online.
Nah, right, because I always kept my circle small, so the stuff that I put out to the internet, I controlled. You know what I'm saying? Screenshot bitches, you know what I'm saying? Niggas bluffing in the DM, like, who got my number, you know, like shit like that. I never paid attention to the antics, bro. Honestly. But when I was doing drugs, it was a couple of people that got me online, but it never went viral because I'm so in tune that I can catch it before. And that's not an image that I wanted to put out. Just because I got the name, I wanted them to see the, you know what I'm saying, the music behind this shit. So, but it was obvious, bro. You feel me? I used to be tripping out for real. So it was obvious, gang. Like, I never been plastered online for no drug shit though, nah.
Right.
But I used to do it in the open. I ain't give a fuck. And I go live and do a line off the table.
Oh shit.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't give a fuck. I go online. And I ain't never have no heavy whipping phase or nothing there, but Zans, you know what I'm saying, fall asleep, fall on my ass, you know what I'm saying, middle of a video shoot. So it's stuff like that going on, like, but I never glorified. That's why it wasn't plastered online. Because even if I made that shit of me, it wasn't so I'm like, fuck it, bro.
Zans are a nasty habit, huh?
Bro, what? It was definitely a Zandemic, bro.
Yeah, back in the day, man.
Bro,
you kind of came towards the end of it. I feel like by the time COVID really got going, it's not like people stopped doing Zans, but I feel like people stopped talking about it and stopped flexing it. There was a time period in like 2017 where you would put on a random Migos song or a random Nav song, and the ad libs would be like Perky Zans, like everybody was acting like it was just the most fun way to live your life, and it's like,
for real,
this is very short sighted.
But I can't lie. I had like a Zan phase, but what really turned it up for real, like when I was sipping heavy, but I use it as like an occasional thing now. So
yeah,
I am clean. So celebration went up. Niggas put their champagne glass in the air. I might pour up a deuce. You know what I'm saying? So, but I keep it player about it though. I don't be. Yeah, just going up. When there's a Zandemic though, I'm going up off a bar between bars person. I'm up 120 on a normal day.
You're up 120?
Yeah, like between like pills, like 30 milligram,
right?
Bar 5, you feel me? Bar 2.5, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes.
Like, I feel like if I did that, I would just like sleep all day. I'll just be in the crib. Like it was,
and the feeling euphoric, but I'm not gonna go back.
Yeah.
That ain't me. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that ain't me, bro. I ain't gonna go back. But
when I hear people talk about doing Zans, it sounds really good. And then I like just think about the whole experience.
Give me chills, bro.
Yeah. But I think about like how it feels, you know, the next day, or like when you aren't on it anymore and you feel like more anxious.
You don't remember.
And then just forgetting.
You don't
everything.
remember, and then you want to do it again. Straight up.
I had days where I'd be like out trying to fuck girls, and then I'd wake up in the morning and like be looking at my texts and like trying to figure out what girl I was trying to fuck and feeling hella embarrassed and like slowly putting together the pieces of the puzzle and feeling like so stupid that I was like on this crazy mission and I ended up in some studio and I don't even remember. And
nah, for real.
Some girl, I got text from some girl and she's saying like, you know, like that something that like basically alludes to like, oh, you were trying to make out with me in the bathroom. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I don't remember any of that.
Moments, bro. I had moments like people was like, oh yeah, niggas wouldn't even believe if I told them the story because eyes off of Zan, the only thing I remember is my man Doe. And he was waking up off of Zan and I was just taking one. It was just kicking in, just getting high. And he had the ARP. And I'm like, man, you ain't high for real. You ain't back. You still sleep, nigga. And he like, man, put the bottle on top of your head and I'll shoot it off with the AR. And we inside the hotel. My cousin walk in just in time, bro.
And the only way you have to explain this is just
the only thing I remember though.
That y'all were just so fucked up that you didn't like, understand why this was a terrible idea.
I'm just telling him, I'm like, man, you ain't high for real, nigga. Like, you still sleep. You still sleep. You ain't up like me. I'm ready to get down, go to the studio. And it's like, and Bridget's little pots. You know what I'm saying? It's like shed in my mind. Like my memory fucked up off that jump. But
yeah.
I definitely seen that shit though. And he put I put the bottle on top of my head. I remember it's a Gatorade bottle. And when my cousin told me in the morning, I told him I never drink Gatorade again. I haven't had a Gatorade since then.
Probably Xanax is what you should have swore off.
Yeah.
Gatorade.
I cut off Gatorade and took a Xan. Nah, for real.
But was that like close to the end of when you decided that you needed to fall back, or did you just kind of like, or did other things have to happen before you decided like, you know what, this ain't how I want to live?
Nah, other things happen. I put the yeah, a lot of bullshit happened, bro. It's, you know what I'm saying, stuff that I can't even say. But yeah, bro, a lot of stuff happened. Transpired for me to be like, hey, I gotta turn around or this shit gonna really go left. I can lose it all.
Yeah.
But one thing I never did was let the people see me sweat. Even during those times, nigga, I'd be on one knee in this shit, head high. And it ain't never have nothing to do, again, with money. Talking about. Because you know this shit, gang. Money don't bring happiness.
No. Yeah.
Like,
it helps though.
If no, it don't. Check this out, right? This what I'm gonna tell you. Boom. What's one of your favorite cars? Or if you have your favorite, or if you want it, or if you have a dream car, if you don't have it already.
Yeah, I don't like know anything about cars.
All right, so you have all right, fuck that, nigga. You have an item that you love a lot. You have an item that you love a lot, and your wife or your girl throw your day off, like you pissed.
Right.
You buy your favorite level item and don't take that away. Only thing that money does is make materialistic shit free.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only feeling that it give you. Right. They make materialistic shit free. Oh, I don't got to look at my card when I go into this place. Bills paid every month. You know what I'm saying? Like a bill don't even exist in our mind. It's like, it's man time. It's a part of life. It's in a cycle now.
But that's why I feel like money makes me happy, is because the idea of having like bills is extremely stressful to me. Like if I feel like I have any kind of problem paying it, but if I have money enough to the point where I feel like, yo, I'm good, I could not do anything for a few years and I'll be all right. Like to me, that is such a free feeling. Like money is the difference between the feeling of I can go on vacation right now and the feeling of I'm never going to be able to go on vacation. I think a lot of people are separated. People are separated from how depressing the idea of not being able to take a little time off is. Which, right. But I also don't feel like I can take a little time off. So,
but that's what I'm saying. I say that the money is the tip of the iceberg. You feel me? It's like if everything else go wrong, that's the last resort that you're going to think about. That, you know what I'm saying? That's the last shit that you're going to think about. It ain't going to be no, this went wrong, this went wrong, this went wrong. All of those things still building up. But you was like, but if everything else go left, I still got this. I don't have to worry about this worst come to worst. But you got to go through the worst come to worst for it to be that last thing that you rely on.
Right.
So that's why I say money don't bring happiness.
Okay, I'll give you an example of how money brings happiness. You catch a charge, and
you can't say that. You can't. That's jail, though, bro.
Two options. The worst, most upsetting thing situation you could possibly be in is probably being in jail. And if you have like a situation where like we all know people who beat cases because they just had money to get a good lawyer. If it's $1 million for the lawyer that makes it so you don't have to go to prison for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that literally prison for 4 years or spend $1 million. Holy fuck. That $1 million is the thing that kept you from spending 4 years in prison. That $1 million made you so much happier.
That's cool. But I feel like that's one situation. We can't go with we gotta go with the majority. It still gotta be something extreme, like going to jail for 4 years.
Yeah.
And I don't even think that's long.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying?
I was trying not to overdo it with like 20 years.
Yeah, but $1 million. I don't know though. I feel like it's good when it's used. You feel me? But only thing it does majority of the time is make materialistic, regular, everyday shit like free time.
But I think you need to constantly be auditing how you spend money and how it's correlated to things that make your life better and make you happier. Like, I know a lot of people who spend a lot of money on clothes, and I really like sometimes look at them and just think like, there's no way you give a fuck. There's no way that buying that many outfits per month really is like making you happier. It's just you keeping up with the Joneses. It's you avoiding somebody posting you on Instagram and saying, look, this fool wore the same outfit 4 times.
Right.
Which I really don't want to live a life where I'm like shielding myself against that kind of criticism. I think that's stupid.
That's true. Cause you would say that you would probably take a picture damn near in the same fit at least once a year.
Yeah. Okay. But a lot of rappers are addicted to never wearing the same outfit more than once, or at least when they do, a video or like a show.
But that's what I'm saying though. It comes with the lifestyle. Like, I'm not a geek about clothes, but I like to shop. You feel me? I probably spend at the most like $5K a month, at the max $5K a month. I might buy one item, a little bracelet here and there, stack up, you know what I'm saying? Until it's just like, oh shit galore. Now I can mix up pieces like
a lot to be said for having like a strong closet where you can kind of make something happen using things that you've already have on deck,
niggas gotta manage their money though. That's what I feel like. You gotta manage your money. Like, I'm not even arguing with a nigga. And I'm 25 and I'm not arguing with a nigga if I can't see how they Roth IRA look or they, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the shit that I'm worried about. Niggas playing with 200. Like, bruh, once you have money that work for you, like, it's so easy and you can do it off a rap. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, bro, I'm really living proof of this shit because a lot of people who even came out from my era is zilch.
For sure.
Shit is over with, like, not even from my area, just my era in general.
So what do you credit the fact that you have still been able to make good money from streaming and maintain that fan base when a lot of people who came out around the time that you did definitely didn't?
Because I feel like that they had they blew up overnight rather than have a steady incline. You feel me? I wasn't hearing niggas, you know what I'm saying? No disrespect to nobody, but okay, if I use an artist from here, I wasn't hearing too many people talk about Roddy in 2015, 2016. You feel me? He came out when he came out, and then he ultimate blew. Like, he went Drake numbers, you know what I'm saying?
People were saying he was going to be the next Drake.
Right. This is what I'm saying, within a year or two.
Yeah.
So you rather have a steady incline rather than a blow overnight. So it's just like, if you stay small enough for long enough, you're gonna be big enough soon enough. That's how I move, because like, bro, little by little by little by little, and then you're gonna have your moment. And you just gotta keep amplifying off your moment. But what I already did for the style that I brought to the industry and this shit, like, not even me, but people like Gunu, you know what I'm saying? Like Lil Dude, the pioneers of my area who brought in the punching, rap, and all of that other shit. Like,
because I feel like your appeal is that you're like the DMV rapper who inserted more melody and auto tune and made it a little bit fun, clever bars. Like, I feel like, do you feel like your audience is like massively DMV focused? Because I feel like that's how it makes the most sense to me, is like that they, after all those years of listening to the Hoodrich Pablo one, which I know I'm not, Splurge, that sort of sound, the flow or whatever. I feel like you came out with that, but then we're able to like keep freaking the style and changing it up more and keeping it interesting.
I'm not sure, bro, because I know my main like fan base and people who tap in with me is not from the DMV. Like, that's one of the main foods. Don't get me wrong. That's home. I love home, bro. Like, and home love me. You feel me? So I get a lot of love from home.
Definitely.
But I don't feel like I feel like it's one of the main, but I don't feel like it's the main focus. It's other artists who's being focused on in the DMV. You feel me? So when I came out, my area wasn't listening to nobody else though. I say that. You feel me? When I first came out, like when I got locked up and dropped all of the shit before with APG and everything, like when I was first blowing up, it was people coming into where I was locked up at, you know what I'm saying, realizing who I was. They didn't even believe that I was a rapper when I first got locked up.
Yeah.
They found out over time. So
also, I'm aware that the two examples I used for the DMV flow are not DMV rappers. Splurge and Pablo One, but they both like kind of
but Splurge
filled in the blanks.
Splurge from, I think he from, what is it? I don't want to say it wrong. Arlington.
Yeah.
Yep, he from Arlington, Texas, but he came out at an era. I feel like that he started some shit too. You feel me, with that whole punch and flow. That nigga, Splurge is, you know what I'm saying? He wanted them in his field as well.
Definitely.
You know?
There's lore about how Hoodrich Pablo like went to the DMV and figured out that flow and just made all this music that kind of appealed to that audience and was able to like grow his fan base a bunch by appealing to that. You know,
I feel like the argument is that he the one who started the flow.
Really?
And then once we started doing the flow, he came to us and we joined in and joined that shit up in so many words. But that was due, you know what I'm saying, Lil Dude and Goon.
Definitely. Yeah. So Goon, rest in peace. What are you when you think about him and like, you know, what his place was in the game, how's that sit with you? Just like knowing that he was somebody that you were around during those time period and that he's gone now.
The way that you see how the underground is now with the crazy beats, the 808s, the dark, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bruh, he was the master of that shit. He's doing that shit 2018, 2017. Like, he would have been huge right now, bro.
Yeah.
And it wasn't no gimmicks. Everything authentic about, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, he would have been one of the biggest right now in this shit. Like,
is Lil Dude still making music? He's still at it? I gotta tap in and check it out.
Yeah, you gotta tap in, bro. He, you know, back and forth doing music, you know.
They're real street cats.
Yeah. Real street niggas.
I mean, I picked that up along the way. Yeah.
I be trying to stay focused on my craft because I want to be really great at this shit. It's some people who don't even have the blessing that I used to be so small-minded. I used to reply to everything little, bro. So many little things get to my mind. I'd kirk off in a blink of a second. Nigga, when you would have asked about sauce, I would have went off. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just because how I used to think. So I just used to have like a small mind and stop letting dumb shit get to me. You feel me? If it can be ignored, let the issue be one-sided. You see them and they on man time. I ain't playing no defense. I'm on man time. But I don't gotta act like the big bad wolf in every room and, you know what I'm saying? And do all of that extra shit, bro. I just like to stay out the way, really do the shit that matter in life, take care of your family. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want the kids, none of that to go through what I went through. I want them to do everything that I did without my mistakes and, you know what I'm saying, my trial and error. I'm pretty sure you would want the same thing though, bro.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, it's all about risk and reward. You know, like as you get older, you start to realize that everything's got inherent risk. You know, every time you go to a club, every time you go to an event, something could happen. And we all know like great people have been taking us from us early, doing things that like you would never have really guessed. Like nobody would have ever told Takeoff, like, hey, don't go shoot dice at the bowling alley or the club or whatever. And that was the situation that ended up having him lose his life. Now, granted, that is kind of like a freak accident, but
R.I.P.
Yeah, for sure. But we all know people that like just kick it on the block all day. And like, you know, in dangerous areas where people do fucking drive-bys and people get into arguments and pull out guns and shoot each other and shit like that is just like, you know, the more you develop your life or the further you get into life, the more that it's hard to wrap your head around why you would take the risk of even going outside if you don't have to, or if the other option is to like stay in the crib and be able to like enjoy yourself.
But
you know?
this what I'm trying to tell you, bro. It really be survival of the fittest in this shit. Like, it can be a nigga who not on that in the hood that can become that just because the environment that he in. He tired of going like that. He blowing niggas up now. Not playing. You feel me? So he'll blow you up. Now he'll kill you. You know what I'm saying? And he wasn't on that middle school, high school, elementary school. He got tired, bro, because it's survival of the fittest. People really adapting to their environment. And nigga, it don't come from us. It come from our parents and the parents before and the parents before. That's why it's a damn near generational curse. Why you think that the majority of us don't make it out the matrix? This shit really going on out here, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So once you raise in these certain environments, if you don't find a way to get out, or even if you a square, bro, that don't guarantee nothing. That don't guarantee that you going to make it through the hole, bro.
Yeah.
Like, so you might as well know that knowledge and still be able to move out, because I say street niggas with mindsets, bro, especially if you aggressive, like they know how to talk business. You know what I'm saying? Like, they know how to get stuff done in their own way. But I just feel like as a community as whole, bro, it'd be hard to escape that shit, bro.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Does it feel like after you, when we look at like the DMV rappers who came out and had motion, that it went from, you know, a dude like you who's like familiar with the streets and everything like that to like now I feel like the next crop of dudes who really started getting attention after you were like mega street drill type rappers, where it was a little bit more like the fans are interested, at least in part, because they're trying to decode what's going on with all the beefs and whatnot. It's like kind of a different appeal.
Yeah, I mean, artists going to realize, I feel like a lot of artists, not even DMV, bro, just a lot of artists in general, you know what I'm saying? You got to create a storyline. I don't have nothing against an artist that this, you feel me? Like, because when a artist pass away, I feel like the other artists be losing their fan base for real.
Oh yeah,
you feel
that's
me?
a real thing.
I feel like that happens a lot. So artists gotta have their story, but you gotta realize with artists with potential, imagine if I was just known as a diss rapper and niggas ain't know that I can do all of this crazy singing ass shit, you know what I'm saying? And everything else, bro. It's just like, yeah, I wouldn't be further. I feel like artists gonna realize when it's too late that it's, even if they, especially if they live through that shit, that is it worth their time? You know what I'm saying? Because you can be making money off of something else that can appeal to a way more bigger crowd, but I'm not knocking it though.
Yeah, because it's a very effective way to get people to just pay attention to you in the beginning. By dissing people, whatever. Like it actually works, but then it kind of puts you in a box, and it can be hard to get out of that box, and even more difficult for people to take you serious as like a real musician. You know,
right?
We've all seen like the drill rappers who try to go the auto-tune direction and try to make some rod wave ass music, and it's, you know, it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, facts. But I've been delivering both since the beginning of this shit, so at least I knew you know what I'm saying, a plan. And also, rap wasn't a late thing for me. I was going to do this or be nothing.
Yeah.
So I ain't have no plan B in this shit, bro.
Wait, how old are you now?
25.
25. Jesus Christ, still young as shit. But you've been living out here the whole time?
No. Last 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You like life out here better?
Yeah, bro. Life out here, it's chill. And once you tapped in, like, with the right people, you know what I'm saying? You really straight. Like, I like the way that they move out here because it's political, but it's respect, you know what I'm saying, at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, you can see somebody and be on man time with them and y'all don't gotta kill each other. We can I beat the shit out in the middle of the street and it's over. We good. Who win, lose, draw, we get to go home with our life and it's man time. It's chill. So I like that about out here. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. It's still shit that go on. You feel me? The home invasions, the rappers, you know what I'm saying? Following people home, all that shit. But for the most part, bro, like, yeah, I like it out here. Like the politics of how everything be moving. You know what I'm saying? We good.
Yeah.
Like, I don't trust none of the bitches. Like,
yeah. That's gonna be a problem.
I seen the same, bro. I've been coming here since 2018, well, 19, bro. I seen the same bitches with 20 different entourages, gang.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't trust Nathan, bro.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, a lot of people talk shit about LA because they say it's so fake. And I get that. Like, and they're talking about like the industry. They're not talking about like the streets of LA or whatever. But like personally, I kind of appreciate it because I feel like a lot of people in the music industry and shit like that are like, you know, it's like this is transactional. It's supposed to be fake. It's supposed to be fake, you know?
Yeah, it's supposed to be fake, but I don't like the way how it's fake, you feel me? That's why I'd rather deal sometimes, you feel me, with the streets because, yeah, a lot of niggas do backdoor. You know what I'm saying? Used to be one of them folks. But I feel like they gonna be upfront with you a little bit more. You feel me? Like, just like how my manager is, Prez, he's strict as shit. Bro, that shit is dumb. We're not doing that. You're not wasting my money and my time. Them folks, them Hollywood, bro, they would sit in your face and smile and give you everything while they ripping the rug right from under you. You feel me? So it's like a difference because you ain't see the snake coming.
Right.
So it's like, you know, and it's over a long-term process, bro.
But also those people don't think that they're doing anything unethical because they think that it is on you to get a lawyer or be able to like decode whatever you're signing. I feel like they don't view themselves as doing anything unethical on average.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
They're just putting the ball in your court. And if they really were to think about it, be like, listen, he's a young kid. He don't really know what the fuck he's signing. And I would feel terrible. Like if I was signing an artist and I gave him like a super fucked up deal, which is kind of the norm in rap, like even for...
Why you never started a label, Adam?
Oh, I just don't... The whole time, it's just never really felt like attractive to me. And even now, like I have rappers that I feel like I could sign right now that I think are cool. But I don't know. I just always wanted to do content. I just never really like even wanted to sign an artist.
Bro, I seen you on some Rain Bet shit.
Yeah.
You fuck with Rain Bet. I fuck with them. They ain't get my affiliate program.
Oh, yeah.
But what's another one? This ain't no sponsor, but Rips by Triumph.
Okay.
Yeah, they sponsor me on some shit. So.
Oh, really? What's that?
It's like with the Pokemon cards.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
Yep, with the Pokemon cards. So.
Damn, that's a big business to be in, huh?
Yeah. Like, bro, the content I'm gonna do with that is crazy. Because it's like, I'm gonna just be breaking shit. My whole studio setup. I fuck up on the line. I'm recording live with the meta glasses. Break the screen.
Oh shit!
And like fuck. I got a bet. Whether I win, lose, or draw, I got to buy a whole setup. You feel me?
Oh, there you
just
go.
to keep the people in tune. You know what I'm saying? Behind the music and all.
I felt like the Pokemon card thing felt like a bubble during COVID. Like it was just too hyped up and it just couldn't possibly sustain itself.
Wasn't that Pokemon Go?
Pokemon Go was like 2016, but like 2020, 2021 is when you had like Logan Paul like opening the big box of original Pokemon cards.
Yeah, like paid $3 million and all that.
Yeah, and it felt like, oh, this has got to be a bubble. This is like people are, you know, this just can't possibly stay this popular.
No, fuck that. I'm not gonna let you talk down on my anime community.
I'm saying it can't be true because now it's like re-hyped again all over.
No,
you know?
Exactly. I'm not gonna let you talk down on the Pokemon, on the Yu-Gi-Oh, nigga, or Don Julio. None of the anime. I fuck with that community heavy, bro.
Like,
Like,
do you actually play the trading card game? No, or you just collect it.
no, I just collect it. I got a couple of. I got one 1998 Charizard.
Oh shit.
That my grandfather left me in a safety deposit box, and I have one Mewtwo that's a rare card, but it's only worth like 3,500. But
Really?
the Charizard is worth about like 22, I think.
Damn. So, but you don't play Pokemon Go?
Nah, I don't.
Level 80.
What?
Spoiler: there is no
You
level.
still be playing this shit?
Yeah, there's no level higher than 80. Pokestops visited 120,000. Pokemon caught 240,000. Total XP 366 million.
Bruh, nigga, iCloud cooked. He been playing this shit for 10 years.
It's bad.
What the fuck?
It's bad, bro.
Bruh,
I'll do a raid right now.
Nah.
I'll do a remote Kyogre raid right now.
But do you still have to go around and get them now? Or the game kind of changed with the Pokemon Go?
I mean, yeah, you got to go places, but it's not as much of that. Like, I remember when it came out, I thought like, oh, I got to go to the top of Mount Olympus, and that's where I'll be able to get the illest Pokemon. And then you kind of realize like, nah, like they're just sort of wherever.
Right.
Well, I mean, there are places that are good. Like there's places that have more Pokemon, but there's not like places where it's like, oh, I'm gonna get this one crazy Pokemon that you can't get anywhere else. Which I feel like the game should be like that, but it's not.
Nah, bro.
Yeah.
I don't really. I feel like. Do you even got games on your phone though, bro? I don't be playing no games and shit like that now.
Just Pokemon Go, and then I have the New York Times app, which has like fucking Wordle and Spelling Bee and stuff like that. But I don't really do any of them besides Wordle.
You know how to spell?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
I think so.
Like pterodactyl type of spell, or like.
Wow, I don't think I can do that.
Oh yeah,
that sounds really hard. Like
for real,
because it can't be just like TERODACTY.
No, it starts with a P.
Oh right. Yeah. Oh my god, I read my kid that word recently, and she was trying to get me to explain why it started with a P.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Can't lie, fool.
Well, you're spelling good or not?
Yeah, man.
Well, you know pterodactyl, so.
Yeah, pterodactyl. That's because I practice that word though. But I be reading books and shit, gang. Like I'm reading books.
What you
straight
read?
up.
What you read recently?
The Four Agreements.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. It's like one of those award-winning type of 48 Laws of Power, but it's talking about human domestication and how we like. God is instilled in all of us, you know what I'm saying? Because we are image in him, and it's not like no religious or Bible or nothing, but it's just talking about the beginning. And I can't spoil you the book, but it's a good book though. It's really talking about life and how to move with, you know what I'm saying, people. Like I said, related to like a 48 Laws, kinda. Like in a sense, like it's real life advice.
Yeah,
like the 4 agreements in life.
I used to put a lot of pressure on myself to read books, and now I've kind of just come around to not giving a fuck anymore.
Yeah, my ADHD is terrible, bro.
Reading a book is a hard test for a lot of people.
I can't lie. That's why I do it as soon as I get up, though.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I do it as soon as I get up. I ain't touching no phone. I try not to touch the phone or nothing. I gotta be focused, bro. I'm gonna get back on drugs.
So it was so hard for me to focus on reading a book in the 90s when we didn't have phones and we just had like a TV in the corner. And now, I mean.
Yeah, how I learned all of my big words and shit, I went straight to the encyclopedia, gang. Like, that's how I used to, because I heard that Lil Wayne did something in college and studied the whole dictionary and all of that shit. So I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta do this shit. I gotta learn about the lyrics too.
Okay, have you ever used AI for a song? Like, in any capacity?
Nah.
You never like are trying to think of like a rhyming word and then you look it up with the I mean, it's not you need AI for that. They have apps that are like for spelling, and you could have probably done that on Google, but
I try to I ain't like, again, I ain't knocking it, but I ain't fucking with it.
Really?
It's just like if I say anything like pioneer, time I steer, you know what I'm saying, out of here.
Gear.
Yeah, buying gear. You know what I'm saying? Buy right. And switch it up. You know what I'm saying? But I like to rhyme both of the syllables together. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I rhyme. So I'd be like, water bottle, you know what I'm saying? Porter throttle, you know what I'm saying? Whores and models. Like, that's how I rhyme.
You know, I notice a lot of drill rap that I like is different than the way that I write raps when I write raps in my head or even when I write it in the notepad, because to me, a good bar is one in which like multiple points of the bar rhymes with the other bar. But in a lot of drill music, is almost like very intentionally just rhyming one syllable at the end of the bar.
Yeah. It's just like I want no jump every day, nigga. We ride around with that fire.
Yeah.
Like, and then see a nigga walk down on him, he ain't looking me in my eye.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah.
That bitch says that I fucked, but that bitch lied.
Right.
It's very like focus on that one bar, which to me, I don't know that I would ever want to rap like that because it feels so easy. It feels like the point of rap is to like put interesting combinations of words that rhyme together. At least that's like the part but structurally.
You can't knock the success though, bro. So many people who did it. I'm not gonna say that it's longevity, just my opinion. I'm gonna say that you're gonna have to switch it up eventually. But I don't give a fuck, bro. If
it's hard, it's hard. Yeah.
If it's hard, it's hard, bro. It's a couple artists. I ain't gonna say, but that's when they switch up when it's too late. A lot of artists try to switch up when it's too late. Then like we're not feeling this. Who you gonna diss next? And then get so far in the dissing, shit, it go whatever after that, bro. But I'm not knocking it because I know the conditions of this shit where niggas come from, you know what I'm saying? Where I come from. Like I can't knock it at all because it's just like, I slipped through the crack, but nigga, I never forget where I came from in this shit, bro. And that it can go back in it any day, you know what I'm saying? That God can, you know what I'm saying, strip it all away from you. So it's just like, I don't like to keep that.
Do you think of yourself as part of the underground scene, or is that something that you're not really concerned with, even though like if you were to go to an underground show, probably you got a lot of fans there, people who recognize you, like, would you consider yourself part of that world?
All right, so as a part of this thing called Dark Plug. So Dark Plug is when you're doing like dark trap beats. Slime Cito, he is one of those people that was in there too. You know what I'm saying? Who was doing like Dark Plug and shit like that.
Right. Okay.
But I would consider myself underground, but not an underground artist. You know what I'm saying? I consider myself underground, but not an underground artist, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
So it's just like the tier that I'm on. Where I started from, like deep in the underground. Am I still in tune? I know the two Slimies, the Osama Sons, the Shay. I be talking to Net, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know all of them, you know what I'm saying? So, like, even people, like this. It's an artist named Jace.
Shout out Jace. We interviewed Jace. Jace, good guy.
Right? So, I know, bro, we chopping up sometimes and all that, but he underground, but not an underground artist. He'll switch it up. He'll come out with some shit. Then he'll come out on some plug and B. Then he'll come out on, you know what I'm saying? So it's not a lot of, and every lane that I ever been in, I got 1 million views from, or 1 million streams from, guaranteed. Every lane I've been in, whether if it was R&B, whether if it's super trap, whether if it's some, whatever it is, I did it and was successful in it.
Yeah, because I mean, I come from the underground scene to a serious extent. Like that's what No Jumper was in the beginning, was like strictly the byproduct of the fact that I was going to all these warehouse shows and like getting turned on to all these like rappers that were totally outside the norm. And it was very freeing and exciting for me as somebody who grew up listening to rap, but I was listening to fucking Jay-Z and Nas and Tupac and NWA and all this stuff that like was dope as fuck, greatest rap music of all time, but also like really had like almost no cultural overlap with my life, being a BMX dude on the East Coast or whatever. And then like by the time I'm going to like Bones and Puya and all these type of shows in like 2014, 2015, etc. Then all of a sudden it's like, it was so amazing to me at the time because it was like, oh fuck, this is like a full pack 600 person warehouse venue. And there ain't one person that got like a chain on, or like, you know, motherfuckers in here got dirty Vans on.
Right.
And that was just like a totally new perspective on rap. And when people give me credit for being like at the forefront of SoundCloud rap or whatever, like that's the world that like birthed that. And then you fast forward like 10, 12 years and it's like, I still interview those kind of rappers from time to time and I like it. But like, I think about, I went to a Laser Dim show when he first popped out like a couple years ago and it was dope, but it definitely also stood out to me as like, I am a little old to be in this environment.
Nah, but I can't lie. It's just like, y'all just saying that because back then it was just on beat and slower.
Yeah.
That's the only difference.
That's
now
true.
it's just off beat and faster. That's the only difference. Back then it was fucked up. Now you hear fucked up. And up. I got a bitch in the this and the stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's it, bro. It's just off beat and faster for real. But Laser shit do be hard too. You know what I'm saying? He got a couple for sure that I fuck with and like, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I think of the fact that like, okay, like Underground Sound, I think it was, did like a cypher with a bunch of underground rappers like maybe 6 months ago or 3 months ago or something like that. And I watched it and it's like, I feel like the underground right now, or at least the side that they're focused on, kind of fits into a couple groups, which is kind of like people who are reviving older rappers who don't sound like that anymore. So like you got a guy who kind of sounds exactly like Lil B. He's doing exactly what Lil B doing. You got dudes who sound like they're doing like Young Thug in 2015. You got dudes who sound like they're doing Chief Keef in 2012.
Right.
So it's like you have kind of artists who are like revival, like take an artist that you really like and he doesn't sound like this anymore, but we're gonna make music that sounds like how he used to sound. And then you also have auto-tune explosions, which Too Slimy is like the most extreme version I could probably think of. But even somebody like Netspend, it's like it's too much auto-tune for a lot of people, but I feel like the underground scene like appreciates the sort of like extreme auto-tune because they're so numb to it.
Yeah, so it's just like now I feel I still make music to make music. A lot of people make music because the feeling they give you. You feel me? Which is still good, you know what I'm saying? Because even if you don't understand it, it's people who do understand Too Slimy, fool. Believe it or not. You don't understand them, but it's niggas who understand people like that. So they're in their own lane for a reason. That's why I say it's never no genre in this shit because it's a fan base for everything. Nigga, Ice JJ Fish got 1 million views. So it's just like, you know what I'm saying? It's a fan, it's really a base for everything you can.
I would love to hop in the car with someone and they're actually playing Too Slimy.
Something about the girl.
Like, have you ever like got in your friend's car and they're listening to Too Slimy? Because I fuck with him and I respect him and I like what he's doing. But I don't know anyone who listens to him like, besides like, yo, check out this crazy ass rapper.
I heard somebody play him, but not that I was with. You feel me? Definitely heard somebody play him now.
Every time I've ever watched his videos, it's more like the whole room of just staring at the screen. Like
I can't even on Brody videos. I can't hold you. I can't even look at the screen. Shit be flashing and shit.
Yeah,
seizure
inducing.
Pass out. But yeah, I fuck with bro. Shout out to Slimy though.
Yeah,
like I be feeling like I'm a OG in this shit because how long I've been around. That's how long I chilled out. But usually people be turning up when they're my age. It's just like I did all of the, you know what I'm saying, OT shit. But it's like I'm still a young nigga, but I turn up for real. So that's why I don't know. That's why I don't even be moving with like a entourage. You feel me? Or like I have my folks that I keep one sniper around that nobody see. That's all, bro. That's all. Like that nobody see.
Yeah, the entourage gets a little tiresome after a while, right?
Yeah, bro. I used to travel on the road with like 11 people at once.
Yeah.
Every meal, you know what I'm saying? It'd be like probably like 3 people out of 11 people that put up on anything. You feel me? Doing all that they can. And I ain't gonna act like that I ain't enjoy it, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I really did. I really did. But was the smartest like financial decision? No. Nah, it wasn't. So I was like, no.
Yeah, I'm always impressed when I see rappers who like I used to buy into this narrative of like, oh, if you see a rapper and he ain't around his day ones, then that means that he's on some fluky shit and he was weird to them probably.
Why the
and that's
fuck
what
would
they
you
bailed
think
out.
that, Adam? Wait, what is your?
You haven't heard a lot of people say that about other people though.
I have.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but what is like your theory?
No, but then I became one of those guys who like is not around like the day ones anymore.
I was about to say, fuck that, bro. I was about to say, I ain't fucking with you with that for that.
No, but I get it now. But I used to hear people say that. I remember even like Peter Rosenberg saying that about Joe Budden one time. Joe Budden went and did an interview and he got all mad at him and shit because they were asking him some mixy ass questions and they were like, oh, you see people he's around. He's not around his day ones anymore. You know that he's fucked up. He must have been on some fucked up dickhead shit if these people ain't around him anymore. And it's like, nah, bro, you just in the business of music, you outgrow people. Like this is a business.
Yeah, but it's just like I try not to. I call my people every day. I'm the bored friend, bro. I go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? Work out. I really write some music and really plot on some shit. Go out to eat. Post a couple Instagram stories. All of that shit, bro. I'm the bored friend. I called like 7 people a day, like just to talk to them on the phone for about 30 minutes. How you good? Talk to them about bullshit. Like, what's the next play? You know what I'm saying? What's the next step that you taking? You know what I'm saying? Like being in a conglomerate with this shit. But I call my people every day to try to check on them as most as I can, bro. Like, cause I don't take this shit for granted.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm serious more than ever, nigga. I'm in a different mode. For real, bro. Like, I feel the best that I ever have in everything, bro.
Definitely.
Right.
You ever consciously like go in the studio and try to make a hit or like a record that you feel like will change your life, or does it ever just fall into place?
I feel like it falls into place when you don't try. So, but at the same time, when you don't try, you still got to know what you're doing. You feel me? It's just like, I can't just go in there, la, 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 you know what I'm saying? I can't go in there saying no bullshit, but I can go in there like and structure it and it can still come out a hit without me trying as hard on the lyrics. Because again, music is about the feeling. And why I like nowadays music, because it's all about nostalgia too. Like anybody can come back. Anybody can come back and be hot again. You feel me? Like it wasn't like that in 2021. You feel me? Or 2022, whatever. Like if you off, you off. But now we live in a time anybody can come back. We got TikTok. Like my bitch just discovered, like, excuse my language. I ain't mean to say that. My girl just discovered, bro, Neo, a song by Neo, gang. Like, bro, you expect everybody to know every top Neo song, and I think it's that song called Closer. I
got to do some Neo homework. It's been a while since I even thought about his existence.
Damn, for real?
Yeah.
Nobody be thinking about Neo.
I got weak R&B.
He got
knowledge.
like 3 bitches though, bro. He got like 3 wives, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh, right. I seen those. Oh yeah.
Because people be saying 3 wives. I don't know how people gonna be like poly in the U.S. when they don't allow that shit.
I guess you can't marry some of them on paper. You can only marry one on paper, but then you can like live in a house with them.
Right.
I guess. You would be interested in that, having 3 wives?
Nah, bro. Could never, bro.
I could have some girls I fuck on the side, but I ain't trying to have to like be emotionally involved with them.
Yeah,
anything,
like
you know?
emotionally, you know what I'm saying? I love you, the 3 girls and all that. Like when I was a young nigga, like, and I still am, bro. I just got old soul, but when I was though, probably in my early 20s, I say yeah.
The thing that trips me out is those like Mormon dudes who have like a bunch of different families.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Imagine splitting your time between trying to be a good dad. Like I understand if you're a deadbeat, sure. Like then you get a bunch of kids and just go do your thing, sure. But like if you got like 3 houses in one city and you're the fucking husband and dad, imagine splitting that time. Like it's so overwhelming for me to even have one marriage and one child.
Nah, for real. So I don't know how they do it though, but let me ask you a question. Ain't the Mormons like the Amish folks?
Similarities.
Yeah, similar. But they live different. They live with no electricity. They run theirs manually. You know
well, that's the Amish. I don't think the Mormons are typically on that.
They be wearing the same shit.
Yeah.
And I used to think that they were Jews. Nah, for real.
That's a whisper. Jews.
Because, bro, they around, bro. I'm telling you. Ain't you Jewish?
No. Vlad's Jewish. People
so
love
you're
me.
Not Jewish?
No, I'm French Canadian and Italian.
Bro. That don't have nothing to do with.
Oh, religion-wise, I'm an atheist. But a lot of Jews are atheists too, so.
I don't trust niggas with no faith, bro.
For
I'm
real?
just letting you. I don't. I'm gonna be real, bro. You don't believe in nothing. It's like you stand for something or you fall for anything. I don't believe in that shit because it's just like if you believe in bad, it's just like this, right? You don't believe that it's just nothing. You just believe that it's here, and
I don't pretend to know. Like what happens after we die.
Bro?
Like I know it would be nice to know what happens after you die. I don't believe that anyone's died.
You talking about death? I'm talking about living. How did life become? How do you think that? You think the Big Bang? You believe in it?
Sure, but generally speaking, I would just default to like scientists who study this kind of thing. Because for me personally, I'm not really like super interested in like how the world began. I never really like spent that much time delving into it.
You high as shit, bro. Like, you need to really tap the fuck in, bro. You trapped in a matrix.
But don't you think that if like we should just default to like scientists about like how the world came to be?
No, because how come after all of these years they still haven't figured the shit out and don't know what to look at?
I mean, I think they have pretty strong
that
theories.
A rock clashed together and just made life. When has that ever happened on any other planet? After all of these years, we still can't get in contact with a planet. Never heard a signal, since 1960 or 1970 when we tried to reach out from another planet. We heard you can research this shit too, bro. Tell me I'm capping, bro. I'm smart as a fucking tack. Got me fucked up. I'm telling you.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel like I should do more to like have strong opinions on this, but okay. The leading scientific explanation is the Big Bang Theory, which is that about 14 billion years ago, the observable universe was in an extremely hot, dense state and began expanding rapidly. And so over time, energy cooled into particles. Those particles formed atoms. Gravity pulled matter together into stars and galaxies. The stars created heavier elements like carbon, oxygen,
This
iron,
shit don't even sound real to you, nigga. This shit don't even sound real to you.
It's not even like...
It don't even sound real to you. You reading it with a question mark over your head right now.
Not really. I'll just kind of like defer to like the default scientific consensus.
He don't even believe this shit himself.
I'm not concerned with like believing
and then
it.
Gravity pulled once atoms, bro. Nothing but God could have created that game.
This is the thing. I know my strengths and my weaknesses. And I feel like I'm not a scientifically minded person. Like what I just read, I don't remember. I'm going to forget it. I don't give a fuck. I'm more of a culture person. You know, I'm interested in like music and art and what's going on here on Earth. So like the whole science thing is not really for me. But either way, I'll just kind of like default to like the scientists who spend their life examining this sort of stuff and just assume that they're probably right. Because myself personally, I don't really give a fuck. Right. And even like the way I just read that, I'm trying to like express how much I don't give a fuck.
So you wasn't speaking with a question mark. You were just saying you don't give a fuck for real.
I don't really, honestly. Yeah. It's just not something I'm really curious about, of like how the world came to exist. It feels like a little too much for me to understand what happened 14 billion years ago.
Yeah, but
the one thing I know didn't happen is whatever the fuck it says in the Bible.
No, wait, whoa. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that with JC, nigga. You got me fucked up right here talking about JC. You
JCK,
tripping.
I can't do it.
You tripping, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. You tripping. Don't talk about my God. You got me fucked up.
I think it's cool that you have a God.
Right, but that's one.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Right, whatever helped me sleep at night, nigga. And I'm doing great. God got me out of a lot of situations. Got me fucked up right here. I ain't playing with the devil. Tripping.
Yeah. I don't fuck with him, but you know, it's a cool idea.
Right.
I understand why people find comfort in it.
You don't got no faith.
None.
In nothing.
No, nothing I can't see. Besides, like.
But this is what I'm saying. Have you ever seen George Washington? How you know he real?
Well, you know, something that I'm not an expert in, I'm perfectly happy to default to the experts who have like studied his life and documented him. There's all these paintings throughout his life, you know. I guess they didn't have photography maybe then, but I mean, it seems like we can be pretty confident that he existed. But keep in mind, that was like 300 years ago. Jesus was 2,000 years ago. Really like tough to rationalize his existence.
Okay, next sub, bro. Next sub. That's the only thing you won on, because I don't even want to go deep into the shit. That's the only thing that you won on, bro.
No, yeah, that's good.
Fuck you, Adam.
So tell me about shitting yourself off of Xanax. That's not actually my next question. I just wanted to see how that looks.
Yo, y'all got me fucked up right here, Adam. Check it though.
You don't actually have to. Remo just wrote that in the questions, and that was the first one I saw.
Nah, but for real though, I did shit on myself off of Xan. It happened when I was in school though, bro. And
how young we talking?
Like this is like when I was. Yeah, I shitted on myself off of Bob, bro. I fell out and I was on the steps shitting on myself. Then I ran to the bathroom. I don't even want to talk about it, bro.
You ever wear white underwear?
Nah, nope. I used to.
Don't do it.
Bro, I used to.
You find out way too much about yourself through white underwear.
Nah, what?
So
you just say you dirty, nigga. Just say that you dirty.
My whole life I was rocking black boxer briefs.
You wore white one time, you see them skids.
Yeah, my girl bought me a 6-pack of white underwear and I'll be wearing them. And then like when I go to take a shower the next morning or whatever, I'll be looking at it and be like, damn, like I didn't know. I didn't even know that, like how? Like
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
I can't lie though. Why am I itching?
Probably took a perk. You want perk? Perk?
You got perk?
You need a perk? No.
Oh, you saying it for the little interview shit?
The little got it thing, yeah.
Come on, man.
You need a perk?
Try and make me go.
Shout out got it. I wonder if he's still on perks.
Got it?
Yeah. I feel like you might have left it alone. You got to leave it alone sooner or later, man.
Look, man. I can't lie, gang. I talked to some folks, you know what I'm saying? They don't got nothing to do with got it, by the way, but I stay away from all this, gang. I don't really be fucking with niggas, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't. You know what I'm saying? I got my circle of like rapper friends that I have, but the friends that I do, they like family, you feel me? I go to they states and stay at their house, you know what I'm saying? And move around with them. So it's just like, but other than that, don't be fucking with a lot of niggas, bro. It's hard in this life to be friendly. You gotta be stern in this shit. Like you gotta, and people don't like to hear no. Like that's like because men, we got an ego. You know what I'm saying? And you wouldn't take it as offense unless it have something to do with you. It's just like if somebody passing me the blunt, be like, nah, Brody, I ain't fucking with that. I'm gonna roll my own shit. You ain't taking much as offense, but if it have something to do with you, you would take offense to it. Like, hey, Zan, you gotta pull up. Nah, bro, I ain't fucking with you. I don't want to pull up there. Fuck. Nah.
Yeah, it's tough to.
You be like, damn, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? Or what I do, you know, or whatever. So it's just like, that's why I be staying away from niggas, because they don't like to hear the word no. And I got that from my manager just being like straight and forward. Like, hey, bro, we should, nigga, producer DM me, hey, bro, we should lock in, produce for a Lil Kid, and I got songs with Thug and No Cap and da-da-da-da. And I be like, lock in for what?
Make music. You know what he means, right?
No.
I mean, he means make music.
Or he's saying lock in for what, though? You telling
make some music together.
You telling nigga for what?
Music is a collaborative art form, hip hop especially. People get together, make music together. I mean, you could just say like, hey, send me some beats. That's why I feel like most rappers say in that situation.
Yeah.
Send me a 10-pack. Maybe I'll send you back a song.
Yeah. But I feel like guys who do that, they be trying to get a quick dollar. You feel me?
Yeah.
Because why are you I never trust a nigga who introduces accolades to me when he meets me. That's a red flag. Like, if you say, hey, bro, I'm no jumper. I interviewed, it's like, what do you want from me? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Versus you being yourself as Adam yourself. You feel me? So it's like, yeah, bro, that's how I care.
But I feel for those people because it's like, let's say you're a producer and let's say you produce for Kendrick, for Drake, for fucking Young Boy, for all these huge artists. 99% of the time, we still have no fucking clue who your name is, who you are, right? And it's like that dude's walking around knowing that he produced big ass songs that we all know, and also knows with stunning accuracy that we do not know who the fuck he is, and we don't really care. And that is like kind of hard for a lot of people to accept. And I get that.
The whole time, the nigga did the hi-hats and he'll say that he I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, he did the hi-hats or he added a little bit of drums. Is that chlorophyll?
It's water, motherfucker. Chlorophyll.
No, I'm just saying, bro. I be eating healthy and shit too, though.
Yeah. I've been thinking like this is too big and I need to just have a little cup here and then fill up the cup and then I'll just be drinking
you
out the
do.
cup.
You doing anything, pulling out that wild ass.
It just looks crazy to you?
Yes, it does.
It's a lot of water to be lugging around.
Yeah, I can't lie.
But also sometimes I do pods where I might really drink like half of this throughout the podcast.
Damn.
You know?
Damn, that's true. Whatever happened to Oh, is that what's bro name?
Draco and Money Sign Suede.
Money Sign Suede, okay.
Yeah.
I know who Draco is.
Good.
Bro.
Money Sign Suede was amazing too. He was going to be the biggest Mexican rapper out of LA probably ever, but they killed him in jail. Very sad.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. There be a lot of shit going on.
It's tricky.
That shit crazy.
Being a gang member in prison can go poorly here and there.
No, not really. I just feel
it's
like
not supposed to.
Nigga. If you a member and you activist, you stand up man. In my opinion, that's just me. You feel me? I feel like you following code of what niggas supposed to be doing.
But his situation was basically like old heads trying to extort him while he was in prison, and he wasn't going, so they took him out.
Honorable man.
Yeah.
Still unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
Honorable guy.
Yeah.
Feel me? Just my opinion. You stood up for what's yours. You know what I'm saying? You already in that situation where type of shit go down. Like, it's not like you can dodge it. Feel me? It's not like this happened to you in public.
Yeah.
You're already in a place where, and I'm not going. Fuck it.
He probably didn't know that they were going to take it that far. It's crazy. Yeah. Wait, I forgot to ask this question earlier, but when the clip came out of Gunu's funeral, which was like basically at a club, and they had his body like standing up on stage, is that familiar to you, or was that something that was like surprising to you as well? That was a tradition?
You know what? For one, I feel like somebody asked me that before, but not so much in detail, bro. Like, nah, bro, that's how bro wanted to go. You know what I'm saying? Bro, he a real nigga, celebrated. He was celebrated.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I say. He was celebrated, bro. I don't know. It's just because it's viral, and I hate that internet ass shit. Like, niggas celebrating. You feel me?
Yeah.
Celebrating going away.
It's just like a lot of people were confused because that's not something they were familiar with. But I'm gonna be real. That's one thing I like about the attitude of people.
Well, fuck them. My man went out. You know what I'm saying? Cool. Tell them put they bitch ass man in the ground and fuck them. I don't care what they.
Would you want to be on stage like that after you passed at the function?
I don't be thinking about death.
I guess I wouldn't mind. They could have me in the casket. Maybe they don't need to be like showing me the whole time.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I mean, you wouldn't mind. That's probably like that's somebody else's preference, bro. You don't know what the fuck his family had going on, whatever. We ain't on that.
You feel like you know what grief is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Do you?
I was looking up the definition of it and like doing some research about grief the other day, because I kind of feel like, as much as I know a ton of people who've died, and I've had sadness, but I don't feel like I've really gone through like the grieving process that, like, I feel like I haven't lost someone who was that close to me, that it fucked me up that bad, of like what the more extreme version of grief is.
I have, but you know what I'm saying? My grief is different. Mine is like more of a coping mechanism for me. When I grieve, it's not like crying, but it's more like running away from my problems.
Yeah.
And I had to stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? Stand up like a man, stand tall. Nigga, something happened in Maryland. Nigga, fly to LA. Had a bad day. I'm going to Miami real quick. Fuck that. Everybody getting on my nerves. Hit some money. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like, but as far as grieving though, yeah, I lost somebody that close to me. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people since 2020. And yeah, bro, like, it's a tough process. I ain't gonna say like I spent weeks, you know what I'm saying, inside and not still living me, because it even happened to me recently. And even if you cry, it's just like, that's just letting out an emotion, honestly.
Yeah.
Some people, shit, I know niggas who I used to, you know, take my anger out when I'm wanna cry.
Yeah.
You feel me? And then I started going to the gym. And now, nigga, I punch anything, can't hold you. So
yeah, I mean, like, I feel like I've known people who lost someone and literally were just in the crib crying and just in their feelings for like weeks. And then on the other hand, I know like people specifically in like the streets and the rap community, whatever, where like they're fucking smoking blunts and drinking lean at the funeral, and they're going to the club that night, and they kind of like, they have maybe like a moment for like the sadness and the crying, and then they just move to like, fuck it, we're going to celebrate his life. And it feels like that is more familiar to me for sure, of like, we're going to be sad for a moment, but then we're just going to like make the best of it and have a good time in your name. But then like I was listening to a podcast with somebody just talking about grieving, and they were describing it as like something like way more extreme than anything that I've encountered. But then I was thinking about it, like, I never lost a parent. I never lost a day, like a person I'm with every day. You know, it's like this kind of like, maybe I
didn't go through it yet.
Yeah.
You feel me? Once it's somebody that you, in, God forbid for you, right? Never hope that never happened to you. You know what I'm saying? Long time happened for everybody, but you know, bless. But you don't know how it is to call somebody every day, then you can't call them. You know what I'm saying? Like, ever again. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, bro, I get that real, gang. So
yeah. No, there's a lot, like my friend Vel from Long Beach, like he lost his best friend, like the person that every time I ever hung out with him, he was with this dude pretty much. And when I think about that, like I haven't really had that. That's like a different level.
Yeah, facts. And you don't, like, bruh, like imagine if you couldn't call anybody, like your mom, you know what I'm saying? Mom, wife, anything. Like
I lost my grandparents when I was in high school, but I feel like your grandparents are different because they're so old from when you're a kid.
It's kind of like destined.
When they're 80 and they die, it doesn't feel like a tragedy. It feels like the nature of the universe.
Right. Like,
whereas like when a child dies,
their life, right.
Or like even a person in their teen years or whatever.
I seen people grieve. I can't lie. I seen people grieve over, you know, because it's just like life is precious. You know what I'm saying? Life is good. So it's just like, I seen people grieve over that, like over somebody that because bro, especially in the Black communities, bro, like the grandmothers be the family trees a lot of the times, bro.
True.
So you gotta realize that it's either the aunties or the grandmas.
Yeah.
Not too many of the bunch of the moms is like the leader of the families. Like, oh, we going to Thanksgiving at grandma's, Christmas. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the family reunions, everything. It takes place around them. and all of their kids, because all of the life stem from them, bro. So yes, they get the most love, the most conversation. Yeah, fuck yeah, bro. I seen people grieve over that.
No, for
like
sure.
It's normal.
Definitely. What do you feel like you need to do to like make yourself feel like you did everything you need to do for your career and for music this year? Like what do you feel like are the steps you want to accomplish?
Steps I want to accomplish, bro. I'm gonna be one of the biggest in this shit. I promise you, Adam. Adam, bro. I'm telling you, Holmes. I'm gonna be one of the biggest in this shit. You feel me? Like, talent is endless. I just had to focus up. I had to have the right team, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to be what my talent can showcase. I know from all of the mistakes of the past, some of them coming to me now, many of them disappeared. You know what I'm saying? Like, music-wise. So my goal is to just show to the world, like, shit, a nigga like me can be at a Coachella in those rooms. And I already have over the years, bro. It's like nobody who don't know me, you feel me, or don't know the name, or I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So it's just to keep on showcasing that, bro, to keep building the empire, to have the independency in my ownership of my music. Everything good already, like, but I'm never going to get comfortable. That's what I'm saying. I'm coming for every spot.
For sure, man. I respect it.
Yeah,
I think you got the right mentality. You know, it's not about going viral in the short term and making yourself look like a goofball. It's about just building long term.
I could have been did that. You know what I'm saying? It's not about that. That's why everybody be falling short, because they rather go for 100,000 right now rather than for 1 million later. I'm just being steady while I keep building, and then going to wash him out the fucking water. I'm coming for everything in a good way, though. You feel me?
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
My God. Shout out Zan Man. Everybody go turn up Zan Man on Spotify, Apple Music, all streaming services, Instagram, YouTube, etc.
Zan serving everywhere, man. The album out right now. Game not over. Y'all see that shit, man. Hustle Firm Entertainment. Shout out to them real killers. Woo. Oh, yeah.
Shout out to all my Zan heads.
Yeah, all of the
past and present.
All of the Zan heads, past and present, man.
That's just your fans.
Hey, I'm telling you, bro. It's like, it was like a big ass Zandemic, though.
Oh yeah,
I can't lie. Like, everybody.
I knew people who would like go to Zan parties and like just be describing all the girls like on the couches and shit. It sounded not good.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, bro. I just making sure that everything's still good.
You good?
Yeah, I'm okay, bro. You straight?
Hell yeah.
All right.
All right, son.
I just seeing, bro. I'm you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I told you, bro. I got a killer everywhere, bro.
That was a killer?
Just sniper across.
Oh shit.
Sniper across him every. You never see him.
Oh fuck.
Come blow that whole joint up.
Oh shit. Yeah. Damn, fuck, you gonna blow me up too? I'm in here.
Shit get like that.
Oh nah, yeah, he off.
Yeah. Good luck with your killing, sir.
Yeah, but appreciate it, bro. He's just
glad we ran into each other.
Of course.
It's a good time,
you know what I'm saying? Back and back again. We gonna do this shit again, man. No jumper.
Let's get it.
Sweetest podcast, best podcast.
Sweetest podcast. I don't know that one. Sweetest. Shout out everybody who watches. Hey, No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. Check us on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Like, comment, subscribe, and shout out to our. He's like, I think he's the only black person on. Joe Biden is like the headliner. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, he's going through some shit right now.
Yeah, I seen Joe Rogan spreading news about him, saying that he thinks he's losing his mind and stuff.
Yeah, like that's just fucked up. You know what I mean? Usually the funny, happy laughing motherfuckers, they usually got some shit going on. You know what I mean? It's like projecting.
That's like the weird dynamic with comedians is that they say the most offensive things you could ever think of, but then at the same time, they seem like they're all kind of like weirdly sensitive. Whereas like if you go to like street rap, etc. culture, it's like a culture of like, I'm not letting you know what I'm sensitive about or what could hurt my feelings.
It's a very guarded, you know what I mean? Like it's guarded, but that brings you to the place of like, damn, is everybody got armor up? You know what I mean? Is anybody being who they are? You know what I mean? Like in real life, like, is this how you operate out in the world? Is this how you conversate with people that you meet, your family, this and that, you know? And it's like, I kind of have been paying attention, like, damn, people are portraying themselves as to what they think people want them to be.
Yeah.
And that shit is like how you find yourself in like a fucking identity crisis.
Well, I've been on like both sides of it where I've been in like sort of like hipster type scenes or whatever, where it feels like everybody feels like they can do whatever. The dudes are bisexual and some girls are like total sluts and some girls aren't, etc. And it's like a very free culture. And then in hip hop, kind of like the other way, where it's a little bit more like a high school mentality of like, I don't want to stand out too much, so I get picked on.
Yeah.
And I can see the pros and cons of both, but
I guess like, well, being free is the best con.
Yeah.
Like being free to be who you are. Like fuck what people think. Like everything is acceptable now. You know what I mean? Like why would you waste the energy and stress of not being who you are right now? Like right now, it's the most advantageous time to be yourself.
True.
And so other than people playing characters, you know what I mean, to panhandle or pander to a certain people to garner some kind of monetary gain. Like I see, okay, you're playing a character now. Like you're pandering to people, so either rage bait or whatever, however it is, but that's your stick. You know what I mean?
But okay, like if you're Playboy Cardi and you got weird hair, you're wearing a dress, you got fingernail polish, whatever, like sure, that works for him. But we're in the like street type world, I feel like there's so little room to like do anything kind of different, and anybody who does do something different is just singled out. And you know, I mean, still people talk about the baby wearing a dress, not a dress, but a diaper one time. Like that was 10 years ago. You hear about it all the time still.
Yeah, but if you're checking the temperature through the streets, now is the worst time.
Yeah,
because the streets is changing rapidly. No one really knows what the identity of the streets are. Oh, I believe this way. I think this way. Oh, this is how we used to do it. Oh, this is how we do it now. It's all in the air. Decide who you are and you be the momentum to tell people who you are so they'll accept that shit. Motherfuckers will follow you if you fuck mac and cheese. Like, oh yeah, shit. Okay, cool. Any weird shit, somebody has started.
I heard Kodak say something about hitting it from the back and it sounded like mac and cheese. And then I did hear a lot of other people say it too.
So that's it. And it's like, I don't know if I want to say if this is the right word, but shock value, right? Like shock value is running shit right now.
Yeah.
And so at what point are we where shock value is running media? And is it hurting media? Because the standard has to continue to drop. You have to top the shock.
Yeah.
And then at what point is it like, fuck, I got to blow somebody up to.
And it keeps getting harder and more challenging to like make the news. And then when you find out that everybody's paying for clippers to make their campaigns, like I would have been so shocked a year ago to know that Drake was running clipper campaigns. And now that is happening out in the open. It's not hidden at all. Really, like I think probably most rappers are doing it. Like that's probably one of the most effective things that they could do promotion wise is to just pay people to like take your clips and plaster them all over social media, and you only have to pay them if it goes viral. I didn't even really understand how that worked until a couple months ago, and now it's seemingly like totally accepted. So now like I'm even less trustworthy when I see something seeming to go viral. If I scroll through Twitter and I see 10 people talking about a rapper that I'm not like super familiar with, my brain automatically goes to like, really? Like
what's behind this?
Maybe.
Yeah. What machine is behind this? Who's pushing this? But how different is that than a record label saying, hey, I put $500,000 into marketing and promoting you?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? To get you on the radio, to get you on this cover, this magazine, to get this person to talk about you, to get you graded and this shit. It's the same shit, and that's why I say it's the best time to be yourself right now, because we're watching everything change right in front of our eyes. Record labels, Drake's taking the power from the record labels, showing the world like, oh, this and that, and people think, oh, you're a Drake hater if you don't like the album or whatever. But if you don't notice the change happening, that they're going through influencers, they're going through media platforms and saying, hey, talk about my shit. It's the same as payola, but right now there's no fucking rules.
Yeah.
But so why not control the narrative?
The only thing we can do is count on the platforms to maybe like de-emphasize it, because like Twitter's taking a lot of steps to sort of try to make it so that the Clippers have less control over the platform, so you won't get paid if you just sit there and just clip shit all day, every day. But think about how different that is than like 10 years ago when I started doing this. If a podcast clip went viral 10 years ago, it was because that podcast clip went viral. Yeah. Or like if a streamer clip went viral, it was because a fan of that streamer actually took the time to clip that. And I still remember, like, I interviewed Tiana Trump in probably like 2018, and she's saying the craziest shit ever. She's talking about fucking NBA players when she was underage, shit like that.
Oh, shit.
And I had never even really spent any time on like NBA Twitter.
Yeah.
By the time I got off live, there was accounts posting that shit that had millions of views of people playing the guessing game of trying to figure out
who it is. Who's that?
Exactly.
She was in Orlando this.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I mean, nowadays, the normal thing is that streamers pay to make the shit go viral. I personally don't really see the benefit. Like, I just don't really, even if I spent $1,000 and temporarily there was a burst of like, oh, there's a lot of people talking about this thing that happened on the No Jumper show or whatever. It's just like, what the fuck do I care? Like, what does that do for me? I don't think any of those people are becoming like repeat watchers.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, for you, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You're established. You've set yourself up in the industry to be a recognizable, known person. Like, okay, Adam is this and this, that. But for a small upcoming, like, say, I don't pay for that shit. You know what I mean? But I can see the benefit just for me, Society of Freedom, just to have people just saying, oh, I saw this or this, that. Like, really not nothing major, but people are seeing me.
Yeah.
And that's like the new monetary is attention.
I just have an assumption that, like, if somebody wants to watch No Jumper, they probably already know about it, which is like, the newer you are, the less of a safe assumption that is. But it works. My boy Vel from Long Beach, I was talking to him. He goes, I downloaded the Kick app to watch Dean and Adrian Broner. He's like, I never watched a streamer before my whole life, but I kept seeing clips of them, so I actually went and watched it. So I'm like, that's what the Clippers do. Yeah,
it's working. Yeah. It's working. And like, who did they say? Was it Aiden Ross? Aiden was doing it, was paying Clippers. And like,
he's the king of it.
But look at what he's got now.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, he's doing major shit.
Definitely.
And it's like, okay. And it's still shock. You know what I mean? Like, I just, in my head, I'm like, fuck, where is this going?
Yeah, exactly. Like, where does this go? Is anybody ever going to go viral again without having to pay for it? You know, It's like, because the standard keeps getting higher. It's like you kind of need like a fight or something really extreme for it to go viral naturally. But like, hey, well, okay. So I really wanted to ask you about your background. So where are you from?
I'm from Long Beach.
Oh, okay.
Born and raised.
Until when did you leave there?
26.
Okay.
At 26.
What was life growing up like out there?
Just on the east side of Long Beach, just a kid. Long Beach was dope. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's ups and downs, but nothing out the norm of growing up in the hood. You know what I mean? And sports, gang banging, this, all that kind of shit. But got my way out of that. You know what I mean? Like, and here I am.
What were your parents like?
My father is Puerto Rican. My mom is black, and so my dad is a postal worker, and my mom was a beautician.
Okay.
Nice people. My dad was dibbled and dabbled where he dibbled and dabbled, you know what I mean? And so
sort of in the streets, but
a little bit, you know what I mean? And so there was times, just regular shit.
Okay. And did you grew up in an area where like the hood was already pre-decided, or did you kind of have to make a choice at a certain point?
My family is like, I don't have any family in LA.
Okay.
Like all my
left, your parents?
No, they're
oh, you mean they're in Long Beach?
Yeah, all my family is from Long Beach. Like people venture out and like, oh, I got family in Compton, I got family in LA or wherever. I had no family anywhere but in Long Beach, and they all graduated from Poly, the East Side. It's just an East Side family.
Damn. Okay. So do you like not even really go into LA much growing up?
I live in LA now. My community is LA, South Central.
Okay, but when you were younger, was it like?
No, never.
Really?
Never. It was just Long Beach. Like we ran track. I ran track and played sports, and that would be my venture out. You know what I mean? Like playing sports or going places. But my family was all Long Beach.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the world seems very small to a lot of people. Like when they're younger. I remember when I first moved to New York, and I would meet kids from Brooklyn who were like, yeah, like if it wasn't for this BMX shit, I would have never gone to Manhattan.
Yeah.
I'm like, Manhattan is 15 minutes on the train.
All you gotta do is hop on
it. It costs $2 and you're in Manhattan in 15 minutes. But that in their world, like you're in your neighborhood.
You're
like,
in your neighborhood.
Yeah, that's
Long Beach I feel like Long Beach had everything to offer. Like for a kid, you know what I mean? Like what else do you want? You know what I mean? Like we had the Snoop Dogs, we had the Willie McGinnis, we had all the stars that were in Long Beach. And it was kind of like, where else would I go? You know what I mean? Like, why? This Long Beach is huge.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, in a lot of ways, it's like, when you think, like, okay, we had this conversation recently. It's like, if Snoop Dogg didn't blow up out of Long Beach in the early 90s, what would we talk about Long Beach like? You know, like does that make Long Beach relevant culturally in a way that it wouldn't be if Snoop Dogg never existed?
I think musically, like rap and hip hop, like because he's polarizing. In the weed game, just like normalizing smoking weed, Martha Stewart, Disney cookbooks. But I think a Nate would have existed. A Nate Dogg would have existed somehow. There's no way that talent doesn't exist on its own somewhere. But we always had Long Beach probably has the most athletes put in professional sports ever out of any high school.
Really?
And so we've always had athletes come back. We've always had family that was giving back and talking about other things in life. But music wise, I think it would be not half of what it is right now.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy because there's like a lot of cities or sections of LA that have that. Like, you know, on a mainstream level, people didn't really know what Schoolyard Crip was till Blueface came out. And that's after 30 years of existing, or probably longer than that. You know, it's like the one rapper that rises to the occasion kind of like validates the whole city. That's like the power of music, though.
It's the power of music, but it's also the power of timing. Like I think what we like always overlook or gloss over is the situation of now. Like what was going right at that time. Like with Snoop, if Corrupt wasn't there, if Daz wasn't there, if Nate wasn't there, if Dr. Dre wasn't there, if Warren G wasn't there, would it have been as big as it is now or as it was then? It was a whole movement.
Yeah.
You know, like it was funk. It was everything.
Yeah, because it was the sound, it was the personalities. And I could say I was a kid who was like I was probably like 8 or 9 years old when I first found out about Snoop Dogg. They like, blew my mind on such a level. And that's when you know you're really dealing with something, is when like a little white kid who's not even old enough to be like allowed to listen to this music is having his whole worldview changed by something from the other side of the country that just seems so cool that you kind of felt like, oh, like this is my thing for the rest of my life, probably.
So it was even Ricky Harris, the comedian, rest in peace. You know what I mean? Like the skits, the intros, the outros, everything was hitting.
Yeah.
It wasn't just nothing about it was normal or what people were used to. So I think his timing is everything. And sometimes we look to like, oh, nobody's coming out, but like, who's the next movement? Really? It's not who's the next artist. Who has a movement and a crew and a surrounding around them? Yeah,
and will any rapper like, or it sort of seems like very few rappers will like get to the level of national stardom that somebody like Snoop Dogg did.
Snoop Dogg is universal,
right? But he is who he is because at that time we lived in a monoculture in which it was kind of like there was only so many rappers that the world could pay attention to, whereas like, would I have been paying attention to like Boston area rappers if I grew up in a different age attached to the internet? Probably, you know, because like as much as hip hop isn't regionalized anymore, it's massively regionalized. You go to Detroit, you're gonna hear a ton of Detroit rappers.
Yeah,
that you probably wouldn't hear out here. You go Long Beach, you can hear all these Long Beach dudes that like realistically you might not even hear in Compton. You know?
Yeah. And so Snoop just did something for the new upcoming Long Beach artists. So shout out to them for what they're doing.
What was that?
That was like just him promoting Long Beach artists, the new up and coming artists, and it's something that's needed. You know what I mean? I think it's dope that he did that shit. Mark Nasty, Some other.
I've seen a bunch of people. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people, but it's dope to have. Anytime you have Snoop doing anything for you, it's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, definitely. And even like him doing the sort of Long Beach podcast circuit as well, Barway and fucking
P Nice.
Yeah, that was pretty cool to see.
Yeah,
that's a good look.
Dope. And it's like nobody can do this shit on their own. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. You know what I mean? Like this shit is difficult. It's not easy. But when you can have somebody like a Snoop Dogg sit down with you, and it's not about numbers, it's not about who saw it, it's about damn, you had the opportunity to sit down with Snoop and maybe pick his brain about what's going on or how he feels about this, or if he just tells you like, you're doing a good job, I've been checking you out. That's dope.
Yeah, that could change a lot of people's lives, just getting a pat on the back from the right person at the right time, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
So, okay, you don't got to go super specific, but on a scale of being from the hood, but just being the homie to like wilding out, where would you say you kind of fell on that spectrum during like your high school years and shit like that?
Wilding out.
Okay, so you're getting in trouble and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you do like serious jail time at any point or?
No.
No? Okay. Was it, when would you say that you kind of started to realize maybe I don't want to take this as far as I could?
I guess once I started seeing like everybody being forgotten. You know what I mean? Like
people come back from prison.
Yeah, and like are being forgotten in prison or
losing their life.
Yeah, and it's like I appreciate everything it was for me and what it did for me, because I am the man who I am today because of my upbringing and my raising. But it was a eye opener to me, like, because Long Beach was dealing with a lot of shit. You know what I mean? A lot of racist type shit going on. And
during your high school years, that was kind of one of the primary
high school
conflicts.
Yeah, it was like, and like the soldiers who took care of business, I saw them get forgotten. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, all this shit wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for my, you know what I mean? Like my guy or whatever, you know what I mean? Like,
but so that kind of started to make you look at it differently.
It made me look at it like, wait, what is this? Is this a facade? Is this just like a cool thing to say, oh yeah, I fuck with you, my nigga, or whatever. But do you really?
Yeah.
And once I start, and me now, I play my own little, like, cause I have my own shit that goes on in my head, got my own mental stuff, but I play like social games and I watch shit play out. And it's like, I set up things and I watch it. I'm like, I knew it. You know what I mean? And so once it came across my mind that it was a waste of energy and a waste of time, and it was leading everybody down the wrong road, not saying that I changed up all immediately. It took a time, but I started focusing on that.
Right.
Like the things that weren't going the way that they said that they were going to go, or didn't play out the way it presented. And I was like,
it's like when you see like a dude who was in the military when they were younger, and then as they get older, they get smarter, they start to realize like, oh, the conflict that I was fighting on behalf of maybe wasn't as simple as I was fed when I was 18.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And then the older you get, like the younger you are, the more you just are a sponge and you're influenced easily. Like everything is cool. Everything is tight because you just seen it for the first time. But then when you like really itemize shit and be like, motherfuckers is trapped. You know a box. Really, my pops is the shit. Even with all his shit, he's the shit.
Yeah.
He's the one that's feeding all of us.
Yeah.
Like we come to the house, he feeds all of us. You know what I mean? Like all of the homies, all like, damn, who's making this shit happen? Because this is what's tight. This is the sanctuary. This is where we can relax and rest and lay our heads. There's nowhere. And I started looking, I was like, fuck, I don't go nowhere else and feel that. And he's making that for everybody that's around me.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh no, my dad is the dope dude.
Yeah. The guy who's living the boring, honest life is the guy who's living an honorable existence. And on the other hand, the pimp is more often than not a piece of shit, bad person. The guy who goes and shoots at his enemies is at best probably just not making the best decisions about his life. On the other side, also might be like a fucking monster that like is the last person you would want to trust or do any kind of business with or whatever. You know, it's like a lot of these roles that when as a young man you think are fucking so dope. Like you get a bit older and you kind of look at it and you're like, well, my dad had a honest job for 40 years and helped raise a family. I mean, that's objectively, that would probably be a better way for me to spend my life than just like think it's what to do to like crash out and break the law for the rest of my life.
Right. And for a while, I kind of judged my father, you know what I mean, in a negative light for some of his shortcomings. But me being a dad and a father now, it's like, I understand how hard it was raising kids in the 80s. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not easy. But my homies coming up to me and my brothers and my friends coming up to me like, hey, your dad is fucking dope, man. Like, tell your dad I said what's up. Or this, and they always had good things to say about my dad because they saw him in the light they saw him in the supportive thing. And I started thinking, like, am I like judging my pops the wrong way? You know what I mean? Like, am I too focused on the negatives and not paying attention to the positives? And if you could do that with somebody you love or somebody that's raising you or somebody that's doing anything and everything for you to have a better life, whatever the life is that is provided, you could do that to somebody who loves you dearly, then you could easily do that to somebody who you don't know that well or that doesn't sacrifice. So it made me give grace to people a lot better.
For sure. I remember when I was like 18, I said to my dad, I go, when you graduated college, what was your goal for your life? And he said, I wanted to marry your mom and I wanted to have a family and buy a house. And I remember sitting there thinking, wow, like I could not relate at all. I want to travel the world. And this is like primarily as I get older, I realize it's like a generational divide. Yeah. He's like a baby boomer. He's coming from the era in which like his parents were terrified by the multiple world wars that they had to endure. So they're looking at life like we need to conserve. Like my parents still to this day, I've never seen them spend money frivolously ever. And I think that got like embedded in them from their parents that like this shit could go bad. But we lived through the Depression. Like right. This shit is not a situation where you need to go buy fancy clothes. You need to save every last dollar. And you know, then you get to me and it's like I'm from a generation that's more comfortable and that accepts that like things are going to be okay. Like you can always just get a job or whatever. I feel like now this generation is different because they're dealing with such scarcity. AI is this giant monster in the fucking room that you kind of think is going to take away most of the job opportunities that you might have thought about. It's like now I feel like people are really scared. The cost of living is so unbelievably high. It's like that same sort of comfort of like everything's going to be okay that I had when I was a kid. I don't know that the next generation now has that.
No, they don't, because if you think about coming up, like what was our COVID? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like what was our COVID? What was our
9/11?
9/11.
I was in high school for that. Yeah.
That in comparison to COVID shutting down the whole fucking country.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like having to take the jab and having to do check this, wear a mask. They've been through some shit where they should be tripping. You know what I mean? Like, damn, life is not. They're living through Trump.
Yeah.
They're living through ICE. They're like, we're dealing with it as adults.
Yeah.
And now our kids have way more access to information. So as we're going through it, these little motherfuckers is going through that shit too.
Yeah.
And so I make sure I communicate as much as possible. You know what I mean, with them, because it's just fucked up.
So you graduated high school?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
Mm-mm.
Okay. What grade would you have dropped out in?
I got kicked out in 11th grade.
For what?
Don't want to say, you know,
bang out?
No, but I got sent to. I robbed the ROTC.
Really?
So all the guys in the ROTC, I stole all their stuff, and so,
shit.
I got sent to the continuation school, and then got kicked out for bringing something to school, and then I had to go to adult school.
Oh wow, yeah. Okay. So you were the lick man at that time, huh?
Yeah.
You were like figuring out that was kind of how you're getting by at a certain point. Okay.
And really, it wasn't even. I didn't even need to do that. It was just
Chunky Barbie,
just a troubled person, just trying to establish some fake dominance. You know what I mean? Like that's really just your own insecurities. So just some stupid shit, and it was dumb. But I had money. I used to steal liquor. You know what I mean? Like, so I used to have a car full of alcohol.
Really?
I used to sell to the barbershops, the beauty salons.
Yeah.
You know, like I had money.
That my friend Val from Long Beach, the people always see me with, that's how I met him, is that he was like a teenager who would steal liquor from the liquor store, and then he would come to our house because he knew us from the skate park.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, yo, y'all need bottles? I got bottles for cheap. And okay.
Yeah, $15.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, here, 15 for this. 15.
Yeah.
And we used to get stuck with all the fucking shit that nobody wanted to drink. Tanqueray, Bombay gin. And that became the drink we drank.
Okay.
Right out. And so that, like,
because I picture you being straight edge right now.
Now I am.
Okay. But you were getting fucked up back then?
Yeah. Drugs aren't good for nobody.
Yeah.
But really not good for me.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd you try?
Everything.
Really?
Like, I've never shot up or anything like that, but I've done everything, and it's never, not one time has it been a good outcome.
Did you figure that out early on, or did you have to like do drugs for a while before you realized this ain't it?
No, I figured out early on, but I also figured out early on that I have like addictive personality. So if I'm going to do something, I go all the way. I'll do the most, but it's a trip because I could just stop whenever I want to, but I just have to want to.
Yeah.
And I've smoked cigarettes. I've done this. I've done all of the shit that's the most addictive shit. And it's just like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Just as soon as I'm done.
I always feel weird when I tell people about how crazy I used to go with drinking and drugs and stuff. And they're like, how'd you stop? And I'm like, I just had a really bad hangover one time and I just never did it again.
And it'd be shit like that.
That was it. Like, I don't think I liked it as much as other people liked it.
Right.
You know, I never did. I never got wasted and then woke up the next morning and kept drinking, which I understand is a great way to like cure the hangover or whatever. But I always would just wake up with my stomach feeling like it was in knots and I'd just be on the toilet. And the last thing I'd be thinking about was like, oh, let's drink some more.
Yeah, it's the worst feeling.
So that always like at least kept it to like, okay, I'm going to do it at night or like not a bunch of days in a row because it would just fuck me up so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I used to drink all the time. Just wake up drinking that kind of shit. And it was like a coping mechanism or like a something to self-medicate. And it was just what was normalized.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up social. I didn't learn how to social drink. I grew up drinking out of a fifth.
Yeah.
And hotboxing in the laundromat. You know what I mean? Like, and that was my introduction. So when I would drink, it was like, what are you drinking to get fucked up? Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, okay, so you move out of Long Beach at 26, you get kicked out of school at like 16 or something?
16. Yeah, and 17, adult school, and then like I tried to go into the service.
Oh, really?
It was like right before 9/11 too. But they wanted me to remove my I got this tattoo when I was 16. My uncle killed himself. And so they were just like, oh, you got to remove that, this and that. It was just a whole bunch of stipulations. And for like a year, I was trying to get into the Navy, but then they ran my criminal record and they was like, oh, well, you got to go to school. I was like, God damn, if I did this shit, all this shit.
So you could have a criminal record, but you need to basically like make up for that by going to school before they'll take you?
That's how it was then. And I talk to people now, they're like, oh, they just didn't want you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's interesting.
But then 9/11 came and I was like, maybe it was a good thing.
Yeah. No, because it definitely would have got a lot more complicated. Yeah. Because that was kind of like my generation is like the people who are in school who are like going to go into the military. Then you get 9/11 in 11th grade and everything just seems way more real after that.
Right. And it was my thing was just more like trying to escape my like what I was in. Like, not that anybody was threatening me or I just wanted to better my surroundings and my situation. But when they told me I couldn't, you know what I mean? Like, they was like, oh no, I rebelled even more, you know what I mean? And just was like, oh, I can't do some shit for my country. Fuck this shit.
And you probably always kind of had that as a backup plan in your head. Like, shit, I guess I always joined the military. And then they're like, we don't want you.
No. I never had that.
Oh, really?
It was just like, one day I was like, oh shit, I could do this. And then I could go be a soldier or do some shit, some cool shit. And they had came out with like a new fatigue or some shit. And I was like, oh, that's pretty dope. I'll join.
Like it's fucking Fortnite. Got a new skin. Sign me up.
Camo. And I was like, sign me up. But they just like kind of shitted on me. And then I just kind of like shitted on everybody else.
So how would you describe like what you were doing during those years? You were just working and shit, or were you...
Like at those years, was I working? Maybe I was working like little side jobs, like maybe, but mostly just running the streets.
Really?
You know what I mean? Just being chaotic.
Did you have a lot of problems with the law during that time period as well?
I had a lot of problems with the law, but it wasn't anything where the shit that I got in trouble for was like always not the real shit.
Right.
It was just like this and that. And I would just turn myself in if I had tickets or whatever, but
Right. Why'd you move out of Long Beach?
I got married.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
okay.
I got married. Me and my wife, we got married. I got a house. 20, no, it was like 28.
Okay.
28, I moved out of Long Beach. And then
how'd you meet your wife?
Through Manny.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
nice.
Manny was my best man at the wedding. I'm his son is my godson.
Oh, wow. It was just like friend of a friend, like
like
his girl's friend or
like
something?
a circle of friends with a circle of friends. And I didn't really come around that much because I was whatever I was doing, you know what I mean? And so when I did come around, I did see that and I was like, oh shit, like what's up? And
yeah. Damn. So it just fell together. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And so do you credit with her with like helping you kind of get your life on track?
Oh, God and my wife.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
The woman fixes you up, huh?
She fixed me up like against my own will. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't a communicative person. I wasn't like a talking type person as opposed to what I am today. And she helped me like see what somebody who loves you, how they treat you when they love you, and there's no benefit to it. You know what I mean? Like there was nothing for her to love me the way she loved me, because I wasn't giving back half of how she was giving to me.
Yeah.
So it made me want to reproduce that in life and be that for her, for my family, for people. It's like, you know what? I want to be a genuine, nice person. You know what I mean? And so that's where my work started.
Yeah. Once you have somebody in your life who's like hurt by the idea of you taking risks, doing things like either legal risk or things where there's a risk of violence, etc. It's amazing as a dude to have that in your corner, because I don't know about you, but like for me, I feel like I've always just had a little bit too much of risk tolerance, you know?
Yeah.
Like somebody would be like, oh, like don't go to that club. Somebody got shot there last weekend. I'm like, that makes it way less likely it's going to happen this weekend. Which I don't know if that logic really flies, but like, that sort of thing, you know?
You make it logical. You make it work. You know what I mean? And I remember when we were just getting together, I was going to go to jail. It was like you was only doing 10% of your time in county. Okay. And so I had like some tickets, like $4,000. Like, and she was like, "You gonna pay that?" I was like, "No, I'm about to go do some time real quick. I'll be back." And she was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, it's gonna be like 4 days at most." You know what I mean? And she was just like, hell no. Nah. You know what I mean? Like her hell nah and my like, what? And I was like, no, I'm gonna do it. Just give me the money when I get out. I'll take the money, but just give it to me when I get out. Yeah. And I'll do some shit. And she was like, what the fuck is
shit? 4 days? Like the equivalent of getting paid like $1,000 a day? I mean, it's a good job.
Like, and I hate paying courts. I cannot stand giving the courts money. It's like the worst shit.
Yeah. That's how I feel about paying lawyer bills right now. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
That's something I don't know about.
Yeah. But okay, so you move out there. Is there kind of like a clean break from your sort of more troublesome life, and then or do you just slowly sort of ease off of it?
Slowly ease off. It's still shit happening, still like because when you got like emotional damage, and you like got trauma shit, and then you got like mental issues also, it's like you think you're working on it, but you don't know, you can't decipher. Is it like, wait, is this the drugs? Is this alcohol? Or is this my brain? Or like, you're lost. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even know what to work on first. Yeah. And so I just slowly had to chip away at all my vices. Yeah. You know what I mean? I was very lustful, very like sexual, you know what I mean? Like just with women and being out there, and I had to work on that shit. And I had to figure out why I'm doing this shit. Why is this shit happening? And when I know how amazing my wife is, why am I still fucking up? And when I did the work, it paid off. But
did you seek therapy, or you just start like reading about things you're going through? Or
I started reading the books that my wife went to school for.
God, what'd she go to school for?
She's like a therapist, psychiatrist, whatever this shit is. You know what I mean? And so she had like the DSM and all that.
Women love going to school for that shit. My sister, my girl, like so many people, like things in that sort of category. Yeah.
And so I just started like reading it and started doing the work on my own. And I'm a reader. You know what I mean? Like I always been, my grandma always made me read. And so I'll like just go down a rabbit hole of research and just start researching stuff. And I just really made myself a priority for my family. Like, what, you got to start working on this shit. And I started talking to my wife about stuff. She asked me questions and I'd be like, I ain't talking about that shit. That shit is gay. You know what I mean? Like just talk about my emotions. What? Nah, but you have to talk about the shit, because then you start remembering things and then you start breaking down when this went wrong. Like right now, I could break down why everything went wrong, because I put the work in and had the conversations. And it's like the aha moments, like, oh, fuck. That's where you sabotaged this. That's where you did this. And that shit is groundbreaking.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I like grew up kind of encouraged a little bit more to have those conversations than like a lot of people. So then when I finally like went to therapy, or like really kind of started to like address what the fuck was wrong with me, it felt like it was like a little bit less of a stretch. Whereas I guess if you've never spoken that language, it's just kind of like shocking, like hard to like, you know, sort of to view yourself that way when you've never been encouraged to do so.
But what was the reason to search for it? Like, why did you go that way?
I mean, I think everybody kind of like at a certain point you start just wondering, like, why am I the way that I am, you know? And I remember, okay, I got arrested for graffiti a couple times, and I got like a theft charge and shit. And this is all like when I was in high school, and they required me to go to a therapist. And so I go to him, and he starts like really, you know, asking me about myself in a way that I hadn't really ever like talked. And then like pretty soon he's like telling me like, you know, you grew up and you're like this because, you know, your dad was whooping the shit out of you, and you grew up feeling like unsafe. You felt like, you know, you had like, you know, a lot of your anger issues are connected to that. I never would have thought of that. You know, right. Probably as an adult, I would have like landed on that. But I think like being like 16 or 17 and having to sort of like have these conversations as much as I didn't want to have them at that time really kind of helped to like force me into like understanding myself a little bit better and why I ended up the way I did.
Doing the mature work at 16. I wish I would have done the work at that time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like life would have been different, you know, but I don't regret anything. But, and that's the other thing. Like everybody has some issues. Everybody's got some shit. So everybody needs to do the work. Figure out why you tick, why you do the shit you do. You know what I mean? Like, so that's dope.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people I know, it seems like their issues are like really, really petty and compared to a lot of other people I know. But still, like, you know, that's especially when you talk to like rich kids who grew up rich, and you realize that their problems are like largely of their own creation. That they like, you know, like you wish you had the problems that they have.
Yeah.
But those are problems regardless. You know, it's got to be tough to grow up with like a famous rich dad in a different way than what you were going through. You know,
exactly. And then because I appreciate the small things in life. I appreciate laughter, my kids laughing, playing, the joyous activities. Like rich people, is there joy in the household? Is there like life? Is there neighborhood shit happening? Is there community shit happening?
Some people, yes. Some people, no, for sure.
Yeah.
I've seen both sides of it. I've seen like super rich gated communities where the whole fucking neighborhood is kind of like getting together and hanging out and stuff because they feel so safe in their community. But then I also know a ton of like sort of rich people who kind of like just are totally isolated. Don't really have that much of that.
Exactly. And that's what I want to avoid in my life. Not that I have to worry about that nowhere near, but I always want laughter, joy, like happiness around me. You know what I mean? Like that's my goal. Bridge building and unifying and getting people to see we're stronger together than we are apart. You know what I mean?
The importance of family is like a thing that you don't really get until, where I didn't really get until I was away from it for so long, until I realized how tight my wife is with her family. It really kind of like made me realize the importance of that. And it makes me feel guilty about the fact that I moved away from my family like as soon as I could. They ended up moving out here and shit. But like, and now I just feel so lucky to get to spend time with my parents and my sister and stuff like that, her kids. But yeah, as a young person, I did not have any appreciation for that.
Of course not. You know,
these are just people I grew up around.
Yeah, just knuckleheads, just living life like this is just what it's supposed to be. This is what life is supposed to be. But nah, there's some fucked up shit out there. Fucked up parents.
Definitely. So, okay. When did you start to get, I don't know if I'm skipping around too much, but when did you start to get interested in like content, or did you have to sort of go through other developments before you got to that point?
I was never interested in content.
Okay.
Like my wife used to always say, like, what are you going to end up doing with the skill that you have? Like I was in aerospace. I was building rockets at SpaceX. I did that for 6 years.
Whoa. How'd you get into that?
Lied my way in there.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Shout out Elon.
Shout out
the weak
Elon,
ass background checks.
Dude, weak ass. They caught me lying in the interview. They caught like all kind of shit.
And they're still fucking with you.
Still fuck with me. Wow. And so when I got there, it was a temp job. You know what I mean? But I think they wanted me to like be some like general helper or something. But I went up to the dude by the engine. I was like, hey, they told me to come check in with you. He's like, and his name was his badge. I was like, yeah, they said such and such, such and such. And 30 minutes after that, I was inside the rocket, building the rocket. And I was like, what the fuck?
Did you have any kind of knowledge about this subject matter at all?
Nothing.
Okay. You just thought rockets were tight.
I wasn't even a mechanical person.
Right.
The most I've done is build like played lowriders. Like I wasn't a mechanical, like outside of the norm, a lawnmower, bicycle type shit. And within 30 minutes, they was asking me to get a crow's foot, a torque wrench, an adjustable wrench, this and that, this bit, that. And I was like, you said what?
And you just figured it out.
So I told the dude, you're not supposed to bring your phone in the clean space, but I had my phone. And I said, say it again, just so I don't, you said a lot of stuff, I don't want to forget anything. So I wrote it down in my phone and then went to the bathroom and Googled it. Wow. And so for the first 3 months, that's what I would do. I would get whatever they were saying. And throughout the day, whatever they talking about, I would put in my phone, Google it, and read up on it or whatever. And so that's how I became an aerospace technician.
Wow. That's unbelievably impressive. And kind of like hard to believe that it just worked that smoothly. Like there's a lot of people out there that are probably like, God damn, I wish I could have got ahead in life like that.
And they brought in like 500 people or maybe more in the neighborhood because it's on Crenshaw and Hawthorne.
Oh, really? Wow.
And it was, I don't know if it's still there, but I just outworked everybody. Like sometimes it ain't about what you know and how good you are. I just did more. Like, hey, is there anything you need over here? Because I was a hustler from the streets, and these people were just like goobers.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, ain't no way I'm gonna not get the job over you.
Right.
I just outworked everybody and end up becoming the guy who hired me. I end up being like the same as him in 2 years, and then going up and up and up. And that's why I'm able to do what I do now.
Wow. Did that really make you feel like, oh shit, like I need to focus on this? Like, do you appreciate the opportunity enough to kind of stop doing anything else in the streets you might have been doing and whatnot?
So I was at this time, but at this time the troubles were like drinking. You know what I mean? Like drinking and still dibbling and dabbling in like drugs or whatever.
Okay.
But I was going to show up to work. Like bare minimum, my dad, he taught me work. And I killed it, you know what I mean? At SpaceX, learned, and they give you bonuses, they give you stock and all that stuff. And so I learned about stock through SpaceX. I learned about investing through SpaceX, even though it was like a private company, but they do buybacks and shit like that. And when I was let go from SpaceX, I went into the electrical field. And so building batteries, lithium ion, basically thermal runaway and sending things into destruction, destroying batteries and
so never at any point during this did you go to school at all for anything?
No.
That's amazing. Congratulations. Wait, why did SpaceX not work? Because they figured it out, or
no? Well, I was my son was born with a heart condition, and so I missed a lot of work. I wasn't gonna miss any of his appointments in his first year because everything is with the condition, everything was serious. But then they adopted a different like protocol where they were like, oh, we need those notes from the doctor that my supervisor and my manager, who were no longer there, had an agreement. They knew because they were there through the birth, and it changed up. And they were like, well, we need those. And I couldn't get the notes. And that was
that kind of heartbreaking?
It was the most necessary thing I needed in my life because my family was struggling because I was working so much.
Oh.
And I think they got rid of like people that were getting paid a lot of money.
Okay.
And it was their way of like hedging, you know what I mean? Like, let's bring in new people at a lower rate and I'll go, you know what I mean? But it was the best thing that could have happened to my family.
Okay. And so what then? Just best thing because then you have a lot more free time to be able to be around the family and everything?
Be around my family and see how much my wife was doing and how much my family was missing out on shit. You know what I mean? Like, God damn, like, I haven't been doing this for forever. And then I saw it and I was like, okay, I'll never let that ever happen again. Because we was doing like 6 days a week, 10 hours, 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
And then the day off, you just done.
But you were the sole provider for the family, right? Because I think a lot of guys end up dealing with that at a certain point where it's like, damn, I'm not seeing as much of my kids as I would want. I would love to be able to help my girl out with the house more, but at the end of the day, you got to work, right? And if they offer you more work, you might, like, same thing with me. Like, if I got offered another interview right now, I might just be doing another fucking interview after this. It's like, I would love to go hang out with my girl, but like, realistically, you got to get that money, right?
But no, my wife was killing it too.
Oh,
like,
she had a job as well.
Like she's the shit. And so, but I was just gone more because of the hours. You know what I mean? Like her hours weren't like mine, and that shit was crazy.
Wow. That's insane. Sorry, I just got like the most mind-blowing text. That's what I was just saying. Insane too might not have been. I was kind of saying it about the thing I just read. Sorry. Anyway. Okay. So that kind of coincides with you getting more interested in the content side of things, or?
Dude, that shit, like leading up to the Ace Boys. The Ace Boys is Pun's brainchild, right? Like Pun, they was doing shit here and then like it ventured out, whatever. And Pun was like, just hit us up. And Fred and Pun was like, hey, come through. And I didn't know nothing. I didn't know about No Jumper. I didn't know about Back on Fig. I didn't know about Community. I didn't watch any of that shit.
Because the Ace Boys podcast comes together, maybe within like a few months of like them sort of leaving No Jumper and starting the Figmunity thing?
I don't
actually no, it was before. It was before they left No Jumper.
I wasn't when I became I don't think Ace Boys, I don't think they still were here when Ace Boys happened.
I think it was because I remember I used to like see clips from Pun's stream and get pissed off at him talking about me. And
that was Community.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Okay.
Because him and AD had Community.
But I think before they left No Jumper, that at one point I told Pun I was going to go on Ace Boys, and then I didn't. But I don't know, whatever. Yeah. But how did you even know him to get involved in that situation? Because you Manny and Trey kind of like grew up together?
Yeah. Well, me and Manny grew up together running track.
Okay.
So I've known Manny since I was 7.
And Trey and sort
Fred,
of similar?
Fred. Not Trey, Fred.
That's what he goes by now?
That's his real name.
Oh, okay.
Fred. Like the Ace Boy shit, that was just like what it was.
Okay.
But I met Fred when he was, I think, in the 7th or 8th grade.
Okay.
When Manny moved where he moved, and then that's how I met Pun. But that was their crew, and I was like kind of like a little bit on the outside doing what I do, but Manny, Fred, and Pun, and everybody else. There's a bunch of them.
But they were just homies. They weren't like working together at first?
Just homies.
Yeah.
Just homies, and just partying, just having a good time, and just doing what young cats do.
So at one point, Pun reaches out and says, like, I think y'all have potential to do like the show with me, or
he was like, he didn't communicate it that way. He was like, hey man, we doing something at the studio, just come through. If you guys with it, you with it. If you're not, no big deal. Yeah. And so then I just showed up, and I didn't never even watch a live stream ever. I never watched a like podcast. It was just like I didn't know what we were doing.
Yeah.
And we just showed up and it was what it was.
We forget that many people like don't watch podcasts.
Yeah. I didn't know. Like, and if I wish I had known, I think I would have taken more advantage of what that opportunity was. And I would have realized more of what was provided. You know what I mean? Like, I think maybe I took it, not maybe, I know I took it for granted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't realize that having, a couple thousand people watching you every week or whatever is kind of a big deal. And
I didn't even know how many people were watching us for like a month.
Oh, okay.
Like, I didn't even know that that's where you could see the live viewers.
Right.
And it was just like, we were just talking. And if I knew what I know now, I would have tried to do more to make Ace Boys work. You know what I mean? For the betterment of everybody.
So, I mean, you guys did it for what, like 3 years, 2 years?
I think maybe 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 years, maybe. But then towards the end, I started missing, you know what I mean? Because I started building out my own shit. And, but it took me to get to what I'm doing now to appreciate what we actually did have. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it was on me why it didn't work or whatever, but I feel like I could have had way more input and helped Pun a lot more with what he had going on. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, there's been like a lot of sort of fan theories about why it didn't work out, but how would you identify? Like, you wanted to start your own thing, but I mean, you could have kept doing that show once per week, right?
I couldn't so I started my own thing because FMW was about to go do their tour.
Right.
And they were going to be gone for a month. And my only impression online was through Ace Boys. Like, if we're not doing the Ace Boys, we're getting left behind. I kind of started learning, like, you have to stay in the algorithm. You have to stay with your face. And I was like, shit, I'm gonna build out my shit. So I took a little bit of my savings and bought all the studio shit and just started doing it in the living room. And I was already 2 years of Friday nights away from my family. It was just like, I gave what I could give. Like, and Pun understands, you know what I mean? Like, it was like, I can't be away from my 3 kids and my wife every Friday night. You know what I mean? When this is the night that they get out of school, there's no school tomorrow. I gotta be watching movies and having dinner. Friday nights are important as a family. And Pun knows and he understands. It was just like a sacrifice for me. And I feel like I did a good job of doing that. And he understood me moving on and doing what I need to do.
Was there any extent to which you were sort of uncomfortable with the direction that the content was going? Because when I'm watching The Syndicate, which is your current podcast, which is the channel's called
Society of Freedom.
Right. You guys, well, I'm a member also.
Oh, really?
Got to throw that out there. I became. Well, I wanted to watch the newest episode, and it was members only. I'm like, all right, I'm in there. I'm a member. I want people to be a member of my shit. I want to be a member of his shit. But it feels like you guys, the flavor of it is that you want to have sort of highbrow conversations. You don't want to be reduced to drama farming and sort of street shit that you guys probably are pretty jaded to. The episode I watched, you guys were talking about the TV show Boys, Boys, and like a lot of other TV shows and stuff that I was kind of impressed. I'm like, most of the podcasts I watch, I wouldn't even know that these guys watch that stuff. But that, like, your podcast seems like an environment in which you feel very comfortable having to be a nerd, to have a long-winded conversation about stuff that's not necessarily going to be, clickbaity or whatever. I feel like that seems like that was kind of the intention.
It's the intent. Well, the intention was, you're right on point with that, but the intention was, I was already doing the Wake Up Show. I was already doing Reality Check and interviewing. Reality Check was so that I could get people out of their element of the internet and this facade that they are. Come here, be real, leave your character at the door. But then I was also like, you know what? My brothers that I know my brothers, you know what I mean? I know how interesting Fred is, how as crazy and scary and strong, like he's a nerd, like he loves anime, he loves Marvel, and there's like a whole side to him that nobody fucking knows about. Man, he's a cook, he does all this. And I don't think it was really presented that way on what their footprint on the internet was. And I was like, I have to be able to give an opportunity for them to be who they are so the world can see that shit. And
I mean, I was impressed, Trey, Fred, that he had like so much knowledge about the different characters on The Boys, which I only watched like one season of that, but it was a really good show. And like, he knew like which characters on the show were the strongest and what they had been through to test their strength on the show. If it's a superhero show for people that don't know, but I was really impressed by that. I'm like, he's not just skimming through this shit.
No, so he's not even just the show. He's the comic book. He's read the comic book.
Oh, because it came from a comic book.
So he does like Fred has a vast knowledge of fighting, boxing, guns, anime, like all like he could talk about shit forever, but he just never had the opportunity. Like the opportunity wasn't there to talk about the shit he wants to talk about.
Right.
And that's not Pun's fault or anybody. It was just us appeasing the chat. Like, what do they want to talk about? Well, okay, we'll stay here. And it was like, I want a place that's like, yeah, respect the chat, but fuck them controlling what we talk about.
Right.
And so I love what we're doing there, you know what I mean, at the Syndicate and talking about the shit we're talking about. Safe space for people to talk about what we were bad at and what we're trying to get good at. Life is fucked up sometimes, but you got to deal with it. Don't let people box you into something that they want you to be. Be who you are. And like, we're not doing things for clicks. We're not doing things for views, because I feel like that if we continue doing what we do, the impact that we have on the people who do watch is more valuable than the mass amounts of attention. Like, we could get on there and say shit and go viral real quick, but we avoid that shit.
Right.
So,
yeah, I mean, because you guys, like, I don't know Trey or Manny's street background or anything like that, but I mean, you guys seem like you all know what the fuck is going on and have been through shit and really been out there. So, I mean, from that perspective, following the incentives of like all the most salacious shit in hip hop culture tends to be street gang violence oriented shit. Obviously, we also talk about like people's messy ass relationships and shit like that. But I mean, I guess like I could understand how that would be not ideal for you guys to talk about that stuff all the time. Although I guess like I do look at a lot of the other content creators I know out here who are like some people that have been through like, or were really solid street dudes or certified in the eyes of the streets. And they don't seem like they lose interest in that. Like they don't get jaded to it, but maybe they do. And then just kind of chasing the incentives too. But I respect the fact that you guys like wanted to have that as like a space where you could really kind of be yourselves.
Yeah, because I see the same thing you see. You know what I mean? Like I see the temperature, the energy of things, and it's like, if I do know that, who am I not to balance it? You know what I mean? Like what does that mean about me if I feel like I know I can do this and help, but if I turn my back on that and say, you know what, fuck it, that's not worth it. It's like sometimes you have to do the harder thing. You know, and for the betterment of a few people or a community, to help them with we get so many messages of people like saying, thank you for talking about the divorce. Thank you talking about your drugs or your problems here, or your relationship with your wife, or how you feel like sometimes you're a bad father and how you cope with that. It's all this shit that we all fucking deal with, but who's fucking talking about it? And so it's like, okay, that's our space.
That's why like me and probably a lot of other people were kind of blown away when the clip landed on Reddit of Manny just being like the most open that I maybe ever heard a dude be on a podcast and just talking about how his divorce was going. And he a lot of people were smoothed over the details, and he said she met a dude at work and they were cheating.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, like that is some hardcore podcasting, because I feel like most of the hosts on No Jumper, I think if that happened to them, they would breeze past it.
Right.
They would not offer up the details, because that in particular, like just the idea of another dude taking your girl, that's for a lot of guys, their ego is pretty damaged by that. So I really respected that he was willing to just dive into it.
And it was something he was holding on to for a minute, because we took a break in between for him to have time for himself. That's our brother, you know what I mean? He was going through it. It's not, he did talk about it and this and that, but the also that wasn't seen is like the hard work to get to the point to talk about it. He wasn't ready until he was ready. And he didn't tell us he was about to say it, but we knew he would talk about it when he was. And the amount of men that reached out and said and talked and said, thank you, because I went through this. to me, I was like, damn, I didn't know it was that many people going through this kind of shit. And it just let us know your trials and tribulations don't mean shit if you don't share it with people. Because who's it helping?
Yeah.
You went through all this shit just to go through it, or did you go through this shit to share it and then help these people that are going through it or possibly might be on the verge of going through it? How can they help themselves and out? And so that's the value.
Yeah, like even me, like I in 2011 when I first moved to Long Beach, I had a girlfriend for really only a couple months, and she left my ass for a dude who was doing way better in life than me, had more money than me, was more famous than me. Damn, dude, I was depressed as fuck for like a month after that. It fucked me up so bad. And honestly, I could trace No Jumper back to her, because me being depressed for that month made me really look in the mirror every single day and say, you got to make something out of yourself. Like whatever you've done up to this point is cool with the bike riding shit, but like that shit don't matter. You got to make something out of yourself. And it really like lit a fire in me to become like a better version of myself. So shout out to her. Shout out to her, because sometimes that adversity builds the fucking beast. Like, it really did. And turn a negative into a positive. Like, okay, that won't happen again. Yeah. I'll make sure, but it's also how do you move past that and don't be angry about it? You know what I mean? Because you do have to let go of that shit at some point so it doesn't affect your other relationships, or future relationships or whatever. Yeah, no, definitely. So okay, were you a little bit turned off by the notion or the content on the Ace Boy shit kind of starting to go in more of a drama direction? Because I remember around that time that there was a lot of destruction. There was a sound effect that said that, right? Yeah. I feel like that's not really your flavor, and it's not like that was all you guys were doing, but it did feel like a lot of attention was being put on that. Was that kind of not your style? I don't think I had a style at the time, but I know that I was having conversations at home, like with my wife, about like how long, okay, like not only are you away, but then while you're away, this is the justification of why you're away. Were the girls shaking ass in there? Yam Cam, sure that didn't go over so well. Yam Cam, hot seat with Rios, and then like just trying to like immaturely, like just trying to get like views or trying to get the engagement. And it's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, is this something you're proud of? And it has nothing to do with anybody but besides myself. Like, be better than what you're doing. You have more to you and you're not showing it. And I don't think Ace Boys needed me to move forward or whatever, but I'm not destruction. You know what I mean? I'm not about destruction. I'm about pretty much building. You know what I mean? Like, how do we come together? How do we get over this stupid shit? How do we move forward on some cool shit? Because that's where Rios is a healthy person at. Yeah, because I mean, we all know that like the people who oftentimes court the most viewers in terms of like streaming and shit are young dudes who are super immature, who are super offensive, who, you know, there's always got to be some fucking sluts around. You know, like these young dudes who are like 18, 19, a lot of times have like the biggest audiences because they're the craziest, they're the most out there. And at a certain point, when you're like 30 or 40 or whatever, it's like, it's understandable if, and also the streamer audience is kind of young on average, you know? So yeah, I could see how that would probably kind of start to seem a little boring. It got a little, like, it's always fun hanging out with your homies, your brothers, you know what I mean? And like, I'm not drinking at the time or whatever, but just everybody having a good time. But it's just like, in the back of your mind, you're like, what validates me being here? Right. Other than being home with my family. Like, and that, once that became too big, it was like, okay, I've done my part. It's all love. I love y'all, but I got to be over here. Yeah, having the family at home is like such a push and pull, because there's always just this feeling of I just want to be at home. I just want to be around my family. And sometimes I have to like really intentionally fight it. Like, no, I am in Vegas hanging out with a bunch of streamers. I need to fucking forget about what's going on at home and just be in the moment and just do this shit. And yeah, it's like, you know, it's always a struggle, because it's like being at home just feels so good, but you're not. It also has the feeling of I'm not pushing forward in my life, you know, like I'm doing the thing that's the most fulfilling and satisfying. But it's like, if this is all I do, then I'm a fucking loser. And so I got to fucking go hard, and I got to like push it out of my head at times. But then also, like, once you are in that environment, I'm sure we've all had this feeling where you're like grinding your ass off Monday through Friday, and then all of a sudden it's Saturday morning and you're with the kids and you're just not all the way there because your brain is still hung up on the shit that you've been doing for the last 5 days, you know?
But at least you're pushing for what you're building.
Yeah.
Now imagine like you're not even building your own thing. You're not even building out. Like that's where it becomes like a no-brainer. Like, and then, you guys are going to be going, okay, we don't have anything to do. Like, it's like not even really a thought of what happens with us. It's like I have to, if I'm not advocating for myself to do better, nobody else is.
Right.
And it was a snapshot of like, okay, not mad, not tripping, but it let me know you better start building your own shit, fool. Because nobody else is going to do it for you.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I feel like you really tried to like TDE the situation and not talk about it at all.
Yeah.
That's one thing I always really admired about TDE is you damn near never get a glimpse into whatever they got going on behind the scenes.
Right.
And Kendrick doesn't put out an album for 5 years and then he pops out on his own label and we never got anything. I respect the fuck out of that because I can't get anyone to stay quiet about anything. I don't know how you do that.
It's
but you tried pretty hard in that situation.
I tried pretty hard. We tried pretty hard, and even when we did talk about it, it was like a closed case. You know what I mean? Like open shut case. Like we don't want to have to say too much, but because our hand is kind of pushed, this is what it is. And take it for face value, and that's it. Like we're all good. We're building, and everybody is in support of each other.
Right. Yeah. Because I mean, so okay. Once you finally felt like you had to speak on it, because like Pun had made like a comment, I think that sort of inferred that you guys were like disloyal or something, right?
It was not, I don't know if it was disloyal, not patient.
Right. Okay.
It was like patient or something, and it was like, okay, we gotta respond to that. You know what I mean? Like, and say something to that. But it was never like not loyal. It was like, just wait around long enough or this and that. And we're doing this. It was like, I understand what content is now. You know what I mean? Like, I understand sometimes the pressure of content and this and that will have you do things or say things, and don't take it personal.
No, definitely. So, okay. What started to like change in your mind where you realized, because like you had a clip that was making the rounds that was kind of centered on you sort of maybe feeling like the adversarial role that you felt like you had with No Jumper was maybe not well reasoned, I guess you could say. Like you seem like you kind of had a little bit of buyer's remorse on sort of positioning yourself in the little beef and everything.
Well, it was not even a thought into it. It was just like, it's the beef.
Right.
It was no thought put into like, okay, look at this shit and see who this is, see what this is, what's going on. None of that. It was just like, and that's how we get down. Like we ain't fuck with them, we ain't fuck with them, you know, and that's just how we roll. But as you start doing this shit on your own and you start seeing like what is being built, what's being created, and who's working, who's not working, it's like, oh shit, this motherfucker done put in some work, you know what I mean? And then I see people surviving off of content that's built here and this and that.
Many such cases, yeah.
And so I had to like invest a little bit of time into looking like, let me check out what this fucking shit is. It took until that long ago to just recently to like actually invest time. Like, let me give the benefit of the doubt and let me see what the fuck is happening over here. And then when I saw it and I was looking, I was like, damn, this motherfucker. Then it makes you reflect like, shit, everything birthed out of this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing what I'm doing if it's not for Ace Boys. Ace Boys ain't doing what it's doing if it's not for community and then coming from No Jumper and this and that. And I was like, you can hate him or you could not like him or not agree with his ideology or whatever, but what you can't disagree with is what he's created out of what he has.
Yeah.
And I felt like nobody was given that credit or given the just due. Like, yeah, I don't agree with him, but the motherfucker's a mad scientist.
Well, I think that like there was such energy in like 2023 that it felt like everybody was going to build the other No Jumper or the new No Jumper, you know? And as the years go by and it's kind of like, you know, and I don't even like want to use this interview as a situation to throw shade at anybody, but it does feel like the community thing in a lot of important ways didn't really like pan out into becoming this giant thing. You know, notably, like, I don't think they ever really even like paid any of the other hosts. Like, you have the owners, and then I don't think they ever really cut checks to like the other people who are coming on the podcast consistently. And when you're expecting people to do everything out the kindness of their heart, it's kind of hard to expect it to grow in the long run.
I don't know about like the business side, or like I wasn't really ever involved with FMW like that. Like, we just said we're under an umbrella, but I think everything takes time. Everything has to evolve, and everybody has to learn the situation. Things can look easy from a distance, you know, when you don't really see the struggle of what makes something move. And I think they're in a good, like, everybody has provided for me. You know what I mean? Like, I've learned from everybody. And a lot of the main reason why I want to come here is because I want to see the setup. I want to see how things run. You know, I've avoided it and held my hat on, oh, I'm the only one that hasn't been over there. But is that pride? You know what I mean? Is that just you having pride? Like, you just holding your hat on that? That's something to say now. But I think what they're doing is really good for them to go through a low. And I'm not going to avoid saying that the numbers are down or whatever, because numbers are down are a part of the game. And you have to survive your mistakes, and you have to survive your lows so you can enjoy your highs, right? And ain't nothing but a little bit of fixing, or turn this here, or this takes off, or this and that. And they're in a good place. They just have to buckle down. You know what I mean? Like, and I think it's a hard thing to reverse engineer something or to use a Chinese blueprint on something like, okay, this is what this is, because what you end up creating is the same thing. And maybe not as good, or maybe not, you forgot something here or forgot something here, and you're not running on the same fuel, you know? And so I think we're just yet to see what's to come of them. And I believe that they will stay in the game. Back on Fig will stay in the game. Back on Fig is dope. Community is dope. And that's also one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, is because you guys are so polarizing. Like, you have your platform, No Jumper. They have their platform that came out of here, right? Like, they learned certain things here and they brought it there. And like, in certain ways, there's reasons to be proud as Adam. You know what I mean? Like, damn, okay, I did help and I did do something that, even though we're not seeing eye to eye on things, but look at what did come out of this. And we did it as adversaries instead of as allies. What would it look like if we did it as allies? And this is fresh. This is new. You know what I mean? Like, the relationship is new or whatever, but I don't think it's over. I don't think anything is too far gone to be, dude, we on the West Coast. We got these platforms. Let's fucking take over the world, brain. Like Pinky, like, let's take over the fucking world. And I just think at this point, maybe some hurt, some pride, some ego is there. But I think once you fucking, both of y'all, you and T-Rail, AD, get on a point where it's like, dude, why are we fucking doing this stupid shit? We're better together than we are apart, because you bring assets and you bring things that they can't bring. They bring things that you can't bring, but together it's the fucking complete. You know what I mean? And it's like, why not do it? Like, why? That's what I want to ask you. Like, why be mad? Like, why choose to be mad?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of hard for people to like remember the timeline and stuff, but I remember that after the split, that I spent a few months like really trying to be polite, not fan the flames, and like I really tried to like not insult them directly or like really say anything that would create more division, because in my mind I was like, you know what, like, and I was right, I should have fucking stuck to this plan, but I was like, if I am respectful to them and polite and don't create a huge rift, then at some point they're going to come back and it'll be easier. Ultimately I felt like I just didn't want to like be dragging them through the mud. So I avoided it for a long time. And then at some point I kind of snapped because I just felt like they just were still talking about me so much nonstop. And I took on this like big 22 persona, which yeah. You remember this? Where like I basically like the realization was like, I'm just going to talk shit and I don't give a fuck if they try to fight me or whatever. You know,
Charleston White, huh?
Yeah, well, I kind of like let my real self out and decided to be like, all right, let's make this comedic and ridiculous, you know? And I kind of wish I didn't do that because I feel like if I hadn't done that, then we all probably would be doing content together right now, because I think the only reason why those dudes like T-Rail and AD in particular haven't like come back and done content is just because they have enough ego and pride mixed up in it, because I've dissed them so many times at this point.
You're still dissing.
Yeah.
And you're still doing it.
Yeah.
Like today, I'm looking at your story and then like, I'm like, why the fuck? God damn. And it's like, you want it to be good, and then like, damn, even for me, it's like, fuck, goddamn. Okay.
Yeah, but part of it is like, I got this 50 Cent mentality where it's like, you know, I've had my foot on T-Rail's neck for so long that I feel like he might not have much air left.
No, he has.
All I got to do is just keep my foot there a little bit longer.
It's the opposite.
You think?
It's the opposite.
You think he's like kind of going up right now?
Because the energy that you give you're manifesting life. You're breathing life into a situation. T-Rail's gonna survive. He's gonna survive.
Well, I don't think he's gonna die.
No, I'm talking about the back on Fig. It's gonna survive because it's gonna figure out. It's gonna have enough help in here and there to make it. But why waste the fucking years of doing that when 3 years ago we could be? If we're gonna eventually do this anyway, why are we wasting time?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real.
You know what it feels like.
Well, it's getting more mixed together and muddier and shit, because the other day Sharky comes on here, and I didn't realize it, but during the conversation I realized that he's got like, you know, he was in the streets doing all this crazy weed trafficking, whatever that he went to jail for, but he basically like now is trying to like help manage various people that he knows. So I think he's actually like Poke's manager now. He's like really trying to help push Poke's music career forward, I think. But then he's on back on Fig, and he was like really asking me questions that were kind of like basically in the direction of like, how can I make back on Fig go up and like be bigger or whatever. So that was kind of a moment of me realizing like, okay, so maybe T-Rail, like in not doing as well right now view wise, is going to open the door for him to bring other people in, and maybe some of those people will have bright ideas that will maybe be able to sort of right the ship.
But can't you relate to that?
Yeah, for sure. It took me years to really like build up the No Jumper crew to the point where it's at now, where I feel like it's kind of as good or better than it was during COVID and stuff when those guys were still on the channel. Yeah,
and so, but when the breakup happened, like say in comparison, you to back on Fig, No Jumper to back on Fig, what would be your No Jumper over you? Like how you are bigger than back on Fig, what would be considered?
I guess like I look at Vlad, even though it's quite different, but I just look at him as, because I feel like he does a better job than me getting interviews.
Mm-hmm.
He's always been a little bit more forward thinking in terms of the business model. Like he was going hard with the members thing like 5-6 years ago, which is like my biggest regret in content was not focusing on members or Patreon or whatever like earlier. I feel like I didn't see the vision that was going to be like the primary revenue stream for a lot of these channels. So for sure, like, you know, I look at Vlad and I look at Ak, I guess would be the main ones, because Ak is like the GOAT of, there's a topic that everybody wants me to talk about. I'm going to fucking learn everything I can possibly get. I'm going to get on the phone with people. I'm going to fucking really figure it out. And then when I speak about this topic, it's going to be authoritative. And I think he does like a way better job than me in terms of like having takes about what's going on in current events. So both of that, but like No Jumper has its own flavor because it's more of like a madhouse with all these different personalities meshed together. Like Vlad will tell you, he never takes two people and puts them on camera together unless they like, you know, once in a while have like a dual interview, but like very rarely. Like he doesn't even like his guests like crossing paths, you know, because he, in his mind, it's like everything is very orderly. You're going to sit in this dark room and answer the questions, and it's not going to be like all the crazy moments that we've had over the years by just putting a lot of personalities in the same room. So for sure, I look at them as kind of like the two people that are bigger than No Jumper in certain ways that I have a lot of respect for and feel like I learn from all the time, you know?
I think that's dope, and that's who it is. But they can't do what you can do. Like they literally cannot. Neither one of them can do what. Like I had to start looking at like, how does this motherfucker navigate all this shit? How's he doing all this? It's more here. It's more being done here. It's just not as big on the platform, but more is being done here. I look at Rolling Stone as the next level. These high platforms, these real platforms, these real media platforms of what is the no jumper to this. What, and you have to see that shit, like how it bothered you when Rolling Stone put the piece out on you, right? Like you said, it was a hit piece after Richard Spence thing.
And 3 or 4 years before that, they had written an article about how it was the greatest shit since sliced bread. And then all of a sudden they got an article about how I'm a Nazi.
But look how Terrell loved you. Like you guys had a great relationship. But then a few moments later, that. But then imagine what it felt like when Rolling Stones was putting pressure or being rude or whatever. It's the same there. That kind of weight is the same. And you are a big player in the game. And so, you can relate to what it feels like. But I feel like you guys, everybody sees Vlad and academics as the cream of the crop of where it's supposed to be. And I don't see that. Really? I see it way above that because of what is being built out of this. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, okay, Joe Rogan is 100 times bigger than academics, you know, but like what he's doing is so different, and even like you mentioned Rolling Stone, like I guess maybe I don't have as much respect for it because from my perspective, Rolling Stone is a famous brand name, but then behind the scenes, what is it? It's like a handful of writers and they write blog posts, and are the blog posts like impressive? I mean, once in a while they'll like break news that I find kind of impressive, but for the most part, I feel like it's just some salty ass journalist dudes. Like I know a million dudes like this, and they have this pompous attitude because of the fact that they have this legacy brand name. Honestly, that didn't really bother me.
Okay.
I mean, it always sucks having people like come down on you with like pieces, editorials, whatever, YouTube videos. Like if you actually absorb it, or if you even just see the reaction to it, I'm not going to act like it's nothing. But really, like that Rolling Stone article, like I mean, it's just it didn't really.
So bigger. Yeah. So then the monopoly that you would have on the game,
right
over here with all the podcasts, all the streams, all the influencers that came through. Think about the monopoly. That the total control where there is no censorship, there is no rules where you can't do that shit. There's no rules where you can't have our iHeart or whatever as no jumper, and we have this podcast, everybody's here. Think about everybody that's flowed through. What's happened here, more has come through here than anywhere, and I just see what you guys don't see. And I'm older than all of you guys, and I've been in the working field, and it's like, fuck, if they just see the shit.
I mean, I told T-Row that I would gladly patch it up. I just want him to apologize, and then we could do a podcast together. And I said that on the podcast recently when he was like, he was waving the white flag and saying he didn't want to smoke anymore or whatever. But I mean, when I say that, is like, do I really think he's going to do that? I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm owed one. And I feel like that's just like a rock in a hard place. Like he's not going to like come down to my level and like apologize for being a snake. And realistically, like I feel like I've said what I wanted to say about him. I'm not going to apologize to him. So it's like, realistically, is that going to happen? I don't know. I mean, honestly, even when I think about when I saw him at that awards show, if that scenario had played out a little differently, where we had, I think the like ceremony was starting like right as we were having the conversation. So it was kind of like a natural thing where we kind of got pulled apart. And I think that if we had like been a little bit more in each other's space for another 5-10 minutes, that we probably would have just kept talking, and it probably would have like cooled off pretty quickly. So yeah, I mean, like there is a small part of me that's like, maybe I should like more aggressively try to get back cool with them. But then there's also a part of me that's like, I got all these other hosts that I'm like more excited about. And I don't really feel like at this point that they would add that much besides like the warm, fuzzy feelings of like, oh, they're back together. Obviously that's something.
So you don't think that T-Rail brings more to the table than what you have right now? And with
he would bring something
with access and with the people that he does have. He's doing more than anybody on your show right now. Like with back on Fig and the people that they're talking to and sitting down with, you have good hosts and all respect to them. But we can't shit on T-Real like that nigga's not doing some shit. And it might not something. It might not equate to numbers,
right?
But it equates to energy and what's being passed through over there. It's significant. Yeah. And I think that's just me, that we try to like maybe like downplay stuff, but he's got it going on. And T-Real is talented and T-Real does have the energy. And it's just the more is always better. You know what I mean? Like
there's part of me though that feels like he, as much as he might have some value as a podcaster, that there's also the side of him that is very drama queen-ish, very zesty, very gossipy, and it just really I just like remember the energy that he brought to No Jumper, and it felt kind of like weird and gossipy and divisive in a way that I don't really feel like I get from a lot of people now. I mean, obviously people are going to say that about Whack, probably not. That's but just like the messiness, you know,
there's so much messy shit, but like there's been so much messy shit since.
But I do feel like most of us get along like pretty good in comparison, you know?
Yeah, but it's worse things have happened since. And it's like, so what if that's how it is? Haven't you grown as a owner since then? Haven't you learned a lot since then?
Massively, yeah.
Like in how to conduct and how to lead, this and that. And I would say like the thing with Doughboy, you know what I mean? Like, and then Moose Man coming in, like those things could have been handled better. You know what I mean? Like, I think like not putting Moose Man in front of Whack at that time. You know what I mean? Like that was
a play.
That was like, so, okay.
No, I mean, it was real, but I arranged it for content. You know?
So I saw a podcast I saw a show that you did, and it was like Doughboy was sitting there instead of Moose. And I was like, that shit would have been way better if Moose was sitting there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like sometimes we'll do plays and do this and that, but it was like, fuck, that would have been way better.
Yeah.
If he'd have been there. And then like Doughboys, I don't fucking know what to say. Like the way his like introduction or whatever this is, it's not conducive for hit like
his
it's
life.
Rough.
Yeah. No,
I mean, like, and
honestly,
I feel bad about that shit because it's like, fuck, what is this dude dealing like?
Yeah, like it has started to get to that point where it's kind of like, damn, like this seems so unhealthy for him that it almost makes me want to pull the plug on the whole operation. But obviously, he's not going to see that as like an act of empathy. He's just going to take that as me like rejecting him, which is kind of like, I think like the vibe is almost becoming like, it looks and feels like we just took Doughboy and just threw him to the wolves and just let everybody just chew his ass up. But the reality of like how he got brought in was kind of like, yo, this guy been a while now. He's older. He's like, you know, it felt like he was going to add like a different level of maturity or growth to the platform. And then it instead just like it created like more bullying and sort of like mean podcasting, which is like almost the exact thing that like when we tried to find these new hosts that we were trying to avoid.
Right.
So can the shit be righted? I'm not 100% sure, but I mean,
I think there's always going to be small things like that happen. And it's just like, we're never at a finished product, but there's always ways things can be better or whatnot.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And that's the angle. That's the direction for sure is growth and unity.
Well, when you look at like what's going on with your podcast, do you feel like you're married to the structure that you have now, which is just you and the two homies shooting the shit? Or like, what are your bigger goals? Or do you have anything else that like kind of stands out to you that you'd like to create in addition to that? Or
well, that's just one podcast on the platform, the Syndicate. I have the Imperfect Perspective with the two girls. And then I have the Wake Up Show. I have Reality Check. I have Hidden Heroes. And I have Father Like Son, where I'm interviewing having my son and me interviewing other fathers and sons.
How old is your son?
10.
Wow.
Yeah. And so we got our first episode done and it's dope as fuck.
Really?
You know what I mean? And it's just like, this is my lane of where I'm going to be. There's going to be a need for this. There's always going to be parents. There's always going to want to be some older people that want to see some content that is impactful with intent. To be impactful, like I want you guys to see the struggles as a dad. And I asked my son in the interview, I'm like, what am I doing wrong as a father? You know what I mean? Like, be honest. You know what I mean? And he says, what I'm doing wrong.
What kind of stuff do you say? 10 is so young.
10 is so
to
young.
be on camera.
And so he basically says like the pressure that I'm putting on him in sports.
Oh,
you know what I
really?
mean? Like he's like, I don't like this, and the things that he does like, but it's the honesty of having your babies be able to be safe enough to share the truth and being in a place where you can receive that constructive criticism is what I think everybody needs to see. And the kids that I got coming on, the dads that I have coming on are dope as fuck. And that's Society of Freedom, the platform. Syndicate is a podcast on Society of Freedom.
Right.
Manny and Fred and Javonda Anya with Imperfect Perspective, where I had Tiny. Keem is the first guest on the Syndicate. You know what I mean? And so we're just in the beginning. We're just in the beginning. And I feel like for me to grow, I had to do my complete rounds. And you reaching out was the right time where I was like, you know what am I avoiding? What's the reason? You can say silly shit all you want, but there's no reason.
Right.
And so, yeah, that's what we're doing over there.
Right.
And I want to just build out the platform.
I love the idea, with your son, but I'm very interested to see how it go because like I've been said in the past that I feel like podcasting is kind of an old heads game in a way because even like in your 20s, I don't know if I can think of anybody that I consider like a really good podcaster who's in their 20s. I feel like usually it's like in your 30s that it really starts to kick in. And I guess if I go to like the political sector, I know some like debaters and shit.
They're really good. Like West or so.
There's a kid, Adam Mockler, who I interviewed, who's like unbelievable, like machine gun debater.
All the fucking,
and he's so young, and I'm so like astounded by how smart he is for such a young age. But I mean, I feel like that I would just be really interested. Did you see this clip that went viral of like there was a podcast with like a bunch of like I'm gonna say that they're like 14-year-old boys and they're talking about their favorite foods.
Yeah.
And they're talking about like pizza and like one of the kids is like, I like pepperoni. And the other one's like, I like pepperoni too, but I also like meat lovers. And one of the kids is like, oh, I never had meat lovers.
It sound like Ninja Turtles.
That's the kind of conversation we would have in high school though. Like everybody's kind of dumb. Like you're just talking about food. You don't know fucking anything. But by the time you're 35, it's like, you ate a lot of different pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but that's the thing is like being able, what podcasting is getting played out in the fashion or the form that it is now when there's not realness to it. And what the expectation and the realness to it is a 10-year-old don't know shit. All they know is what they experience.
Yeah.
And when they share that, the shit can be crippling to a parent. They're not here to, everybody knows a 10-year-old ain't going to podcast.
Right.
It's not going to be a good podcaster.
But I mean, talking about his family dynamic and his dad and shit, that's the kind of thing that he could talk about because he is an expert on his own family.
And pressures that what is school like? What is this?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that you're doing what you want to do? What do you want to do? And it's more like the darndest things that kids say.
Right, yeah.
Mixed in with two dads that are proud. And then the sons telling them how proud they are of them. It's just a feel good. It's not for anything other than feel good TV. You know what I mean? And people love to hear kids be honest and be cute little kids. And so and I don't know how long it's gonna go. I don't know how many I'm gonna do, but
he's your oldest?
No, my oldest is 20.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
My oldest is 20. Yeah.
What's she doing?
He is going to school.
Okay.
Yeah. He goes to college.
Oh, nice. That's amazing. Wow. Yeah. I mean
20, 15, and 10.
Wow. Yeah. As a person who has a 5-year-old, like anybody with older kids than mine, I'm just like kind of in awe because you've played the game a lot further than me. So I'm sure I have a lot to learn.
It's a trip. But I'm just building, man. That's really it. And I'm trying to be a bridge builder is and I can't remain quiet because I've seen too many of the hypocrisies. You know what I mean? Like the reserved judgment for Adam, but that I don't reserve that judgment over here. And it's that if you're going to think something, that shit has to be equal across the board. And so I've seen a lot of hypocrisy, and it's like this shit needs to fucking stop. It's stupid. First off, get this shit done, get it together, and let's fucking all win, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you know who's a funny character in all this is Mac Wap because Mac Wap was kind of in a way like the one who I'm not gonna say caused the big breakup, but he predicted it like right before it happened. I think he said like they got a year left, and then it was like 3 weeks later, everything starts falling apart. It was like it was weirdly like early on it, but I think that like somebody like him at a certain point, once the allure of the beef kind of wore off, he kind of was looking at it like, well, I have no reason to have a beef with Adam or anybody else over there. I think at the time he was maybe a little disgruntled with how his relationship with T-Rail didn't necessarily go so great. And he, I popped up on there and like did the podcast with him and everything was normal and good. And I think like the reasonable perspective from his perspective is like, I'm doing my own content. Obviously my own content is always going to take center stage with me, but why wouldn't I kind of go on this bigger platform and get some of the attention that like, a lot of it has sort of worn away, but like, the reason why at certain points somebody like T-Rail or AD would have like a lot of live viewers and be like really getting a lot of views is because they had kind of inherited a lot of the fan base at that time. And, somebody like Macwa was kind of like, well, why didn't I, like, what's stopping me from getting a little bit of that, getting in the algorithm over there?
Well, it was good for you, but not good for me, basically. Like, you could benefit from it. And it's like, I just look at shit like, okay, so blase can do this and this and that, and you're not going to go and say your part and do your do. And it's just, I had to do it with a purpose. Like, I just can't do things just to do shit. Like, that's just not how I get down. And so I really wanted to pick your brain on that. You know what I mean? Like why? I know you know better than it. You know what I mean? But sometimes you get stuck in our shit.
Right.
And just with the way that you see things are going, like with AI, with how the record labels are changing, don't you see the opportunity that arises for people that have already established themselves? Like
part of it feels like an opportunity. Part of it feels like the world is going in a direction where content is kind of being devalued because, I think the number one culprit of that is that short form content has taken over everything. And a lot of people, like even myself, didn't really understand or grasp what was happening until relatively recently. Like the other day I was hanging out with like a family friend that we have, and she said, yeah, I don't know if I ever watched a podcast. And I'm thinking, wow, that's fucking crazy. You're like 35 years old. You never watched a podcast. And then throughout the rest of the day hanging out, she mentioned multiple different podcast clips.
She's just watching clips of shit.
She's watching it on probably TikTok. TikTok is like an app for people who don't know anything else about the internet, but they're on TikTok, but everything's on Reels, everything's on Facebook. So it's kind of like inescapable, all these short form clips. And I was just thinking, I'm like, that is kind of like a huge percentage of people at this point where they don't take the time to watch full length podcasts. They just watch whatever clips pop up, and they assume that they don't have to watch the full length podcast because if there's anything really important, it's going to pop up as a clip, right? It's kind of like not true, but there's a lot of truth to it. It's like the most salacious thing that happens on, like, I don't watch Joe Rogan, but I'll watch a clip all the time.
Yeah.
Clip pops up, good caption, I'm gonna watch it. I almost never watch a full interview. He would have to interview one of the people that I consider like the most interesting people in the world for me to dedicate 3 hours to it, So it's like, I feel like that is so quickly becoming the norm. I'm doing a walk in the morning with my dogs, and the fucking Mexican guys are sitting there having their lunch. And what are they doing? They're scrolling TikTok. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that like somehow your business model now has to like embrace short form and clipping to a serious degree. And like one thing I've been seeing is I see a lot of people who like manage to fit their sponsors into the short clips. So maybe your actual podcast doesn't make that much money or get that many views, but when the clips are going crazy, you could sell an advertiser on the fact of like, hey, my clips did 50 million views this month. And, if you have your logo right here or whatever, then you're in every single one of them. That's
exactly,
it's like, I feel like that kind of thing is probably where things are going.
Even talk shows are dead now.
Talk shows want to look like fucking podcasts. Now on talk shows in $20 million studios, they put a mic just like this in front of the person because to the person viewing it, it seems authentic.
Yeah.
oh, the mic means that this is some real shit.
Exactly.
And if it looks like the ESPN set with the crazy camera on the boom and it's zooming in and there's no mic because it's all like whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
hidden away.
To a lot of people, that seems kind of fake.
So authenticity right now is key.
Yeah.
And so if they feel like it's manufactured, they rather go to independent news right now. And that's why you got to be careful with what you're watching and what you're saying, because people are taking it for truth.
Oh, yeah.
But they're leaving this manufactured shit and coming to this. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, you may think short form is done. All that fake shit is done.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the long form shit is like fake, like shit. Like when you talk like black culture, right? Like is the most polarizing culture because black pain, black hate, black love, black entertainment, black sports, everything is the biggest money makers. You can right now, you could make money just off being racist to black people.
We all saw it. Yeah.
We all saw that. Like right on.
We have a celebrity that we all now know about just for being racist.
Just for being racist. You can make money. They'll go fund you. They'll pay your bill. And it's like, this shit has to be combated with the real shit. Motherfuckers, if they'll pay to just like Apollo, that's just young black men just being black men. They're not doing nothing special.
Yeah.
They're just funny, laughing. It's just you're in the living room with them. And black culture is so powerful and so amazing. And that's really for everybody out there, that's where everything is going, is black culture.
Yeah.
Myron. He's his main thing that he's favored was for women hating, but then black people hating, then transvestite hating. It's like you go from one hate train to the next hate train.
Yeah.
And so with you, you're a part of hip hop, you're part of rap. Now, like I don't know more so like street shit you're involved with. But if you invest in what the black culture truly is, you got ahead of the game on fucking everybody. But you have to value what is there. Like I know you do value it, but you have to value it enough to spend time in it and be there and appreciate what's there, because all these motherfuckers is getting left behind.
Yeah.
Fast.
You just mean like the establishment sort of mainstream voices?
Yeah. They're all getting left behind because.
But it's kind of weird now where like when you look at the top podcasts, a lot of it is just straight up celebrity. Like the Amy Poehler podcast is like the number 3 podcast in America. She started that shit like this year, and she's a famous actress and comedian. But it is kind of like, damn, like maybe that's where the game goes. But then also
like how?
But a lot of
how? She
big marketing budget behind it, but also she's interviewing all the biggest celebrities.
Okay.
You know, so it's like that kind of is going to draw on a huge audience. Yeah. Obviously, if it was like her and her homegirl sitting there, it would be a way different thing. It's like, but that's the thing that like was a lot easier in 2017 was to get like big name interviews. Now, if you want a big name interview, you're competing with Shannon Sharp, you're competing with Joe Rogan. You know, it's like everybody's kind of like vying for the same guest.
But if you look at the timeline and where it's going, that shit is gonna die.
Maybe
that celebrity shit is like, oh, so you just throwing a celebrity on here? You just throwing a celebrity? People are gonna get wind of that shit and be like, it's just fucking whack. That's not even the shit I deal with.
Like Call Her Daddy is the most popular women's podcast, and the chick who hosts it is like absolutely horrible as an interviewer, but she gets all the biggest guests. She got Miley Cyrus. She got fucking like.
Ready to turn that shit up.
Yeah. Turn it up, talk to a bitch and bend over, let me see it declare. Talk to a bitch and bend over, let me see it declare. Talk to a bitch and bend over, let me see it declare. Touch your toes, little baby, know I like that. Bend over, make it clap. Throw that ass back, baby, for some stacks.